All right, guys, we're gonna be getting the show on the road here in a minute. Everybody get settled in. Welcome in. Hi, Pep Talk. What's up? What's up? Hey, Ravy. All right, let's start the show.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics. It's time to go and cover some of them politics. Yeah, we got some news and stuff, but before we do that, we're gonna hang. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you had a good few hours here. If you were joining me for the Pepaganda 2-hour roundup, I guess, over on this space, we pretty much covered the the race over in Michigan with Abdul Al-Sayed and Haley Stevens, who I cannot get over how weird that woman looks. I can't do it. Your earlier comments about Haley Stevens inspired me to make you something. Oh God. Thank you, Latino Mifune. I appreciate that. I wonder if it will translate. Hey, should probably welcome everybody in. How's it going, Latino Mifune? Natch, Tinkerbell, Hermit. Hermit, how you doing on both platforms there? Appreciate everybody holding it down over on Twitch. Actually, here, let's do a little bit of, there we go. Get that started. Don't forget to lick the stream. Yes, lick the stream, like the stream too. That's something that definitely should happen there. Do not forget we are on horizontal and vertical mode. So if you guys are feeling a little, left out over in certain chat, just remember you can always check out the other stream. I don't know how long that's going to be happening over on YouTube. Hopefully they start merging that soon. But yeah, people in the Vanguard chat called her the Penguin and Female Wario. She does look like Female Wario. Oh, check the server on Discord when you're free. I will do that in a little bit. Thank you, Latino Mifune. I appreciate that. Oh my God, I just realized she looks like a creeper, the creepy Cheshire Cat. Okay, you guys are like, you're good polls. Good polls. Yeah, I couldn't get over how odd that woman is, but go hard for profit. Hello, good evening. Hello, welcome to the show. Welcome back. It's always good to see people return. I appreciate you being here. I hope that you had some fun yesterday. You know what? For what it's worth, I had a really good show yesterday. I had fun. Hope you guys did. I know it got a little heated at the end there. It wasn't too bad, but got a little contentious. But it happens. That's what happens when you got very opinionated people. Some creators have to have the merge chat feature. I think they are testing it to roll it out slowly. I'm trying to merge my chat, but it's not letting me. I'm actually running into a problem here with it. Actually, let's do this. Icons? No, don't do that. Yeah, I'll figure it out later. Nerd alert! Coffee black. Hey, well, yeah, I am. I'm quite nerdy. I'm also, I don't know, whatever. I got a wide array of interests, I've tried hobbies, like lots of hobbies, and I still maintain some of them. I'll be honest, like miniature gaming, I haven't done that in a long time. I need to, at some point just sit down and do that. Starting to kind of come to terms with the fact that I will likely need to take a few days off coming up. But until I really feel the need, you guys can always count on me being here. The nerd energy here is strong as fuck. That is true. Pinkerbell, you can't trust people with bad hairlines, bad eyebrows. I have both. Oh, shit. Oh, no. That is very unfortunate. They were doing it on the line, but the way that they did it made the vertical not appear anywhere but the feed. You couldn't go to their page and access the vertical. Oh, that's weird. Huh. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. I'll be honest. I was kind of thinking about registering the show or like the channel as entertainment today. I don't know. I'm debating what I'm gonna do there, because somebody pointed out that when I'm in the news and politics section, I'm competing with like all of these really, really, really big channels that there's just, I don't know. And there's this like weird divide as far as like interest in what we cover here. And they even said, they were just like, yeah, if you go into entertainment, some people, they will actually get more interested in politics through the entertainment aspect of like me covering this stuff. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. Big wave to horizontal chat. What's up, horizontal chat? How's it going, guys? Yeah, I got, like, dude, this is where I'm getting a little, just not even upset, just confused about how this works, because it takes up extra bandwidth on their side. I don't get it. I don't get it. But then again, I'm not the tech guy. I don't work for YouTube. I'm just a streamer. I'm not going to put that much thought into it. I still have a little bit of a headache, by the way. So I'm a little bit slower today. That is because, kind of feeling like that post headache, like, tired, especially like once the medicine kicked in. So Kinsley, how's it going? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you popping on by. Hope you're all doing, as I said, guys, I hope you're all doing well today, because I'll just be honest, today was, I don't know. Maybe it was the headache, maybe it wasn't, but I feel off. Like something's off. But then again, I've had a lot going on. You know how that is. Like, I really do think that, like, drinking in your 30s, I'm learning the lesson from my weekend. Yeah, it had nothing to do with that. I only had a few beers last night. Nothing crazy. No, it was just I've been, like, the weather is making my head hurt and starting to give me like these migraines that I get just from, pressure. Like, that's the thing. Whenever storms start rolling in, that's when it really that's when it starts hitting. That's actually why I changed the background today, because I'm just like, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna just go for it. But I don't know. The headache kind of took me into a just, I don't know, like a wave of thinking of everything that's going on. I started really thinking about my mom. I miss my mom. I really miss my mom. Yeah, when they like I went through a grief thing and they told me like it doesn't hurt any less no matter how much time passes, and I totally understand that, and how it's just like the grief just changes. It's weird. And then yeah, like everything with this cancer stuff. Although we got some good news today. We got some we get like we finally got like some news that we've been waiting on for a while. Mostly just like figuring out what's going on with like disability and shit like that. So, yeah, we got some good news on that end. Hi, Andrew. Oh, hey, Andrew. How's it going? We bombed Iran over 50,000 times, blew up schools. Yes, we did. How's it going, Andrew F? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for chiming in here. Robin, how's it going? Thank you for popping on over on Twitch. Always appreciate that. It's kind of cool. So, Robin, if you don't mind, I'm going to pick your brain here for a second. Are you liking Twitch's interface a lot more and like just kind of liking being over there? Because I've noticed that the last few times you've been popping over on Twitch, which, you know what? I'm not going to lie. Ever since they introduced the new UI, I love it. I will just say I love it. Like they made everything so much easier over there. The one thing that sucks is that like it doesn't carry over your tags from like a previous stream. You used to be able to like just sit with your tags and then go change them if you needed to. Nope. Gotta do it literally every stream now. But yeah, I'm just kind of curious if you're are you like, yeah, are you enjoying it like more over there? And also, does the whole ability to be able to, you know, go like this and watch, you know, and not really change anything? Yeah. You like the chat better. It's easier to read. Oh, hey, that's cool. Well, I appreciate that. Twitch is a better live stream interface and the culture is different too. Yeah, it's definitely got a different culture. I like the YouTube chat a little bit more. I'll be honest, because like, yeah, Twitch is mostly like they come in from gaming. This is why I'm so glad that I do tag my stuff as politics now, because I did start having that thing where people would come into Just Chat and they're like, "Oh, are you a gamer?" And then they'd see that I was actually, you know, talking politics, and then they were like, "Yeah, politics." It's easier to read because I can V and H. V and H. What's V and H? Oh, vertical and horizontal. I was about to say VH. Wait a minute. Oh, that's what that stands for. Oh my god, I just realized that. So there's literally a goalie position called the VH. I just realized that it's covering your vertical base and your horizontal base. Oh my god. I never realized that's what it stood for. Vibe and hang. Yeah. My trench coat has watches. Oh, jeez, you guys are going with the trench coat joke. Well, you guys can shout out Soul Life. For anybody that enjoys the horizontal stream, we have a viewer here, Soul Life, who kind of pestered me a little bit to get the horizontal back up there. And the timing worked out because apparently the OBS that I use made it a lot friendlier to do so. So, yeah, that won't be changing until they like merge or whatever the heck. But next we will work on colors. What do you mean? I missed it. No. How's my day or how's y'all day been? I've been good. How's your day been, Boomerang? Look at you. Always coming back. Hey, I made a boomerang joke. Boo this man. Boo. The chat window is larger too. No, it is. The chat window is a lot larger over on Twitch. Wake and bake. Wee woo, wee woo. Oh god. I did that today, and I actually had one where it was just like, oh god. Like I couldn't even eat breakfast. Like I got that like ripped where I lost my appetite entirely. That sucked. There's nothing worse than when you like smoke to go and like try and increase your appetite, but then you just end up losing it because you're just like, I can't feel my feet. I don't know if the ceiling is crashing down or if it's just my vision, but I'm gonna just assume that it's crashing down, so I'm gonna get on the floor. Yeah, that's where I was at. I do still get like that ripped. It is something that's kind of cool. I have very special, let's just say I got like the special mixes, if you know what I mean, where it's just like an 80-something percenter, where it's just, I know it's going to wreck me, but oh boy. Oh my God, when you have to sit down. Oh yeah, yeah. And I'm not talking just like sit down like in a chair. I'm talking the one where you have to sit with your legs like fully like out with your feetsies up, where you're just like this. And then you're just like, whoo. Like I have to find like a wall, like, and just kind of do like the ground sit. And yeah, then I just like got to put my back and just be like, like, yeah, that's very much how I have to do it. By the way, in 4 minutes, we celebrate my local 420. So guys, get your apparatuses ready and we will cheers together. And then, yeah, you know what? We'll welcome in the 420. Also, shout out to Pinkerbell for going through the whole thing where she is not able to join. I cannot believe that is going on. It sucks so bad. She has something going on that she is not able to smoke. So fuck Pinkerbell. I was thinking about that yesterday when I got off stream. Like I took a nice little rip when I was going to bed, and I for some reason was just like, oh, damn, that sucks. Just know solidarity, and hopefully I can entertain you in the same way. I'll be honest, I got a little self-conscious where I was just like, oh, I hope that's not the only reason they watch. No. I've tried to get used to it, but every single time I've smoked, it makes me crazy. Just one of those brains, I guess. Yeah, the thing is, it's not for everybody. I have always gotten really pissed off at like some of my friends that they refuse to believe that somebody just doesn't like it or can be allergic. Like I had a friend that was actually like, they had an allergy to it. That was scary as shit. We found that out the hard way. Yeah, so it's not for everybody. I will join you in the not smoking. I've been smoking in spirit too. The hang remains as awesome. Good. Well, I mean, then that's actually kind of nice. Then I won't have to like really, like, I can change this up whenever I want to. I mean, realistically, it's not really the backbone of the show or anything. Even though I kind of did, like, when I first developed this show, I kind of was doing that a little bit. But speaking of developing the show, today is the 2 years ago, I was just developing this channel. I was doing the art for it, getting everything ready to go. In about 12 days or so, I think my stream anniversary, or my channel anniversary, is going to be coming up. I'm excited. So guys, if you don't already sub to the channel, consider doing so. It really helps me out. And also, if you guys want to be part of the first 3,000, then yeah, consider doing that. Because once I hit 3K, man, like that, it's really cool. For anybody that is like thinking about doing YouTube, or if you're on YouTube, when you hit 3K, it gives you like a broader window as far as like the algorithm. It's kind of like one of those like video game accomplishments where it's like you level up a little bit. It's kind of cool. I think the periodic ritual is more important than the actual. Yeah. No, I'll admit that. I have. I'm not sponsored by him, but you know that fume thing? I actually did get one of those, and I don't mind it. Every once in a while, it does kind of give me like the placebo effect that I'm looking for, where, yeah, because like I haven't done sickies in a long time. I mean, a long time. We're talking 15 years, long time. So 40 more to go. Let's go. Hell yes. Yeah, dude, we're getting there. Actually, it's almost 30. We're at 2967. Had a little growth spurt. So, all right, guys. Cheers. Also, where's she at? Where's she at? Come on, Bloodstone. Well, either way, cheers to Bloodstone. Cheers. Oh, man. That blue raspberry is so good. Oh, my God. His, wealth first. There she is. Bloodstone. How you doing? Oh, by the way, guys, just so you know, for anybody that was talking about your job search stuff, solidarity. I am very much in a similar boat as far as the ghost listings is probably the biggest problem I'm running into right now, where actually, you know what? I'll just tell the story real quick. Won't say the company I was going for, but they had a listing and you know, they did the thing where they put a phone number up there. So I'm pretty tenacious and I'm old school with this stuff where I'll literally walk in and be like, hey, where's your manager? Can I talk to your manager? And then just be like, hey, I applied here. Can you, I don't know, like, you guys mind maybe pulling up the application, see if I'm a good fit? I mean, like, I have no shame. That's how I got a lot of my jobs. So yeah. Had a little situation where I called them and they had no idea what I was talking about. They were just like, what do you mean? We're all filled up. We haven't actually been looking for anybody for quite some time. I'm just like, so why is this all like here? And I looked at the because they updated it too. Like they'll show you the last time it was updated. It was recently updated. So yeah, that was disheartening. You got scammed on a job thing? Oh, wait, what? Oh, shit. Yeah, is it data harvesting? Yeah. Yeah, it is. I'm not gonna lie, it's been fucking rough. That shit will definitely fuck you up. And then, like, the nerve of people to just be like, the jobs market's great right now. You could go get a job anywhere right now. The economy's doing great, right? It's just, I'm so over that shit. Someone was impersonating a company. Literally happened to me yesterday. Oh. You're crashing the entire fuck out? Yeah. I would too. I just ride on pretty privilege because I'm a Chad light. Some dumb beats. Yeah, pretty privilege only goes so far, because I'll tell you what, man. It's kind of funny. I've been told this a few times. I'm not sure if this is exactly like the thing you want to hear, but I have been legit, and take this for what you will. This kind of comes across like they might have been mean to me. They were kind of just saying like, yeah, you're lucky you're pretty there, Pep, because when you open your mouth every once in a while, you do kind of just prove like, at least you got your looks. I'm just like, hey, that's goddamn. You're a welfare queen on disability. Why would you call yourself a welfare queen? What the fuck are you talking about? Legally blind? Not fully blind, but can't drive. I'm kind of lucky as long as Trump and Vance don't fuck with my disability check. You call yourself a welfare queen. You're legally blind and can't do things other people can. This is what this is what I hate about America. I can't stand this shit. The fact that we have a country that we demonize disabilities. The fact that we're becoming Spartan in the way that we view like autism and anybody that's different. Go fuck yourselves. Like, god damn it. You fucking absolute, I'm sorry, the absolute ghouls that are behind that kind of mentality. I know it was a joke, but the thing is, like, you're self-deprecating, but the thing is, it's more of it's just bringing up how I don't like how our society is very much like that. And this transcends politics. More people need to be honest about this shit. Yeah, the only welfare queen that exactly. Elon Musk is the actual welfare queen. So, but yeah. No, BTTC, just know, like, I don't take this stuff lightly because my wife is going through this right now a little bit, and to see like what happens when you do have to deal with a disability, and then just the mindset that comes with this shit. It does not help when you have assholes out there that are just like, oh, you take, like, I can't even, like, I'm talking like I want to pour the hottest coffee on those assholes. Sending you love and hope. Hope you find work soon, Pinkerbell. Yeah, I really do. Welfare Queen was invented by chuds as a dog whistle slur for black people. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't easy to get disability, and I'm in a swing state, not a red state. How dare you not produce surplus for the capitalist death machine? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, that's... I'm trying here. Like, I want... Sorry. I'm not... You know what? No, I'm not going to kill the mood. Because I was about to get, like, really pissed off at just the entire thing as a whole. But, yeah. Useless feeder, I believe, is the historical term. Yeah, bottom feeders, fucking... undesirables. I mean, dude, literally. Like, fuck our entire, like, just way of thinking. I hate, like, this is what I hate about the, like, average American, is they don't care about taking care of people. Liberal Anna, hey, what's up? Welcome back. Good to see you back here. We all have value, exactly. Hey, mild early crash out, no biggie. It's not even a crash out. Like, it's just... someone I love dearly is going through this right now. So, like, if somebody's going to be, you know, coming at it with a really shitty attitude, ooh, I'm more than matching energy. I will fucking amp that up by 10. Ah, Liberal Anna, my arch nemesis. The cool part about Liberal Anna is the fact that they came from Speakeasy's channel, so I thought that was pretty cool. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. The fact that I was able to break, like, through to some of these guys. I mean, I haven't seen Rowdy in a little bit, but yeah, I'm glad that I got, like, through to these guys and some of them. And I like that you gave me a really nice compliment that kind of stuck with me yesterday, about how, you know, there's a few of us that have gone on that show and we just shut them down because it's just like, you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about and you're being dicks for no reason. Fred, what's up? Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Really glad that you're enjoying the content. Glad you found the show. Rowdy will be back with his broken pencil. Yeah. He does use the same broken pencil joke. Whatever. You know what? He's a good dude. That's the thing. Every once in a while, like, yes, we will get into some disagreements, but I'm here. You may start the stream now, Pep. Hey, what up, Mitch? Let the jokes about wait, Smiley? Oh, are you talking about Haley Stevens? Because holy crap. Yeah, dude. Her smile is disturbing. Okay. So we already watched this debate. I'm not going to go through it again. I'm not even going to do highlights, so I'll just break it down this way. Abdul definitely won it. And whoever told her to stare at the camera soullessly and do this... like, her face kept, like, contorting. It was weird. So, I'm learning more towards, leaning more towards socialism. See? Let's do that. Let's let them lean towards socialism. Don't fuck that up. You say, okay, that is great. Continue your journey. We will be here to teach. Because that's how I feel about it. Israel comes to her in her dreams. Dude, the fact that she had the balls to just be like, I am anti-ICE. I have voted against ICE. And then literally it's just like, you voted to not only, like, supplement their, you know, or supplement their income. You voted to literally fund them, and then you voted to thank them. Fuck you. is when Teach talks, nobody listens. That's okay. The thing is, not everybody wants to be taught like that way. Most people, like, once they're out of school, they don't care about academia. They don't care about, like, they're not going to read books. They're not going to, like, this is what I accept, is that that's just how it is. People have lives and they don't have the same interests as you. They don't have the same interests as me. Fuck. I am way more into politics than your average person, and somehow, some way, people come here and forget that I'm, like, again, the normie whisperer, where it is like, no, again, like, if I just quit talking about politics tomorrow, I could I could Homer Simpson into the bushes like nobody's business. The accent coming and going was sending me, not gonna lie. That was pretty funny. Dressed like Magneto. I kept somebody said that you know, her grimace, I'm like, she looks like Grimace. I don't know, that was a fun. The timing on that joke was fire, and I can't tell you how much that made me laugh thinking of her in McDonald's. You're a lib that hangs out and speaks chat because I like to argue with right-wingers. No, that's cool. That's a good place to do it, honestly. For any of you guys like that want to ever like flex those muscles, I know that Speak would accept you, especially if you just say, "Hey, I'm from Pep's chat." I don't think he would ban you, unless it got like too like contentious or something like that. But I know that you would get a little bit more of a protection there. It's actually weird to think about, but yeah, you can totally name drop. Dudes, I'm like just a guy, Pep. Yep. I am just a guy. No, I really this is where I'm saying, like, can we not do the thing? And I'm saying this because we do the thing. I've had this conversation so many times that I'm just like, okay, can we accept that people are coming over to socialism and then go, just do the thing. Tap them on the back and say, welcome. We're all just a chill guy. She really seemed to, like she wanted to yell, "It's my turn! My turn! You skipped the line!" That is one of the best takes that I think that I've heard from this. Yeah, that's the best breakdown I think that I've gotten from that. Yeah, Robin, good call. She really did. And like the skip the line thing, you're right. She is treating him like, "What do I would like you if you weren't just skipping the line." Yeah. That space is spicy as fuck. Yeah, it does get a little fucked there. Keep going, don't stop. If you want book recommendations, let me know. There we go. I found out a not so fun fact about honeybees and them getting a couple degrees warmer. Males get too hot and then explode. Oh, geez. I like how she started off by lying about getting funding. I mean, dude, it was right off the bat. Yeah, that was kind of wild. But good on Abdul for bringing that up. I mean, his tax returns, this, like, my God. If that's the biggest thing, I don't know, guys. Like, yeah, there were a few of his like positions, I'll be honest, that were kind of libby, but do you like jazz? Actually, I mean, I do. I don't know too much about the race, but why are people saying Abdul is getting dark money? Because they need to have any smear, and that's the thing. Like, they need to. Dark money is just like, they saw it happen in like the creator space here, where just by saying the word dark money, it ruined a lot of people's potential careers, or it took away a lot of opportunities from creators. And they see that works. The thing is, like, this is why I hate the woke scoldy bullshit that we do all the time, and then they like facetiously use your fucking outrage against you, which you understand that that only works if you actually let it. At some point, you do have to like pull your head out of your ass and just be like, what am I getting mad at? Am I actually getting mad at something they want me to be mad at? Or is this something that legit makes me like mad that has a lot of merit to it? Like, again, man, I'm not going to beat this dead horse about the Plattner thing, but it's still, I just, with the way that they're handling the fact that this dude that took over, they're doing the same shit where they're looking for anything. And now they're trying to say that this guy was abusive towards women because he threw a fucking water bottle in the general direction of a coworker. And it was an empty water bottle, by the way. So that should tell you exactly where we're at as far as good faith attacks and what we're going to be dealing with. So I don't know. This is where I tend to fucking throw a little bit of this shit, like the caring about some of this shit, to just be like, I don't fucking care. Their platform wants to get me health care, and they want to stop Donald Trump. Good enough for me at this fucking point. You know, that's where I'm going to just admit it. I think that I am kind of like a dual issue person on this one, where it is just like, are they going to stop Donald Trump? Cool. Great. Are they going to also vote to sanction Israel? Cool. But if they say no to that, then yeah, there's some problems there. It kind of sucks because I personally have a candidate that's going to make that a little more difficult for me. Host, I need to know on a scale 1 to 10, how powerful is a Chicago dog? 10 all day. I mean, what are we talking powerful? Are we talking like hot or just like in general, like power level? Like, because it has all the best fucking stuff on it. Host, weird. You can call me Pep, dude. Seriously, you don't need to call me host. It makes you sound like a fucking bot, dude. How much time do you waste on not making money for your wife? Pathetic. Oh, well, I mean, I do make some money from doing this, so I know. Cry harder. Panini and is, wait, what? Wait, you have a dog named Panini? It's actually a really good name for a dog. I just thought about that. Shit. No, ketchup. Ew. Fuck. Come on, grow up. You need ketchup on a hot dog. Do you need it fucking cut up into like little bite-sized pieces? Sorry. I've got chronic leaning on me. It's funny. Uni's upstairs and she has the dog and the cat. This is how you get Pep emotional. That's true. I need a powerful chili dog. Actually, one of the best like chili cheese dogs in Chicago, and this may sound like a cop-out to some, but it's Portillo's. Portillo's has the best chili cheese dog, hands down. It is so goddamn good. So go for it. Get one. Yeah, I had to do like an emergency meal today because I didn't realize that we have like nothing in this house, which sucks. I gotta go grocery shopping. But yeah. Pep, if I ever get to Chicago, can we get we have Portillo's. Yes, you have Portillo's. Yeah. No, I know you do. And yes, technically it will taste very, very, very similar. Like there is something about the like water that's different that I think makes our hot dogs better. But I don't know. That's my theory. Okay. It's not a great one. Ketchup and severely overcooked onions on a hot dog. I do like the overcooked onions. Like, okay, let's put it this way. If we're at a barbecue and that's what you offer me, I'll take it. I'll take it. Because I can't tell you how many times I've gone to like somebody's barbecue and they don't have even mustard. It's like, come on, really? You got a dog named RG Rottweiler German Shepherd mix, short for rotten. Oh, jeez. Sauerkraut. I was about to say sauerkraut and a little bit of mustard is something that I like. Like I like the New York dogs. Like when I went to Times Square and all that shit, I made sure to get a fucking New York dog. Done the New York way. And then I asked them, do they make Chicago dogs? And they looked at me like I was an asshole. I used to make something called a Sloppy Jane, cut up hot dog, baked beans. Oh, that's, yeah. Okay, caramelized onions and relish on a hot dog bun. That's kind of cool. Yeah, so we call it beanies and weenies. Like, it's one of our simple, like, really just, if we don't want to fucking really cook and we have, like, nothing else, like, yeah. We'll do a little pot of some chili and then cut up some hot dogs and boom. Wait, what's a Chicago dog? Okay. A Chicago hot dog, number one, you got to have a sesame seed bun. And it has to be the black, like, the little bitty sesame seeds. Then you must have a Vienna beef hot dog. That's like the way to go. Then you want to put a little bit of celery salt on there. Some people add the celery salt after they put all their fixings on. I like to put the celery salt on the actual hot dog. Then you put some mustard on there. Then you add the relish. Then you add some chopped onions. Then you got to make sure that you put the hot peppers on. And then tomato if you want to get a little, nasty with it. But I usually skip the tomato, I'll be honest. And I love tomato. It's just it's a bit too much on the hot dog, but god damn. Ooh, I just got hungry. And I just recently ate. So red onion? No. It is diced white onion. And it's gotta be like finely minced. Like, I don't want none of them chunky pieces. I want it like the fine dice. That's what I'm talking about. Tomato doesn't really go with it, in my opinion. No, it doesn't. I'll be honest. No, it every time what I end up doing is I'll order, like, anytime I go to like a stand or something like that, I will order it just the normal way. I'll take the tomato off and I'll eat it separately because it is good with like the vinegar and all the other stuff on it. But yeah, like jalapeno, spicy banana peppers. It's actually, no, you got it. Spicy banana peppers are, oh my god. Yeah, with the spicy banana peppers. And the thing is, see, this is where I do betray my roots a little bit. Vienna also has what we call the neon relish. Neon relish is great. I will get it if they got it. But if I'm choosing between neon relish at the grocery store or like a almost like a gourmet relish, I'm going gourmet diced relish all fucking day. I don't know. I like a normal I like a normal relish, I guess is what it's called. Trump was a fucking liar, of course. Oh yeah, he is. Robin, wasn't Trump's whole appeal was that he didn't have to take PAC money? Yes. No, but this is why I keep telling people, like, it's as simple as this. People don't want politicians anymore. They really are sick of them. That's why, like, we can't overthink this, guys. We can't fuck this up. Like, really don't. If we fuck it up this time, there's no coming back. I'm gonna say it. If we do not win in these midterms, and if we don't get at least 2 of our DSA candidates into office, we're fucked. I'm telling you right now, if you think for a second that, like, if we cannot carry this momentum, that we somehow have a better position in 2028. Now the question is, what do? I don't know. At that point, I don't know. I'm always going to cover politics and have an opinion on them, but I am getting more and more disenfranchised or disenfranchised. Well, I am getting more disenfranchised, but disaffected is the word I was looking for. I wish brats, hot dog, or hot sausages, etc., were more mainstream. Brats are all right. I just they're good on a grill. Like, that's the problem. Like, they're not good steamed the way that a hot dog is. Hot dogs, you can fucking literally put them in a pot of boiled water and they're good. I don't know much about Trump's appeal. He never appealed to me. I've had enough of him since like 92. Yeah, my mom was the same way. She fucking hated him. and she was a Republican. That was the weird part, was when he got the presidential nomination on the Republican Party, my mom even said, she's like, I'm not a Republican anymore. I'm an independent. She even like changed her affiliation officially. So my mom died an independent that voted for Kamala and was definitely, she could have been talked into voting for a DSA candidate. But I can speak to his appeal just because, like, I may not have been appealed by it, but I see it where it's like, I see how people think that it's like, oh, he's an outsider. You know, he was definitely going to shake it up. He was going to drain the swamp, blah, 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 blah. But when he did prove to be just as corrupt as everybody, like, assumed he was going to be, and then people were like, nah, that's just a whole bunch of liberal fucking spin. That's where you lost me. Like, no. Oh my God, you're shocked that a fucking corrupt dude who's always been corrupt is corrupt? What? Hot dogs are the go-to food. When people tell me that they cannot eat hot dogs because of what's in it, I just think that they don't have, like, all right, fucking take your delicate constitution and get away from me, because honestly, I can't deal with that. I can't deal with that kind of negativity in my life. Aldi has a bunch of types of brats. My favorite is the chicken with apple. Yeah, chicken apple brats are really good. I love the crispy bite on a good brat. Yeah, especially. Oh yeah, you gotta get a little bit of that char on it. Oh, yeah, charred brat is real good. Empire, Michigan makes a cherry sauce. Oh yeah. I've had some cherry sausages. They're really good too. Hey, Rebecca, my wife is in the same boat. She cannot have bacon either. She can't have pork. So, solidarity right there. You and Uni are in the same boat. And she loved bacon. So, like, yeah. I heard Chicago is a good food scene. It's the best food scene. We're in the dead... So, I'm not even kidding. Like, I am biased because I live here, but it's because we're in the dead center of the country, and we... historically, actually, it's because of the interstate, the way that the interstate works. You essentially have to come through Chicago, and then it's the same with, like, you know, ports and seafood. All of it comes through Lake Michigan, so we have, surprisingly, really fresh seafood. We have really, really just good food of all cultures. Like, my favorite thing about where I live personally is that if I'm feeling a different culture's like feeling like a different culture's food, I could easily Indian food tonight. I could get fucking any type of Asian cuisine I could get easy. We have probably we have around 10. I'll just say that. Just fire, like, family Mexican restaurants around us. I have one specific one that I really like, and honestly, it's the one that, like, I've had some friends get turned off because they're just like, this place is it's a hole in the wall, but it's not like it's dirty or anything. It's just, he was like, oh, are they using, like, old plates, like, from, you know, like their house? I was like, yeah, yes. The thing is, the food is undeniable. It's some of the best damn Mexican food you can get in this entire city. So, you had Hawaiian food for lunch. Nice. We actually just got a Hawaiian poke place by us not too long ago. I love hole in the wall restaurants. I'm telling you, that's one thing I could show, like, all y'all. You guys ever have you ever travel to Chicago and you're just like, fuck it, I need some recommendations? I do have that. South India food, totally different from the chicken tikka masala scene. I think that one of the places we have is actually South Indian. Lots of, like, peanuts. I remember that, where I was like, damn, dude, they put peanuts in everything, which I'm fine with. I love that. The thing is, I do have people that like Tamil food. Yeah, is that the same? Oh, that's another one. We have a Thai, like we have some of the best goddamn Thai food in like on the planet. I have not had anything near what our Thai food is here. I've never been to Thailand though, so they're like, yeah, obviously I would judge accordingly, but or try to. And I made a lamb curry the other day. Ooh, nice. The one thing that I will say that we also have are gyros. Oh, love a good gyro, or as you guys call them, gyros or whatever the fuck. Fucking gyro. You're in West India. If you get Maharashtrian. Oh, god damn it. Food I'll be surprised. I'll ask around. Thailand, great, cheap, great. I'm telling you, like, so this place has low key some of the best fucking fried chicken you can get. I don't understand it. It is so delicious. Yeah, I really need to stop talking about food. I just ate. And the thing is, like, that's where I was going with this, is I had to have an emergency meal, so I had to go somewhere that was easy, and I knew fast, because I knew I wouldn't be able to get back in time for the show, so I went to Burger King. And I'm so happy I did. I don't care. I'm trash and I love it. Dude, I got me my fucking fresh off the broiler Whopper. I will be tasting that for the next 3 days, though, with every burp. So that's like the one trade-off. But realistically, as far as fast food burgers, god damn, just a Whopper. You can't go wrong. You really can't. Food content would be powerful. I mean, the thing is, this is why I want to label my channel as entertainment, because I don't always just talk about politics. I talk about everything, man. In Chicago, getting ready to leave and go to Georgia. Hell yeah. Well, I hope that you're able to at least stop for some good food. If you're not, you're going to Georgia. Well, at least stop by the Buc-ee's over in Tennessee if you're driving through Tennessee. Because, I don't know, stopping by Buc-ee's is like, I gotta show us your legendary cooking skills, Pep. I'm pretty good. I should actually make a like a members only one video of me making my burger. Oh, you know what? That's a good idea. I'm gonna do that. I'll do that. I'll show you guys how I'll do one where I smoke some chicken breast. I'll give you guys that recipe, and I'll show you guys like how to do it. Who knows? Maybe the video actually might get traction. The other one I will show you is how to make the Pep burgers, which I'm telling you, I make like. This is one of those things where I have a lot of confidence because everybody in my life that's ever had one of my burgers, they're just like, this is one of the best damn burgers I've ever had. So, that is. Yeah, that's one of those ones where I'm like, I know my lane. And then steak. Oh, man. Do you know a good jerk chicken, bro? I know of a I know a place that has good jerk chicken. I don't know how to make it. I know how to make really good pulled, like, chicken and pulled pork in a slow cooker. Or I have the Instapot if you are like me, where you intend to do a slow cook and then you're just like, what time is it? 3 o'clock? Well, I guess I'm using the fucking the Instapot. Jerk chicken is always a good time. As I said, we have a few places. We actually have a Jamaican jerk chicken place. Like that's pretty much all they do. And then there's an African place that does jerk chicken that was really good. The food trucks, though, that's like also something that we have, is just, we have some insane food trucks. We got this one called Lobster something. Happy Lobster. It's called Happy Lobster. Best damn lobster sandwich you will ever eat in your life. they put somehow they get an entire like Maine lobster, like the entire like meat content of a Maine lobster on a brioche bun with their house sauce. Oh, it's good. And then they give you like a little thing of butter to like, oh. Yeah. I miss lobster sandwiches. They're so good. They're so good. The thing is, oh man, they are expensive. So you've never had lobster? What? Is it pricey? Yeah. Just for the sandwich, and they have like a it's like a little box thing that they give you where they'll give you like, they actually make their own potato chips, which is, they're really good. But yeah, it's like a $35 sandwich, which yeah, you only do that like once. I do it once every summer. I try to, like, if they're at one of like the breweries nearby or like one of the parking lots nearby, I will go. Like, and I'll walk my happy ass down there and get one. Only blue swimmer crabs and yabbies. I don't even know what those are. I heard Tornado Alley is moving due to climate change. Yes, I'm in the middle of it, pretty much. Like, we've had some of the most insane weather I've ever had, like, since I've lived here, and I've lived here my entire life, so, yeah. Yep, lobster used to be considered peasant food. Rich people, food was fucking macaroni and cheese. Well, yeah, it was complex carbohydrates and shit like that. Yeah. Back east, a lobster roll costs $35 to $40. That, yeah. Oh god, the lobster rolls. That's another. Oh yeah, there's another one. There's actually another place. I forgot what it's called though. Cousins. It's called Cousins Maine Lobster. There we go. It's another one of those traveling food trucks around here. Same thing. It's about $40 for like a lobster roll, but holy crap, they're good. Like I said, this is something that, yeah, if you're eating lunch and you see like this place is there and you're like, it's how much? That's insane. But if you're planning for it where you're like, fuck it, it's a treat. It's literally a treat for you. You know, now as somebody who has to budget in the way where it's just like, okay, do I have anything else I want to do this weekend? Yeah, occasionally I'll have to do that where it's just like, all right, I'm gonna have to make a sacrifice. I guess I'm not going to like the movies. Oh god damn it, like that's another thing I have to figure out. I have to go see Spider-Man this week, by the way, if you guys did not see him. I got little Spider-Man on my microphone now. Yay. I think he'll only be here for like a week though. Figured why not. I'll also be completely honest, I forgot that I had him. You ever have that where you're going through like an old backpack and you're just like, oh yeah. Ray crayfish, yeah, mud bugs. I don't like crayfish because you have to essentially do the thing where, and like, I don't know, I have to be a certain level of drunk to even consider eating crayfish. But when I'm hammered, and if there's a fucking like a craw boil, yeah, I'm in. I'm in, especially like if they got the gumbo, I'm in. But that's something that bugs me is like, I know that it's because of how you're supposed to cook them, but there's nothing like worse than when you have a really good gumbo and then you get the crawfish and it's got the eyes. I only put the tails in my gumbo. I heard you're not supposed to do that though. I heard that like it loses all its flavor if you just put the tails in. That you're supposed to cook the whole thing and then you're supposed to take the tail and then just eat the tail. But whatever. I'd prefer shrimp in my gumbo if I'm gonna be completely honest. Obviously despined, like, dude, okay. That's another thing that happened. This was years ago. This had to be 15 years ago almost. I went to a craw broil, or not a craw broil. What do you call them? Like a fucking, like a gumbo, like boil thing. Like, they had this giant pot of gumbo. It was awesome. Like, it was one of, like, honestly, it was really, really good. So they had the shrimp in there, right? So I'm so excited. I'm about to eat it, and I noticed that they didn't despine it, and I was like, oh, come on. You just killed this whole meal with that. Just that. I was like, fuck. And I just couldn't enjoy them. Yeah, they didn't devein them. No. Yeah, that is so gross. I have watched people even say, like, oh, it's just extra protein. I'm like, you're eating shrimp shit, dude. Like, what the fuck? Especially when it's so easy to do. Like, oh. Gross. Yes, yeah, right? The fact that they had an excuse for it is what really got me, though. Pap, what I do is get the bags you use to boil herbs for stock in, or cheesecloth, and I clean them, put all the heads, etc., in the bag, so it cooks separately with the flavor, and not the... Oh. Huh. Yeah, all the flavor is in the head. Yeah, I was about to say, that was the whole thing. That's what I heard about, like, that if you keep them together, then that's the best way to just do it. It's just, don't even fuck with them, and then that's why... But the thing is, it's because I grew up in a fucking city where we didn't do that shit, really, like, until I was way later in life, and I'm like, ew! And then I had a cousin, my cousin no bullshit, his name is Yanni. So my cousin Yanni, he, like, he was kind of a degenerate, I'm not gonna lie. Like, he was going, like, we were on a family trip, and he goes down and he gets a whole, like, handful of crawfish, or as he calls them, crayfish. And he comes up and he's, like, chasing me with them, and, like, dude, that sucked. I was so mad at him. Please tell me he was into Yanni. I don't think so. No, he was into the Grateful Dead. Like, he's actually the guy that got me into the Grateful Dead. He gave me my first Grateful Dead shirt. And then I had like this little mini dead bear that he gave me. It's cool. I gotta find that. I still have that somewhere. Everybody loves Yanni. Ooh, Yanni. That reminds me of Chasing Amy. Or I think it's Chasing Amy. Or they're walking around and he's talking about, like, you know, his buddy fucking going out with Amy. And then he gets on the subject of just, like, you know, black characters in comics. And then yeah, at some point his buddy's just like, ooh, Yanni. I don't know. Long-winded explanation for no payoff, because, yeah, if you've never even seen the movie, then... Choco? Hey, your name's Choco? Choco Milo, hey. American is the epitome of warmonger. Unfortunately, that's true. I mean, I'm not. I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for any of this shit, and I've consistently been outspoken about our military-industrial complex, so... Try not to be so generalized in your way of thinking of Americans. I try not to do the same. I try to do the same for the rest of the world. I do not put you all in one basket. And I will not judge you by the worst of your people. That is something that I'm going to be better about. Look at all us warmongers. I mean, yeah, look at me. I mean, I do have a Kylo Ren coffee mug. Maybe that's what did it, is the fact that it's like, this guy likes Kylo Ren in the First Order. Cancel him now! But the both sides argument is annoying. The enlightened centrist. It is. Yeah. Yeah, no, it is annoying. I'll admit that. This combo has worked. I'm going to reheat either... samosas or pizza. Probably both. Nice. Oh, wait. That's right. We got one of those roll things that you were talking about. My wife... I don't know. She found one randomly. Like, we have one in the fridge. I might have to eat that later. This guy has Kylo Ren merch. Cancel! Chill vibes. That's all I know. Hey, I mean, I know that it's working for me right now. I'm having a good time. Like, I know that we're like past the 1 hour mark, but I'm not racing into politics right now. It's Tuesday. I already did 2 hours of politics, but I will say this: I'm not doing another 11-hour stream today. I say that now, hoping that it's true. But yeah, no, I'm gonna try my best to get off at a sensible time today. Oh man. Yeah, doing 11 hours last week was a little much. But fun. You know how it goes here. Team Ray, no Team Kylo. I don't even want to talk about it. Because the last movie is just such ass. I mean, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's unwatchably bad. I can't stand it. Somehow Palpatine has returned. Get the what are we doing? Check out jazz musician Roy Ayers' work if you want chill vibes done right. Nice. I'll check that out. Roy Ayers. Hell yeah. I like Chick Corea myself. I don't know. I like jazz guitarists a lot. Like I like Chick Corea. I like Al Di Meola. Joe Satriani. I mean, but he's kind of like, you know, mix media, I guess. Dude, I tried to get through that movie 3 times. Couldn't do it. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. It's such a bad. It's just a bad watch. And I just got confirmation that they're not going to remake any of them or like do a split off of like the timeline because that is too convoluted, which I agree. But still, it would have given us the chance to have a better sequel series. I just can't stand it. Pap, you like Guthrie Govan, especially his stuff with the Aristocrats. Nice. I think I have some of his stuff. Yeah, it's Jazz Fusion. Yeah, I got some of that stuff upstairs. King Crimson is another one. Uh-oh. Stream hiccup. There we go. Bring back Darth Maul. I mean, they did. He has one of the best series that like has been developed with Star Wars animation, which I'll be honest, Star Wars animation is just as good as the movies, if not better sometimes. So, but we got the Andor trilogy. Like, I'm happy. I got 2 seasons of Andor and then the movie, which I think that, like, honestly, dudes, people are just so fucking. They want to be miserable, so they can't just enjoy things. I hate it. Just enjoy things. But also, don't, like, do the thing either where you ignore how blatantly bad something is just because you're trying to do that. There is a fine line. Johnny Walrus, Dread, Dub Syndicate, the King Crimson of Reggae. Yeah. No shade. No, honestly, his music taste is actually pretty fire. What series is Maul in? It's called Maul. It's called Maul Shadow Lord. It's on Disney Plus right now. Haven't seen Disclosure Day. Waiting. Don't. It's a all right. I'm gonna spoil Disclosure Day for you guys. So if you guys don't want it spoiled, you can tune back in about a minute. So, do you want to know how that fucking stupid movie ends? With her getting up to the getting up to the news, and like then telling everybody about this is she says, ladies and gentlemen, it's Disclosure Day, and then it goes to black. Yeah, it's fucking, it is ass. It's so fucking bad. What witchcraft happened that my wifey wants to go see the new Spider-Man this weekend? Tell me, chat. I don't know. Jean Grey's is apparently in it, so I actually think Star Wars was a franchise was better by the medium of animation. You shouldn't need $1 billion budget to tell a great story. True. I'll just also with Spider-Man, I mean, I can't wait to see it. People, I don't know, like I saw one, it's getting mixed reviews, and I saw one that kind of bugs me because it's what I was worried about, was that it's disjointed, and they said that it is very disjointed. I'm like, fuck. And apparently the CG is not great, and it's because it was finished with AI, and people were just like, oh, you can tell. Like, there's literal AI slop on the internet that somehow looks better. It's like, oh, come on. But that reminds me of the End of Contact that pissed off everybody back in the day. Yep. God, that movie. Yeah, that was a good movie up until the very... Yeah. Right up until that very last scene. Yeah, wait a minute. I forgot about Contact. I saw that one in the theater. Oh, it's going to be a fun debrief. I'm done spoiling that disclosure day, by the way. Read the Carl Sagan book. It's better. What? Contact? I must have blocked out the end or something. It's weird. I don't. Do I spoil it? No, don't spoil it, guys. Let them see it. Now I remember being very, very disappointed because let's see. It's kind of like Interstellar a little bit. Actually, now that I think about it, the ending was kind of similar. I think Disclosure Day pissed off the true believers. Did it? Oh, because they're probably the ones that went and saw it. Yeah. Nah, I'll just say this much. Steven Spielberg is just well past being relevant. The book I Am Legend is 100% different than the movie. The book I Am Legend is more like the Omega Man. Because I watched that with my mom. And yeah, that was more in line with the actual I Am Legend book. I haven't seen it, but definitely believe. The thing is, I'm not sure if I believe in aliens. There's the part of me that, like, if they were, if there was ever anything that came out, I'd be like, oh, okay, I guess that makes sense. I'm not one of these guys that's, like, such a skeptic that I have to, like, constantly, ignore what's right in front of me. But there's also times where some people are trying to show me, like, video evidence or something. I'm just like, Or is this like an exposure thing? Like, they never take the easy explanation where it's like a bad exposure thing, or the fact that one of my favorite ones was the weather balloon that they filmed over the the ocean, but they didn't account for the speed of what the aircraft that was filming it was. So it was creating this effect that the balloon was going a lot faster than it actually was. But yeah. Again, this is part of the thing where your mind wants to believe that shit, so immediately, it's not I wouldn't call it the best witness, you know what I mean? But I don't know if you've ever read any of the Star Wars comics, but the modern Vader series, I have them all, actually. Ghost Dog. I literally have all of the Vader comics. I have after his first appearance. I literally have the start of Vader #1 all the way through Charles Solei's latest one. And I know that they're picking it up again, which I might go back, but I don't know. The last series kind of did me in with like the whole backstory of Vader, where I'm like, I think that we're good now. I think we know enough. Because at one point he goes like to this, like, he goes to Mustafar, And then there's like this bug alien thing that he has to like talk to through the Force. It gets weird. And then they have to like really hammer home that like that Ochi guy, the guy like so in the Rise of Skywalker, whatever the first one of the sequel series. So Rey holds up this dagger, right? And it's like it's got this arch that perfectly maps out where it is on the Death Star, even though that's impossible. As they explain that this dagger was part of this way before the Death Star actually like fell. So but yeah, apparently that dagger belonged to Ochi of Bassoon or who, like whatever. It was annoying. Oh shit, this reminds me that I need to watch Project Hail Mary. I as well. I need to watch Project Hail Mary. Never saw it, even though I read the book. I wanted to go see it in IMAX, but this is the problem, guys. I can't just go and see a movie anymore. It's weird. Like I have to, like, it has to be a fucking event for me to really go. And this sucks because Marvel's getting all my fucking money again. I'm gonna go see the Endgame Encore. I have to. Because I'm going to go see the fucking Doomsday. Oh, damn. I just realized it's a week of my birthday. Huh. I get Dr. Doom for my 40th. That's cool. But I never thought I would say this, but the way Disney handled Star Wars has left me feeling no longer excited about Star Wars material. No, that was the thing with Mando and Grogu. It all feels like you could just miss it now. Andor was the last time where I was just like, wow. Like Andor, you have to give them credit. They really went for it. All of the animated series, even Bad Batch, like they're all so good. Like, I know that people don't like Dave Filoni, but I like Dave Filoni. I like the way that he's handled everything, so. I just saw the Jackass movie in theaters with my grandma because she's cool like that. Nice. That's hilarious. Yeah, me and my wife actually... We saw that there's a drive-in that has... Yes, there's a drive-in. There's a few of those around here. But there's one that's playing the Odyssey and Jackass. I was like, huh, that would be a back-to-back that would actually kind of like, that'd be cool. You know? Do a little palate cleanser? I felt that for a long time about Disney Star Wars. Disney Star Wars feels soulless. Like, I like The Mandalorian. I like Grogu. I like, again, pretty much everything that Dave Filoni's doing as far as, like, Ahsoka. I like where they went with the Darth Maul series. But there's some stuff where, like, again, the sequel series and anything that's tied to the sequels, like the sequel trilogy, I just don't give a fuck. I used to love Poe Dameron, but they ruined that character. Jackass on IMAX, hell yeah, grandma. One of the funniest scenes I have ever seen in any movie was Jackass 3D, when at the very beginning, they have the cannon that shoots a dildo and it does the like wow 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 like in 3D. I damn near pissed myself laughing at that fucking scene. I couldn't believe that they did it. Also, that might be genuinely one of the best like 3D shots ever filmed. Obsession was weird as fuck. I can't with that movie. It's a good movie. I like the bold steps that they took with the writing. I like the fact that, you know, it's definitely a new... It felt new. But what I didn't like, I'm getting sick of these movies and TV shows where every character sucks. Like Euphoria. Like, fuck Euphoria. Everybody kept trying to tell me, like, oh, but you're supposed to feel bad for Rue. I didn't. Like, fuck. Like, I only watched the first season, but it's ass. Because there isn't a single redeemable character in the entire fucking show. That's bullshit. I'm tired of that nihilistic bullshit. God damn. Like, what are we trying to prove? That everybody fucking sucks? Like, okay, great. You need to see Mr. In Between. Great show. Mr. In Between. Mr. In Between. What is... You still watch Ridiculousness? Really? With Rob Diedrich? Ugh. Ugh. Even on my highest nights there, Rebecca. Although I used to watch Robin Big, I'll admit that. The world is depressing enough right now. I want to escape in my media. Yeah, exactly. No, but that's the thing with, like, Obsession. Obsession's fucked up. Like, I want to talk about it, but I don't want to ruin the movie for any of you guys if you want to see it. But yeah, the problem with Obsession is the fact that, and this actually speaks to how good of a movie I guess it was, is that it sticks with you. The ending will fuck you up because it's a psychological horror that once you realize the implication, it's just like, oh fuck, it's the one with the cat scene. Yeah, so here's the thing. If you want to see the movie still, you can fast forward the first 5 minutes just knowing that he accidentally killed his cat with his grandma's pills being left open. Yeah. No, it's... I don't want to see it, haha. Yeah. Ocon and the bacon? Wait. Whatever. Ocon. I'll just say, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Revolver was like that. Yeah, because everybody in that movie sucks. Everybody. Everybody in Obsession sucks. Every single character. It's hard to feel bad, like, because here, like, spoiler alert, there's characters that die. It's hard to feel bad for any of them. When they actually eventually do kick it, you're just like, oh, good. And then, sadly, yeah, the ending is just like, again, man, it fucks with you. But yes, the main character, Bear, like, he's legit. I know that, like, the whole point was to make, like, him a generational villain, but I hate the fact that I'm seeing this discourse online about how people feel bad for him and how he's misunderstood and how technically he was pushed into this position by society and women, and it's just the incels did exactly what incels do, and they felt bad for the toxic ass dude who's trying to fucking trap a woman in a fucking relationship because he's obsessed. I just hate it. I hate people like that. I hate dudes like that, but I also know women like that, so I can't generalize. I really can't. Asshole. It's like my wife said, asshole's non-discriminative. Or non-discriminatory. There we go. But the poor cat. Yeah. No, it sucks. Honestly, that's not the part with the cat that got me. Like, the cat dying from eating the pills was not what got me. There's another scene that got me where I was just like, nope. Nope, 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 and no. Assholes are universal. Oh, absolutely. But this is also where we have to understand that, like, there's always going to be assholes out there. This is why I've, like, anytime I've gotten into the debate of, like, are humans inherently bad people or are they, you know, good people? It's complicated. And this is what people don't like. But realistically, no. If I had to choose between blind trust or just never trusting anybody ever again, I'd go with never trust anybody ever again. The car scene fucked you up. Yep, that was also... Well, that didn't fuck me up as much as, like... Sarah didn't deserve that. Sarah was like the... Actually, there we go. The one redeemable character. Technically, yeah. Although she's not even that redeemable because she's dumb. Like, she could have stopped that entire thing had she just spoken up at that party. I was just like, wait a minute. You understand that this all could have been avoided? Ugh. And they all sting. Is Obsession a destruction of love potion trope in fiction? Yes. Yeah, no, Obsession's literally about, like, the toxic male fucking trait to to be obsessed with a woman and then realize that once you get her that you're no longer interested, and then no, Bear sucks. Bear sucks. Like, the thing is, even after she starts like actually like taking people out, he still fucking plays with her. Like, he still plays the game. No, he's the worst, and I'm glad that technically it ends the way that it does, but there's one specific part at the end where you're just like, no, it will psychologically fuck you up for the rest of your life. Plain and simple. Because you realize what happened and you're just like, oh. And it's a true horror movie where you're just like, oh, that's horrible. I remember like Hostel was the last movie I watched where it had that impact on me, where I was just like, holy shit. The Mist kind of did. But thanks for the review. We'll skip. You're welcome. Yeah, Obsession. It's because everybody wants you to see it. And it is like one of those movies. Again, like once everybody does see it, you're just like, holy shit. And Indy Navarrete is something else. I will say that. Like, she is a beautiful it is one of those like times where you're just like, wait a minute, she was working just random jobs and she was a streamer that streamed freaking Call of Duty, and it took her this long to break out. It's like, that shows you just how bad Hollywood is. Actually, funny enough, the girl that played Sarah, the other girl in the movie, she just quit her day job, and now she's actually acting, which that shows you how like that movie was like, they took chances. Also, I did see this. This is not an original thought, but I will say that they all work in a movie or in a music store, and there's way too many goddamn employees in that music store. Okay, but are you surprised? No, especially like with the way that like things are so nihilistic now. Backrooms is the one that I still have not gotten to see, and I am looking forward to watching it because I liked the original creepypasta of that one. Titanic will always be my favorite movie since I was 9. Titanic holds up. Titanic does hold up. Yeah, James Cameron was that's a masterpiece for a reason. I love it because it's historically so close to accuracy that it's like, you know. The only difference that I didn't like is that there should have been one specific scene where it goes pitch black. Because that's something that horrifies me, knowing the true story of the Titanic, that when the lights went off, there was no moon. The moon wasn't out, so there was no light. So once those lights went out, they couldn't see the ship or anything around them. They were just sitting there floating in pitch black, hearing the screams, hearing the ship fucking starting to like go down. And then the other thing that was really bad is the way that it created this like it was a suction effect when the actual like ship sunk fully, and it took so many people down with it. Titanic during the sex scene was that wasn't Kate Winslet's hand in the car, that was James Cameron's hand. That's hilarious. That is funny. Pitch black, just audio. Yeah, I'm telling you, that it's terrifying. I've watched so many I think you guys know this. I've watched a lot of documentaries on the sinking of the Titanic, and just the way that they found the ship, in the 80s, and just, yeah, I know way more about that ship than I probably should. But yeah. What? So funny? Oh. All right, well, I was talking about, wait. Pep Shipwreck stuff this Friday. Let's do it. Hell yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, we'll watch a few Shipwreck videos. Oh, actually, I have a good one on, we can watch, so they have the Edmund Fitzgerald. I wanted to watch that one back when it was the anniversary, but yeah, I got that. Oh, James's hand. Yeah. No, I mean, it is funny. His name is James Cameron. His name is James Cameron. I got really into reading real historical stories about people on the Titanic. Oh yeah, there's a lot of people that, there were some famous ass people on there. There were some, I hate to say it, karmatic deaths on the Titanic, where you're just like, you find out that it's like, oh, he didn't make it. Oh, that's too bad. But then there's one specific one where you're just like, oh, and he survived. It was the guy that was the, I think not Rockefeller, because the Rockefeller, he died. He was actually part of the White Star Line. Like, it was the guy who, like, commissioned the ship. Eventually, he ended up taking himself out with all the guilt, with survivor's guilt. Yeah, we'll go into that. Carnegie. Oh yeah, Carnegie was on there. That's right. Yeah. What up, folks? Just rolling in before I shower and head off to a concert. Hell yeah, dude. Bob, have fun at the show. Nice Tuesday night show. Oh, man. I keep forgetting that, like, yeah, there's some cool stuff going on. Neat. Alrighty. Well, let's get to some news and stuff. And, man, I will also say this. I'm going to, the next stream, just put my stream in entertainment. And we're going to start it that way. Because the political algorithm, dude, like the way that YouTube has been doing this, it's insane. I've actually been noticing that I have almost the exact same amount of traction over on fucking Twitch that doesn't have an algorithm, which that should tell you something, guys. So, if you haven't already hit the like button and double tap the screen, though, please consider doing so. And also sub to the channel if you're just here for the first time. Time to get in that muck. Yep. No, it is time to get in that muck. We got to do it. So. All right. And like I've been saying, guys, I've been getting just like mass reported for shit and getting, I at least got an update about it. I also did find out that YouTube, I'm not sure if my rant had anything to do with this. I'd like to think it did, but I don't think it did. But they are starting to crack down on the abuse of reporting content creators. So let's get angry again. Yeah, well, we'll get angry together and then we'll get less angry because you know what? It's a little bit easier when we cover this stuff together, right? Right? That's how this goes. All right. Here we go. There was a police chase here in Chicago today. Wanted to watch this with you guys.
The vehicle keeps veering right and left, so we're trying to
let's keep this going and we'll kind of talk and chill.
The next ramp that would come up here is the interchange of North.
Actually, Ghost Train is about to be nearish where this is, so, if they are coming from up north.
To the Tri-State Tollway. All right, so they've taken the ramp to the Tri-State Tollway.
This is crazy. This is the second high-speed chase that we've had in 2 days like this. And the thing is, the last one was 4 teenagers, 17 through 14. Wow, the excitement never ends in Chicago. This is live? No, this was live before I started the show. I paused it.
Right, we'll see which decision it makes.
This was live, like, actually, no, this was live when I was over on this space. That's when I found it.
We are live streaming, you said?
Servers think flock cameras in blue cities, but not in their towns. Oh, yeah.
Those of you who are just joining up,
no, that's exactly, like, that's what pisses me off about this, dude. So I saw that Darren Bailey, the guy that's running, the Republican that's running for governor, he was talking about, like, deflocking Illinois, and then he was also talking about how no data centers, and I'm like, you do understand that your politics, your side, is the reason we have that. Shut the fuck up. If you don't want data centers, then go appeal to Trump. You're a Republican.
Of a vehicle that, according to
But it's all disingenuous bullshit to be like, oh, you guys should be mad at J.B. Pritzker because J.B. Pritzker did it. You know, J.B. It's his fault, J.B. and the taxes. You guys don't like taxes, J.B. Pritzker.
Illinois State Police is
That's all it is.
wanted for an expressway shooting. It's moved into the south. We're in a strip mall here. All right, we've got a McDonald's.
Yeah, he
at
cuts to the McDonald's
147th
parking lot. I heard
Street.
about that.
Dixie Highway, 147th Street. Now it's going south on Dixie Highway. This vehicle driving very erratically. The state police are trying to move
Yeah, they're gonna
south
pit
on
him.
Dixie Highway here.
Yeah, they're trying to pit
now
him.
it's crossing the wrong way of traffic, almost got in a crash.
Damn.
And now we're eastbound at about 104.
This cop's not very good at
Dixie
doing
Highway.
I mean,
They've
these
been,
are pretty
following
clear
here.
streets
I'm
that
ready
he
to go
could.
live. Whenever you want to go live, you can just jump in with us. We'll be ready to go live. Stand by. Okay, Mary's going to toss to you. The vehicle is going around the corner here, now swerving almost.
Are you
in an
fucking
accident.
kidding me,
The
you
state
idiots?
trooper has been cut
You
off.
fucking idiots! Did you just see like what that car just did
We are
instead of moving?
Eastbound on Sibley Boulevard here.
Like what the fuck, man?
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go live. We are eastbound on Sibley Boulevard. Now it's going to.
Hey, I think that data centers should provide their own desalination plants and pay for the infrastructure changes so they don't drain existing water supplies. Yeah, you know what? That would make sense, but money.
Radically south.
They're selling us all
In
out.
the grass. Here comes the vehicle move in.
Oh,
One vehicle, two. Cooper Avenue. This is a crash. The person has gotten out and is running.
shit.
State trooper is running in the grass here. 147th and Cooper. There is a dog out as well. They're behind somebody's house. There's a person behind that house has jumped over the fence. It looks like just one person jumped. It looks like we have an arrest here. State troopers have just gone in. We're near 148 in Cooper. Just in custody. So I want to rewind everything that has just happened in the last 10 minutes or so. This was a pursuit that started off of
the
US
dog's just happy that.
Crawford.
Yeah, he is.
It went north on Interstate 57. We're going to go live here.
The dog is just kind of chilling, dude. He's just like, I got him. I got him. It's like, no, you didn't. I got him.
Marion, we are
I'm a good boy.
seeing the end of a pursuit here near 148th and Cooper. We
This
are
is why we don't skip on PT for officers.
just east of Interstate 57, where a man has been taken into custody by 2 Illinois State troopers.
Damn,
this
dude.
all started about 20 minutes ago when the Illinois State Police put a
The fact that he went back around and tried to circle back towards where the cop cars were, that was a mistake.
sperm alert on.
I
That
would
is
have cut the
alert
other way
we are
and ran in
watching
front of the
somebody.
house.
The vehicle that this man was driving,
Force him to
according
try and
the
get.
Illinois
What
State
am I
Police
talking about?
Dispatch, was wanted for an
That's just a
expressway
theoretical.
shooting. We've been rolling tape
Also,
on this for about 10 minutes in Sky 5.
My fat ass would definitely be on the
This
ground.
all started about US 30, that's Lincoln Highway, down at Crawford.
It'd be a lot of.
The Chicago Police Department helicopter was brought in and was
Pep,
able
don't
to
give 'em
find that
tips.
vehicle from above.
Yeah.
And the vehicle went
Well, I don't
north
think it
on
would've worked out
I-57
anyway.
high rate of speed from US 30. The vehicle was pursued by an Illinois State trooper. First was driving pretty normally.
Oh, they got the
Then
dog.
when they
Okay.
realized there
The
was
dog was actually
pursuit,
really good. He was just
they
chilling.
were driving pretty
Armchair
erratically at a
GTA.
high rate of speed. Vehicle went about 7 miles north.
He'd
on
be
I-57,
better off
crossed
staying
I-80,
still and asking for his
exited
lawyer.
east on
It's pretty stupid to
147th
run.
Street,
Yeah.
drove erratically through a McDonald's parking lot of the 147th and Dixie, kind of went around the block and then crashed here at
Oh,
148th
shit.
and Cooper. You can see the vehicle that has heavy damage. At that point, one person jumped out of the vehicle. They were pursued by
That makes me
two
wonder,
Illinois
like, what they found. I wonder. Let's see. Oh my God, there was a kid in the car?
like this. They will bring in an ambulance.
Oh,
Police are
what
holding
the
children.
fuck?
So they're holding the children here. Now we're trying to look around to see if
Children?
they're going to bring in
There were two?
an ambulance. And typically in a situation
Oh,
like
God.
this, they will bring in an ambulance. I'm sure they're going to get these children checked out just as a precautionary measure.
Yeah, they were just in a car
One man
accident,
has been
dude.
taken into custody.
In a high-speed pursuit, which...
There were only 2 police vehicles when this all started.
That's fucked
but
up.
Now we've got about
Yeah.
a half a dozen I can see some Illinois State Police vehicles and some local authorities as well. At 148th and Cooper here, we are down. I believe we're in the Posey.
Okay. Well, that's that. All right, let's get our updates on what the goings on in the world are.
France and Spain are bracing for another heat wave as thousands of firefighters and troops continue to battle unprecedented fire.
Somebody pointed out to me that they don't even have AC in Europe. Like, so what's going on? Are they like going to start installing air conditioners in these housing units? Like, how does this work?
Fires that have forced over.
Because I'm assuming that they have heat. So, like, if you have heat, obviously you have vents. So then it's not as hard to get an AC unit in there, but
360,000
if you're doing centralized air, that is.
people to evacuate their
The
homes.
world is on fire. Yes. Listen, if I still believed in the Bible and shit, I would be like, yes, Trump is the Antichrist and the world is burning because of him. And we have tornadoes. We literally have our planet just fucking trying to destroy us all.
Homes. In
Which most people would say that's God, but I don't
a
know.
town in eastern Spain, residents describe devastating
I have AC in Balala, or where's that?
scenes from this weekend.
It was like in the movies where
How is Trump causing tornadoes? It's not Trump causing tornadoes. It's Republican policy exacerbating fucking climate change.
That's how it was here.
We're sitting here fucking arguing about fossil fuels and like pumping out more fossil fuels.
This hill was horrific.
Yeah, this is what happens. Like, these heat domes are specifically caused by all the fucking ozone.
This area with
Like, dude, we're doing it again.
houses, there were flames 15 to
And honestly, I'm not going to have climate fucking arguments with a bunch of retards that are watching our world burn, and you're just sitting here just like, it's just nature. No, it's fucking not.
20 meters tall. It was an atrocity.
Hearing a bunch of boomers just say it, where they're just like, I never saw this much smoke when I was growing up. I've never had this happen. In the last 2 years, we've had it happen. That's weird.
I can't describe the helplessness that a person feels to see their home.
Oh, sorry.
their
That's
neighbors'
right.
homes, their town, their
Trying to get better about the R word.
Spanish Prime Minister
But
Pedro
I
Sanchez
do genuinely
linked the
think that
fires
about
to the
you if that's how you
escalating
think about climate change.
emergency.
Keep denying the inconvenient truths. It's the same thing with COVID. Anything that's too inconvenient for you to latch onto, you just go, oh, it's a conspiracy. You're also
What
bored.
we are living
Okay,
is not a
here, I'll do you a
succession
favor.
of isolated events. As has been said before, it is the most painful expression
Fuck you.
of a climate emergency that is making
Go be
sixth-generation
bored somewhere else.
wildfires more voracious, heat waves more frequent, and as a result, our territory more vulnerable. This is no longer an exception. It is the new reality. Summers are becoming increasingly difficult, destructive, and therefore deadly.
Here in the United States, major fires in Oregon have burned more than 1 million acres of land and forced the closure of Interstate 84 for some 70 miles. According to the Oregon Department
Yeah, hey, cool.
of Forestry, there are dozens of active large fires burning across the state. Meanwhile, in Minnesota, fires have burned about 68,000 acres in Superior National Forest and nearby areas. The Washington Post reports the Biden administration had approved $10 million
No, he was Indian. Sorry.
to thin out Superior National Forest to help prevent fires. But last year, the Trump administration's DOGE program paused or canceled nearly all the Forest Service's grant projects and funds. A former U.S. Forest Service district ranger said, quote, had that work been implemented, it would have been effective in stopping or slowing down these fires. President Trump is hosting Israeli Prime
Fine, he gets unhidden.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House today for the first time since the U.S. and Israel launched their war against Iran 5 months ago. The meeting comes as Trump weighs his next steps in Iran. On Friday, Trump paused strikes after 2 weeks of attacks. On Monday, he told Axios, quote, we are in very deep talks with Iran. If they don't work out, we'll go back to very strong military action, he said.
There, Sept Harshi. At the request of one of my mods, you've been released.
In June, Trump and Netanyahu reportedly had a tense phone call with Trump repeatedly calling the Israeli prime minister, quote, effing crazy. Netanyahu will also attend today's funeral for Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who died on July 11th. Over the weekend, the Wall Street Journal published an excerpt from an unreleased documentary showing Senator Graham cheering on the U.S. strikes on Iran.
Yeah, because they're ghouls.
Look what we've done here. I almost cried. Yeah. I mean, like, how long have we been pushing this? Oh, you've been pushing this for years, right? Right, it's here.
Yes, Japan got a bad earthquake today.
No, the Trump this morning. It's literally. Oh, he's jacked. Yeah. It's the best thing I've ever done. He loves blowing stuff up. So, there are a lot of people inside didn't want to do it. So I've had my challenges.
Ukrainian President
God,
Volodymyr
I'm going to just say it. I'm so glad he's dead.
Zelenskyy will also meet with President Trump and then attend Graham's funeral. Zelensky's
Rest in piss, you asshole.
visit comes days after a Russian ballistic missile struck a large military technology and drone exhibition near Kyiv that had been organized to show off Ukraine's drone technology. The attack killed at least 10 people and injured close to 100. Meanwhile, Ukraine has attacked a major Russian fuel storage depot located more than 800 miles from the Ukrainian border. The Ugandan government has started distributing emergency food relief after 19 people reportedly died in the east of the country due to prolonged drought. The Famine Early Warning Systems Network, a global mapping network on food security, reported conditions of drought in the Karamoja region of Uganda. Crops have failed due to inadequate rain, leaving 1.5 million people in the area to face food shortages and malnutrition. This
is why they're doing their bunker shit.
This is the world's
because this is eventually going to happen to the Western world.
Food program has been forced.
The only reason that we're okay with this now is because, again,
to drastically scale back aid to
it's in an area that, they deal with that stuff. Like, dude.
After significant funding cuts, most recently from USAID. The Trump administration filed an emergency application to the Supreme Court to allow an executive order.
I do find it funny that they had to do this because the Republican Party told them no.
That would restrict voting by mail. This comes after a federal appeals court blocked key parts of the executive order over the weekend. The Supreme Court has until August 3rd to respond. Under Trump's executive order, the Department of Homeland Security would create state-by-state lists of eligible voters who are citizens. The U.S. Postal Service would then use the lists provided by states to assess if voters should be allowed to vote by mail. In Michigan,
why was she so aggressive pushing that in?
Senate candidates Dr. Abdul El-Sayed and Congressmember Haley Stevens sparred on Monday in the final debate before next Tuesday's primary. It's one of the most closely watched Senate races in the country. The debate moderator, Roop Raj, questioned Stevens about
NPR. No, this is Democracy Now!, but it is definitely in the vein of NPR delivery.
Receiving funding from AIPAC, the
American
Israel Public Affairs Committee.
News shouldn't have to be presented to you with laser lights and fucking loud noises. You bunch of fucking children. Jesus Christ, I'm so sick of America's fucking just absolute
AIPAC money.
Just degradation in the way that it's like you need to literally be spoon-fed shit with a fucking high-sugar diet.
$46 million has been spent.
It's boring. This doesn't have a lot of the fuck. And then on top of it, she's just breaking the news, right? Got an asshole in here. Commie News. Literally not giving her opinion. She's just giving the news.
Spending to back your...
This is why I can't stand, every once in a while I do, get to the end of just wanting to deal with this because of just this. The discourse that comes with it.
Campaign.
Or lack thereof.
A lot of people wonder if that is something where you're going to do their bidding if you win the seat. Is that something people should be concerned about? And if not, why not?
Absolutely not, Roop. Look, I have been very clear, consistent, and transparent, and I have continued to be. I want to see long-term peace. I want to see a two-state solution. I am deeply proud to represent one of the largest Jewish populations in a congressional district in the country.
During the debate, Dr. El-Sayed repeatedly criticized Congressmember Stevens for taking AIPAC money.
This Senate race is absolutely crazy. You live in West Michigan. No shit. Did you vote?
So I just want to say the difference between us is $46 million of AIPAC spending. They've set a record in this race to help elect my opponent because...
Yeah, but just like before the Civil War kicked off, the stage decided that they don't have to follow what the government, what the federal government says they can follow by their own constitution, so they wouldn't have to.
That she'll be a reliable vote, just like she took last week to send your tax dollars to a foreign government that is aiding, arming, and abetting the very people who want to foreclose on the possibility of Palestinian self-determination.
ICE is reportedly stepping up plans to arrest and deport Haitian migrants as hundreds of thousands of Haitians are set to lose their status under TPS, the Temporary Protected Status Program. The Supreme Court last month sided with the Trump administration to end TPS for Haitians and Syrians.
Why is she doing the news? She looks like my wife who's 78 because you're not you do understand that you could be well, and I mean, Donald Trump is 80. Shut the fuck up.
Document the plans to round up and deport Haitian.
Our last president was also 80. Like, most of our politicians are over the age of 80. I don't want to hear it.
Immigrants could start this week. Gerline Joseph, executive director of the Haitian Bridge Alliance, said, quote, once again, our community members find themselves in a state of extreme trauma, fear, and terror. One of them told me it feels like a tsunami or an earthquake with non-stop aftershocks, she said. The Trump administration's issued new regulations that could result in hundreds of thousands of asylum seekers.
How do I feel about the Republicans that chose Israel over the United States? Fuck them.
Being sent
They're the worst.
Directly to deportation proceedings instead of giving them a chance to be interviewed first by an asylum officer. The rule could impact 440,000 cases. Doris Meisner, the director of the U.S. Immigration Policy Program at the Migration Policy Institute,
I think that Wisconsin should choose the DSA candidate. It seems like they are. It seems like Hong is going to win.
The ultimate impact of making this change certainly seems to...
The problem with Wisconsin is, this is something that I know that a lot of y'all don't want to hear, but it's still a fucking, you know, it's a purple state that kind of leans red in some time, like in certain cases. And if they really go hard with the fucking, you know, DSA, commie Red Scare bullshit, there's a good chance that she could lose.
To try to deny as much.
Which I'm not trying to advocate for voting for the lib or any of that shit. Trust me. I'm just breaking the news to you guys the way that it is.
Many cases as possible without regard to the fairness of the determination, unquote. This comes as the Trump administration has fired more than 100 immigration judges and replaced them with military lawyers and former prosecutors for the Department of Homeland Security. The Justice Department dropped its case against SEIU union
It does.
leader
I spend a lot of time in Wisconsin. I was literally in Wisconsin this weekend.
Huerta. Last year, he was charged with obstructing an officer after being arrested while protesting ICE raids in Los Angeles. Video from the event showed a masked officer shoving Huerta to the ground.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Wisconsin's very, very red in a lot of areas.
During the demonstration. In a statement, Huerta said the Trump DOJ, quote, is finally admitting what we knew from day one and what was obvious to anyone who saw the videos. The charge against me was baseless, meant to intimidate anyone who dares to speak out, organize, or demand justice.
Yeah.
Union president.
Pep is just saying that it may be more challenging to get a Democratic socialist elected in Wisconsin than it would be in most of the country. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you.
In Brazil, the eldest son of jailed former President Jair Bolsonaro has formally launched a campaign to challenge President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva in Brazil's next election. Flavio Bolsonaro is a right-wing senator who's already received the backing of Argentine President Javier Milei and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Jair Bolsonaro is serving a 27-year prison sentence for leading a coup attempt against his 2022 election defeat.
Yeah, did you see that fucking Brazil, they denied the U.S. delegation entry into the country because they knew that they were going to talk to Bolsonaro's kid.
In other news,
and they were going to try and like stir up like election conspiracies and shit. They're like, get the fuck out of our country.
From Latin America.
We don't have to let you in at all.
The former Honduran president, Juan Orlando Hernandez, has returned to Honduras 8 months after receiving a pardon from President Trump. In 2024, Hernandez was sentenced to a 45-year prison term in the United States.
The actual convicted drug trafficker, so I don't even have to say allegedly.
States for taking part in what prosecutors described as, quote, one of the largest and most violent drug trafficking conspiracies in the world, unquote.
That's cool. You guys remember when we used to care about that and they had to blow up a bunch of boats?
Hernandez still faces corruption charges in Honduras, but an arrest warrant against him was recently canceled. His brother, Tony Hernandez, remains in prison in the United States. The Washington Post is reporting the Trump administration's campaign of blowing up boats in the Caribbean and Pacific has not reduced the amount
And he got pardoned? Yeah.
of cocaine.
That's why I keep telling Republicans and any Trumpers that they don't actually have any ground to stand on when they talk about dangerous immigrants or any of this shit.
Entering the United States. A previously
and drug traffickers or any of it.
Unreported assessment by the Drug Enforcement Administration concludes the attacks have failed to affect the supply or price of cocaine in the United
pardons are
States.
for sale.
The U.S. boat strikes have killed at least 221 people since September. No evidence has been made public linking the boats to drug traffickers. Last week, Democratic Congressmember Chuy Garcia called for an independent investigation into the strikes, as well as the recent murder of the Ecuadorian prosecutor Alexandra Bravo, who was fatally shot along with her sister by a hitman on a motorcycle last month in the city of Manta. Dropsite News reports that at the time of her killing, she was investigating U.S. strikes on 3 Ecuadorian boats in which 36 passengers survived. Bravo was investigating claims by the survivors that they'd been abducted, then tortured by American gunmen in U.S. military uniforms aboard a U.S.-flagged patrol ship. In Chile, police say they've captured a man sentenced back in 2023 for the kidnapping and murder of folk singer and activist Victor Jara under the dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet. Nelson Haas was one of a group of military officers who was charged with Jara's murder. He fled from authorities after his sentence was announced and was captured over the weekend. Jara was a pacifist who supported the socialist President Salvador Allende and was tortured and shot 44 times 5 days after the coup brought Pinochet to power in 1973. Yep.
Just remember, that's what happens to pacifists, and like, this is what's always going to happen, is when you threaten the power structure and you threaten money, they're going to come after you. They're going to bastardize you in any way that they can.
Salvador Allende died in the palace on September 11th, 1973.
Jen Person, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that.
To see more of our coverage about
we gotta
go to democracynow.org.
$2007 $5. The drug
Kentucky's
boats are the
Republican
reason
Senator
Little
Mitch
Marco is
McConnell's
trying to
office
dismantle
released
the
a new
ICC.
photo of him
They're afraid
since
of
he
becoming
first entered.
tribunals over war crimes.
Sorry. The drug boats are the reason that Little Marco is trying to dismantle the ICC. They're afraid of the coming tribunals over war crimes. Yeah, that's what I thought.
The hospital last month after a fall at his home. McConnell has missed 38 roll call votes in the Senate and has not done any media interviews since he was hospitalized. New York,
which that's why it's so sus.
Democratic Congressmember Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez called on Senator McConnell to speak to the public or resign.
Yep.
Give us an update. He should resign.
Yep.
Absolutely. In addition to the
1,000%. Dude, she's cooking lately.
I think it's been very clear to people across Kentucky that his update was not sufficient.
And a powerful 6.8 magnitude earthquake has hit southwest Japan, damaging buildings and highways. Many people are reportedly trapped inside a shopping center in the town of Kashima. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Dude, as I keep saying, you guys, if you don't already follow Democracy Now!, please do. They really are just, they're so good with their coverage. Them and Dropsite News, like, it's invaluable to have them doing what they're doing. Also, I'm going to hit this like button. If you guys haven't already done that on the stream, please consider doing so. Double tap the screen. And also, if you have not already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so. We're getting very close to hitting the 3,000 goal, and I really appreciate it. All right, let's get to the next story here. This is actually just a real quick wrap up on something that we covered about, oh my God, this was probably back in May. Oh, March. Okay, here we go. Okay, old video of Waikiki street fight falsely pegged as ICE agent attack. You guys remember that? You guys remember back after the Alex Preddy thing, how they were saying that there was increased violence on ICE agents, and they had this video from Hawaii where you had a bunch of people allegedly attacking an officer. Well, the clip from March 28th, 2026 shows a local resident, Edward, I can't even, 52-year-old former Navy member from New Hampshire, dressed in tactical gear labeled ICE and carrying a Trump flag, getting punched and kicked by a group after approaching them. He wasn't a real Immigration and Customs agent, as DHS quickly confirmed, stressing that the impersonation harms public safety. He was literally LARPing as an ICE agent. Do you know how fucking, like, damning that should be? Like, and this is where I'm going to just say it. Every time I'm going to point this out and just be like, it was a LARPer. It was a LARPer. Fake news. It's a LARPer. We caught you. It was a LARPer. It couldn't have been an actual ICE agent because, let's be real, they would have fucking taken everybody out in that vicinity. This was also kind of funny. Donald Trump fucking posted this, and it's an AI image where he just doesn't look right. I mean, dude, did he not look at his face and just be like, I look fat as hell, but I don't have a necklace. He's got Gandhi, JFK, and then Jared Leto Jesus. Because it's not even actually Jesus. It's Jared fucking Leto. The AI, when they typed in, put Jesus, they got Jared Leto. Yep. Sit with that one for a second. Just please sit with that one for a second, because it is, yeah, oh God, cringe. Yeah, that's the president. That's the president of the United States, people. That's MAGA's hero. That's the literal Cheeto in charge. Mango Mussolini himself. And what's he do? he sits there doing his poop tweets, going, hey, I like that one. Ooh, look, they got Jesus. Me and Jesus are homies. Like, they'll love this one. The conservatives, they know, when they see Jesus and they see me, and then Gandhi, you know what? He might be the problematic one. He's a little too brown, but you know what? We'll try it. We also got JFK. He was a Democrat, but technically, you know what? We're gonna use him facetiously because technically that's what we do. We use everything that we can as a prop for whatever we need. I try to do whatever I want to do whenever I want to do it, because I'm a special boy. I'm the most special boy on the planet. You guys don't understand how special of a boy I am. Anyway. All right, so let's get to the Zelenskyy and Putin fucking meeting, and we're going to be getting this news broken to us by a fucking picnic table.
Kim Jong-un's massive troop buildup for Vladimir Putin. Ukrainian President Zelenskyy warning Russia wants another 30,000 troops from North Korea to fight on the front line. Now, facing a hard reality at home, which is that the average lifespan of a Russian soldier from training to combat is only between 10 days to 3 weeks, according to Foreign Policy magazine and British intelligence. Will Ripley is out front.
At a cemetery for North Korea's fallen soldiers this weekend, Kim Jong-un, his wife, and daughter walked past the graves of Korean War dead. Now, Ukraine says Kim could send 30,000 more North Korean troops into another war. For Russian President Vladimir Putin, Kim sent more than 100 soldiers.
Oh, great. 30,000 more in cannon fodder.
Moscow's Victory Day parade in May.
Yep.
South Korea and Western
Europe. Really working out great for Putin.
Militaries estimate more than 10,000.
This is what, guys, just remember, we're speed running into fucking being just like Russia. So just remember that when we eventually have to go to the front line, this is how it's going to go.
North Korean troops helped Russian forces recapture the Kursk region. And soon, Putin may be getting something even bigger from his partner in Pyongyang, says Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelenskyy, set to meet President Trump tomorrow in the Oval Office, a White House official says. Russia wants to bring in another 30,000.
This shit's so fucking sad. The thing is, this is literally World War III, like I've been saying.
North Korean troops.
The second that North Korea got involved and they started sending troops to the front lines in Ukraine,
Zelenskyy says, adding Ukraine's
that's World War
military
shit.
has solid reports. Preparations are underway to receive them. He says they're headed to southwestern Russia, about 150
The difference
miles
is that
from
America
Ukraine's
started
border.
this last one as far as like with the Iran
says
bullshit,
Kim
and now you got
may
the
also be
allies that are
sending
kind of being
several
cautious.
ballistic missile launchers. North Korean missiles are a lethal part of Putin's war machine. Ukraine says they're growing more accurate with every strike. Russia is
The
helping
House of
North
Cards is
Korea
falling.
learn how
It
to
is.
wage war, improve its weapons, and gain real combat experience, Zelenskyy says. Kim built a new war memorial in Pyongyang with thousands of graves and space for many more. Ukraine's military estimates more than 6,000 North Koreans have already been injured or killed fighting for Russia, part of Putin and Kim's deepening anti-West, anti-U.S. alliance. A drastically different outcome than the vision of Kim's grandfather, North Korea's founder Kim Il-sung,
Hoping so,
who once
Coheed.
hosted
Yep.
former U.S.
Although I'll say this much, the vibe in Kyiv right now is still not one of like panic. You know, there was a music festival in the heart of the city.
President Jimmy Carter
that my friend was at.
Kim Il-sung saying to
I
me,
think that I've mentioned this to you guys, but one of my like good friends is an expat right now. He's an English teacher in Ukraine. He has a wife and daughter. They did not leave because her mother did not want to leave, which, you know.
we want to have good
Try not to
relations
judge.
with the United States. That's all gone now.
Former CNN Beijing bureau chief Mike Chinoy made 17 reporting trips to North Korea. He says after Trump's diplomacy collapsed, Kim made a hard pivot to
Like
Russia.
they got a choice. They have a choice. They could actually leave. The thing is, he can get them a visa very easily. He's an American citizen.
And I don't think he's interested anymore in having that kind of relationship because I don't think he trusts the United States.
Instead,
North Koreans don't have a choice. I thought you were talking about my friend.
says
My bad.
Kim is betting big on Moscow, a bet that could soon mean another 30,000 North Korean troops fighting for Russia.
And tonight, despite thousands of North Korean troops fighting for Russia, only two are known to have been captured alive, Aaron. Ukrainian officials say that's because North Korean soldiers are under orders to avoid capture at all costs. Kim Jong-un has even praised what state media called soldiers who self-blasted with grenades rather than surrender. Ukrainian forces say some North Korean soldiers have even shouted Kim's name before pulling the pin on those.
We call them suicide bombers. God damn it.
Grenades, Aaron.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Will Ripley, thank you very much.
Join me now.
What the actual fuck?
Is Evelyn Farkas, former deputy assistant.
Were they not brown enough to fucking warrant that?
Secretary.
What the?
Secretary of Defense.
Jesus.
For
Every once in a while, something like pops up in the media that just makes me go,
Russia, Ukraine, and Europe.
How is CNN even a thing?
Asia currently
They are not even owned by the right wingers yet, and this is what we got?
executive director
Fucking
at
Christ.
the McCain Institute. Evelyn, good to have you back.
I cannot stand how much this guy just looks like Jimmy Fallon's older brother.
Thank you, Jim. Likewise. It's great to be back.
So first, the experience of North Korean soldiers on the Ukrainian front lines has not been good, based on CNN and others reporting that the casualty rate has been enormously high, much as it has been for Russian forces there. Is this strategically significant for North Korea if they were to send 30,000 troops? Do you see that changing the dynamic on the front line?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to first add to what Mike Chinoy said, because I went to North Korea, including to Yongbyon, the nuclear facility, in 2008, when President George W. Bush was trying to make a deal with the North Koreans also to freeze their nuclear weapons program. So, unfortunately, we are way past that time. And North Korea really is clearly aligned now with Russia in a way that actually makes China somewhat uncomfortable. But the North Koreans, this providing 30,000 troops isn't going to change anything radically on the battlefield, between Ukraine and Russia. But what it does for North Korea, Jim, is it gets North Korea some deals. I mean, and we believe, we have reason to believe, based on reporting and sources in the U.S. intelligence community, that
Do they think that North Korea troops are there for combat only?
And
I mean,
were reported upon, that the North Koreans got some
there's nothing that can go wrong with this.
technology from Russia to improve their missile capabilities. So space, intellectual property pertaining
It wasn't
to
great
space.
before, but CNN lately has just been appalling.
That they also are helping the North Koreans, that Russia is also helping the North Koreans with nuclear submarine technology. So these things are really valuable to Kim Jong-un. So
I'd be very uncomfortable hearing about this transfer if I was Israeli, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll keep sending the troops.
So this is already an expansion of Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine to have North Korea, a fellow nuclear power, involved. Now you have Ukraine striking Iranian ships, bringing drones to Russia, and of course those.
Just remember that Trump said that he was going to force Putin to end this war in Russia, and this was going to be over before he even got inaugurated.
Iranian Shahed drones have had.
Oh, that's right. We don't hold him to his bullshit. We fucking wait for more.
Deadly impact on Ukraine. And you also have, of course, the Houthis now threatening shipping in the Red Sea. Just as you see a new front in the Iran war and a connection between the Iran war and the Ukraine war, does that give you fears of just a broader regional escalation?
No, Jim, only because they've been helping one another all along. It just hasn't been as public. You heard Zelenskyy saying that Russia provided, intelligence to the Iranians to target U.S. forces in the Middle East. The Iranians have been providing they provided the first Shahed drones to Russia, which then Russia improved upon and then sent back the technologically improved drones to Iran. So they've been collaborating all along. China, of course, sells to both sides in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. But I think we need to understand that these are adversaries working together, and this just makes it much more obvious because it's out there now in the Middle East.
Kim, let's start with Ukraine, as that's the first meeting that's going to happen this morning, and it's part of Lindsey Graham's legacy as well. How different are the circumstances are you seeing, viewing, and hearing, and the relationship between Trump and Zelenskyy now versus what we've seen between those two men in the past?
Well, it's definitely warmed up, and President Zelenskyy is coming in with the backdrop of winning on the battlefield. At least that is the perception worldwide, that Ukraine is really getting some traction, especially the way it is menacing Moscow and St. Petersburg. President Putin just had...
Still can't get over the fact that he was the Daily Show host.
...a Navy Day parade yesterday.
And now he's a wartime president that's actually doing pretty good.
Was just 40 sailors in front of a big mural of a submarine, whereas in the past it was several, dozens of ships, submarines, thousands of troops, but 2 years in a row they've had to cancel that because
this is more obvious now. Wow, spectacular analysis. She must have taken the red pill
from the Ukrainians. So that is the kind.
It's not about taking the red pill. It's about now they have to do more fair and balanced coverage. Like, okay, so I was wrong about them not being owned by a right winger because I forgot that Jeff Zucker actually owns them right now.
The thing that makes Zelenskyy look like he's winning.
Which Jeff Zucker's just as bad as the Ellisons, to be completely real.
Also bringing intelligence to back up his claims over the weekend that Russia is sharing satellite imagery with Iran to help Iran strike U.S. targets in the Gulf.
Yeah. MAGA in all-out panic as midterm polls show certain doom. Fuck it, let's go.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Hope everybody out there is having a great day.
2.5 minutes. There we go.
We're live. Come hang out with us over there. And without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right in. So, new numbers came out, y'all. New numbers came out, and oh my days. Oh my days is MAGA having to pick their jaw up
Kyle?
from the ground, because look at this. The size of the MAGA base has dwindled by roughly 33%, according to pollster Rich Barris. So I love this, because how many times have we had Trump come out and say, I haven't...
Everybody shout out Talivani. Another fantastic thumbnail today.
approval rating
And
with
yesterday.
MAGA. Or, the other day, he always brings up the CNN one that Harry Enton did, where he goes, I have 100% approval rating with MAGA. And it's like, well, yeah, that's sort of like definitionally what it is, because you're pre-screening them.
No, MAGA philosophy is, I have this handful of shit. Hey, it's a fan. Let's throw it.
To be supporters, and then they say, yeah, I'm a supporter. Like, yeah, you have 100% approval with MAGA. But point is, MAGA is becoming fewer and fewer and fewer people. That's a fact. And now we have empirical data to back that up. All right, how about this one, man? This one is, there's no coming back from one like this. Trump's policy...
Even Frank Lutz is saying that, like, they are down, like, the Republicans are just fucking...
They're making you...
There's really no chance for them unless they have the same turnout that they did in 2024, which everybody's saying the same thing. They just plan on not voting. Like, the ones that voted for Trump are not happy, and they said, fuck it, we're gonna let this one lapse, because honestly, if the Democrats take at least one, if they take the House or the Senate, or if they even take both, it's like, he's still the president, and maybe this will be better that they have some fucking guardrails. Because realistically, I think that even like the most sycophantic Trump supporter kind of like deep down inside wants some guardrails, or they want Democrats to blame.
Worse off, 50.
I still think that, where it's almost like they're going to feign like they're trying so hard and we can't let the Democrats win. Secretly, they want the Democrats to win, so they literally have a boogeyman.
8%. Better off 13%, according to YouGov. 13%.
Yep.
That's one of the lowest polling numbers I've ever seen. That is right up.
Wah, wah. All right. Trump's latest move to hit mail-in ballots.
The president is not used to hearing no from his own party, so is going to have any better luck from John Roberts. Let's discuss with our experts, MS Now senior White House reporter Vaughn Hilliard, Morgan State professor of politics and
I had a feeling she was taking over.
journalism, Jason Johnson. He's an MS Now political.
The second that they put her in the seat for I think it was only like a week, and then all of a sudden it's like, no, now it's her show.
Contributor Amanda Carpenter of Protect Democracy and Michigan law professor Leah Littman. She is the author of Lawless: How the Supreme Court
Lefty, yes.
runs on conservative.
Same Dixie, yes I am.
Grievance, fringe theories, and bad vibes. Leah, the vibes, they are in fact quite bad. Does the president get a say in who gets a ballot?
No, under the Constitution and under federal law, the president does not have authority over federal elections. That authority is generally given
What are your political leanings? And, I don't know, give a little background.
to the states.
Why?
Although Congress, if it chose, could displace that authority. Congress has not exercised that authority.
Give me an essay right
They
now.
have not attempted to hand over authority to the president. The president doesn't have it. I think the only question is whether the Supreme Court is going to say that the challenge to this executive order was essentially brought too early and that we need to wait to see how the president might implement it before they actually allow a lower court to block it.
And what happens then, Leah, if that's what they decide?
So then the president gets to try his hand at telling us how he would actually want to carry out this executive order, what his exact plans would be as far as blocking states from using voters who they registered to vote but aren't on the president's approved list to vote. That could involve maybe passing a rule that might try to limit the availability of absentee ballots and what the Postal Service might return, but we don't exactly
No, I didn't. And you know what? It's because it's fake.
know, and that's the point. The Supreme
She wasn't using fucking black voice.
Court might say
She was literally using her voice, speaking to a bunch of Tennesseans. You guys are trying to just do this thing where it's like, look, she's like Pocahontas. She's trying. You guys are so fucking pathetic that you have to literally make up fucking just the lamest bullshit to get mad about and then try to get us mad about. We don't care. AOC 2028, baby. Get used to it.
we need to know what the president actually.
Oh, no. Oh, actually, no, Obama 2028, because if Trump's going to run, then Obama can run. And that one would actually scare you.
in mind and what he will do before a court actually blocks it.
There's the damage, Jason, of what they could do, and then there is the damage of the chaos in the environment. The administration is asking the court to move quickly, saying this executive order must be in place by mid-August. Quote, the harms to voter integrity in that election, if the government's policy is not in place, cannot be undone, even if the government later prevails. Dr. Jason Johnson, which harms?
I mean, that's actually kind of funny that you said that about how there wasn't a single swing county, because guess what? That doesn't make sense. Statistically, that doesn't make sense. It's almost like Trump stole the election and we should look into the 2024 election, considering that we were using the same exact apparatus as we were in 2020.
Comes to Donald Trump being able to manipulate.
It's kind of weird. Kind of weird how you guys stopped short of actually asking any questions about like something that might affect the Republican Party or Trump himself. It's always convenient that it's the fucking dirty Democrats and they're the only ones that are trying to fuck us over. You are all so fucking pathetic.
Manipulate elections. I mean, look,
Jesus Christ.
I have about as much faith.
This is why nobody's listening to you anymore. This is why your polling's abysmal.
And him getting his SAVE Act or any of these.
Have
I
fun.
have about as much faith in those as I do in him like coming up with an Iran deal by mid-August. It's not going to end up happening. But we have to look at the larger question here. The fact that the Supreme Court won't just reject this outright is indicative of the sort of weakening of any sort of functional democracy that we have. We've had tons of presidents and philosophers say, in a functional democracy, it is the people who select their leaders, not the leaders who are selecting the people. And Donald Trump is basically saying, I get to choose who picks me to keep me in office. It is a ridiculous attempt on his behalf. The fact that Republicans have not soundly rejected this 12 different ways, the fact that the Supreme Court would possibly even entertain this is indicative of how dire our circumstances are. And just so we're clear, we've already seen the Republicans redistrict halfway through a census and throw out 40,000 early votes in various states. So don't think this will be the last attempt by this administration. Even if the court says no, Trump will try something else before the fall.
Right. There's so many things on the menu here. Where does this fit in?
Well, I think this fits in the suite of options is that he wants ways to undermine the election so that he can claim fraud later. Because when you look at the EO that he wrote, the push that his Department of Justice has to try to get the voter data, the SAVE Act, which every time I hear that, I think it's save Trump from accountability in the midterms, because that is what all of this is about. Why does Trump want to nationalize the elections? Why is he so intent in being in charge of the list of who votes? Well, I can think of about $2.2 billion reasons. That is how much money he has made in 2025, right? Like he has turned the presidency into a cash machine. And guess what happens if they lose the midterms and then there's some accountability? Speaker Mike Johnson has gone to the cameras and said that I essentially run the protection program for Donald Trump. That is not an exaggeration. He views it as his job, and the Republicans who are in the MAGA caucus there to protect Trump from accountability. That is what happens
the whole point.
if they lose the midterms. That grift might come to an end. And Donald Trump has been on the face of impeachments, subpoenas. He doesn't like it, right? He doesn't like it one bit. And the one thing that stands between him and accountability are those elections, which is why he's so desperate to take it over. And I do think that gets lost in the mix, right? This is complicated stuff when we talk about the legal battles and the SAVE Act and the EO and what they're doing in the states, because he is 100% focused on this issue. But we also have to talk about the why, and that is why the midterms will matter.
I'm just so struck, Leah Littman, by the fact that part of what you're saying is that the Supreme Court could say, well, the decision by the lower court was made too soon. We are 98 days out from a midterm. To change anything procedurally in the run-up to that midterm is to fundamentally undermine the elections that are forthcoming.
I think that that's exactly right. Allowing any kind of uncertainty or allowing the president to sow chaos is itself a form of voter suppression. But the reality is this Supreme Court has allowed Donald Trump to get away with implementing policies that cause irreparable harms that cannot be undone, by saying, well, these challenges, they were just brought too early. Remember, they allowed him to move forward with an executive order that called on these agencies to engage in mass restructurings and proposals of the number of people that they would fire, because they said the executive order promised that the president would do so legally, and it wasn't clear if he would actually violate any laws.
Hey, card collector, what's up? Good to see you.
Of course, the president was going to violate the laws. The president wanted to shut down these agencies, and yet the court allowed him to proceed. And I think that is what I am concerned they are going to allow to happen again, to allow the president to proceed, and just in doing so, generate a lot of uncertainty that will cause people to second guess whether they can vote, when they can vote, and how they can vote.
Can you just, I want you to speak a little bit more on that, Leah Littman. If the court were, in fact, to say, go ahead, show us how you want this done, what happens then?
Then the president begins to unravel kind of what he wants his policy to be. It's like when the Supreme Court last year allowed the president to move forward with his plan to potentially implement the wildly illegal birthright citizenship executive order. The president never actually implemented it. Instead, his administration came up with some guidance about how they might implement it if they did so, only for lower courts to immediately move quickly to block it before he was able to do so. And that is what the Supreme Court might do. They might put the president in a position to try to sneak through some efforts to create additional uncertainty or block certain people from voting before lower courts again have the chance to block it. And so they would be allowing the president to effectively try his hand to float different possibilities for how he might interfere with.
Right. And then the thing is, you can't like go back and just be like, well, they disenfranchised me, the election's over, I would still like to vote.
The upcoming election.
Ron, can you help me understand the
whole
politics
can of
of this, the fact that the president is now hanging this on the neck of Senate Republicans? I mean, in a normal administration,
Trump himself votes by mail, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I love how the media just kind of skates over that one when it's like it's the obvious one to just be like, he literally uses it.
That would be because the president thought it was some type of political winner. I doubt that is the case here. Is it truly just an expression of his lack of regard for Republicans who are trying to run for re-election this fall?
I'm not sure who he's damaging outside of Susan Collins in Maine, but I mean, this is a moment where he's more so damaging his ability to help get legislation through in the long run up on Capitol Hill by fraying his relationship with the Senate Majority Leader. Politically, I think it's worth noting here that if you compare this, Alicia, to 2021, when Democrats were trying to pass two pieces of major federal voting rights legislation, they had the support of Democrats to pass that legislation. It was just the fact that they were unwilling, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, to nuke the filibuster. And that is a stark contrast to here in 2026, because Donald Trump himself yesterday on Air Force One acknowledged that there were 4 or 5 Republican senators who weren't behind the Save America Act. So even if they were willing to nuke the filibuster, which John Thune and other Republicans said that they would be unwilling to do, there's no evidence that the president even has support for the actual legislation that he is trying to put on the necks of his Republican colleagues down the hill. And so for him, it doesn't really clearly make sense what he is doing. He already effectively was able to oust John Cornyn, for example, through the Senate primary. And so for him, this is just, I think, a really good example of the ways in which Donald Trump is getting in the way of his own political efforts and legislating efforts here in 2026, because frankly, it just doesn't make sense and nobody around him is really able to justify it either.
Well, yeah.
It is one thing.
Actually, you just made a good point, like about how just make one arrest and then fucking show us.
To hear it from.
You think that they would... You think it's beyond MAGA and Fox News to disingenuously fucking prop up a story about voter fraud and just make it a 24-hour news cycle?
Yvonne Hilliard, but
if like it was a left-winger? Oh,
let us hear it from Senators Thune, Tillis,
They're not
and
finding this. And the only times that they do, it turns out to be a fucking right-winger.
I've had this
I mean, fucking Ken Paxton is committing voting fraud, like, allegedly.
conversation with the president many times. Like, so they came up, met with about 20 Republican senators, and 15 were no on getting rid of the filibuster. The votes aren't there to do it.
Staying here longer and just assuming that because we're here, we're going to bridge some profound differences between people is a catastrophic political miscalculation.
You can stay here till the cows come home, and it's not going to change anything.
Why draw the line here?
Here's what I think is going on. I mean, on one hand, Donald Trump does want the SAVE Act. He does want to nationalize elections. He does want federal control. On the other hand, if he doesn't get it, he has this pre-baked fraud narrative to lean back on, to blame the losses on, because you can look at the polls, you can look at his approval ratings. He's not headed for a good midterm election. He desperately wants an excuse. And we've known from the beginning, all the election watchers know the play in advance. He's going to deceive voters with lies about the election, particularly about fraud, to disrupt it, and then deny results he doesn't like. If the SAVE Act doesn't pass, he is just going to revert back to that fraud narrative and run the same kind of conspiracies and lies that we saw when he lost the 2020 election. I mean, those are the menu of options on the table.
Just to go back to the metaphor we used earlier, Jason, this is like a nice diner menu where really you just have so many things on there that, like, whatever your appetite, you can pick, you can choose, and that is by design.
Yeah, I mean, look, the idea is to flood the field with chaos and nonsense and everything else like that. But I think there is...
Those diners are very hit or miss. Again,
one slightly
sometimes
positive
there's
thing
a red flag where you're like, okay,
he found in this.
Why do you have so much shit?
So let's assume that the Supreme Court folds because it's a captured court, and they basically go to Donald Trump and say, okay, show your work, right? Like, treat him like a fourth grader, show your work. And he lays out this plan. One thing about Donald Trump is the line between what he says he wants to do and how it's implemented is usually 4 football fields wide, right? He is a Bond villain who will sit there pontificating and twirling his mustache in some huge speech. We're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. The longer it takes him to explain his nefarious plan, his space lasers, his moat full of laser sharks, whatever it is that he has, the longer he has to explain what he wants to do to disrupt the election, the easier it is for activists and organizers on the ground to counter it. And that's the one benefit. We are at once finally in a situation.
The thing is, yeah, we're kind of prepared for it this time.
We're timed.
Like, he's going to do it. This is where I have been so adamant about, like, not just responding and being reactive.
May be on the side of democracy because it's difficult to implement some of these plans. It's difficult to get buy-in from the local states. So the longer this takes, the less likely he will be successful, because it's not like there are 20 different ways that local Republicans are trying to botch and manipulate the elections this fall as well.
I didn't say there was interference. I said that we should probably investigate if there was in 2024, considering that statistically it makes absolutely no sense that he won all the fucking swing states.
We believe that the owner of a news organization determines the stories that they're allowed to tell. So that's why we still own the whole company, have no outside investors, no private equity, and no outside interests. Find out more about what we believe in our official manifesto. It's linked in the description of every one of our videos.
Oh, wow.
So let's start with a quick recap of what happened.
I mean, TLDR is one of the better news, like if you're looking for quick news, TLDR is the way to go.
Over the last couple of days. This latest wave of fighting kicked off on July 7th, and the proximate cause was an ongoing disagreement over how the Strait of Hormuz should be handled, which has never been fully resolved. In the recently agreed Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, Iran agreed to stop imposing tolls during the 60-day ceasefire, and to, quote, take steps to ensure that the movement of merchant ships is resumed within 30 days to the pre-war.
Yeah, wasn't there a thing where he said, that was from Ashley Sinclair saying that Elon had said that.
Volume, taking into account the need...
Which, again, how come she's not testifying under oath about that?
...for the removal of...
You'd think that if they really wanted to get to the bottom of voting fraud, then they might, want to talk to her.
...technical obstacles and the
Yeah, his son said it too.
...neutralizations of mines by Iran. The two sides seem to have interpreted this clause very differently, though. In his Truth Social post announcing the deal, for instance, Trump talks about a toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and told the New York Times that the strait would be, quote, permanently toll-free. The Iranians apparently interpreted this clause quite differently. In an interview with state media, for instance, Iran's foreign minister claimed that, under the MOU, future management of the waterway will be different from the past, and that services there will no longer be free. In essence, it sounds like Iran nominally agreed not to impose tolls, but instead planned to charge quote-unquote service fees, essentially just rebranding the existing toll system. Unsurprisingly, this fudge proved somewhat unstable, and almost immediately after the MOU was signed, Iran and the US started arguing over how ships should pass through the strait. Even if it wasn't charging tolls, Iran wanted ships to continue passing through Keshem and Iraq, while the US instead started encouraging ships to basically use the other side of the strait and just hug the Omani coastline. Anyway, this was the proximate cause for the recent resumption of hostilities. Iran apparently hit a handful of commercial ships hugging the Omani coastline, triggering a military reaction from the US and the reimposition of the US naval blockade of Iran. Iran originally retaliated with drone and missile attacks against US naval assets in and around the strait, but things escalated on July 11th, when the US expanded its strike campaign to infrastructure and other targets deep in southern Iran, having previously focused its strikes on targets nearer the coast. Iran responded by targeting more commercial ships using the Omani route through the strait, as well as US military assets in nearby Gulf countries, including Iraq, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan, which killed 4 US service members and injured tens more. Interestingly, the Pentagon originally included these on its list of casualties during the war, but then removed them, apparently on the grounds that they technically occurred after the ceasefire, which means, according to the Pentagon, they weren't part of the war in Iran. Unsurprisingly, this provoked further strikes from the US, which invited further strikes from Iran too. This was all accompanied by some furiously hawkish rhetoric, with Trump describing the Iranians as sick people, and once again threatening to, quote, finish the job. As recently as Thursday, Trump was telling Axios that he was considering a massive attack, bigger than ever before, that the US was all set for it, and that, in his mind, the Iranians haven't suffered enough pain yet. But then, all of a sudden, on Friday, the bombing stopped. As we mentioned in the intro, Trump himself hasn't said anything yet, but there have been numerous reports that the US and Iran have restarted negotiations via Oman in an attempt to sort out a way through the Strait of Hormuz-related impasse that we described earlier. Ultimately, though, it looks a lot like Trump has.
But the thing is, Iran keeps saying, no, that's not the case. Like, Iran keeps coming out and saying that there are no negotiations happening.
Once again.
With the U.S. specifically. They said that they're negotiating with China and they're in negotiation with other,
and somewhat belatedly, realized that he can't bomb his way to victory in Iran. This would be consistent with a recent report from Axios that claimed that the US's top military commander in the Middle East, Admiral Brad Cooper, recommended to Trump that the US should end its bombing campaign against Iran because it had apparently, quote, reached the limit of its effectiveness, with most of the designated bombing targets already hit. At the same time, there have been a number of reports that the US is running out of certain munitions. The New York Times, for instance, reported last week that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff had privately cautioned Trump and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth that the US was running low on air defense interceptors. This would explain why the Pentagon recently put in a new order for PAC-2 interceptors, an older, less effective variant of air defense interceptors that the Pentagon last ordered over 30 years ago, and would be consistent with another report by the Washington Post, which cited an unnamed official who claimed that the US didn't have enough air defense or long-range munitions to, quote, safely sustain operations against Iran. Conversely,
we've bombed everything and now we're out of ideas. Yes.
Iran has proved more able than...
Yes. Like, this is what happened, like, with Vietnam and a bunch of the,
Trump
our other campaigns too. The aerial campaigns can only go so far. This is what he has been literally told since he started this.
And he expected.
It's boots on the ground, or he has to make a really tough decision
to continue to impose costs on the US.
And now he's pissed off Iran so much that they're not going to concede and just be like, oh, you know what, Donnie, you win, okay.
Not only was Iran
unable to kill that, no matter what, they want us to hurt because they want Trump to hurt.
A number of US
and honestly, this close to the midterms, they have no reason to really to stop.
Members, they were also able to cause more chaos in global energy markets, with oil prices quickly surging to over $100 a barrel last week. This was both because global inventories were already running precariously low, thanks to the last round of fighting, but also because Iran and its proxies, specifically the Houthis, were able to disrupt shipping in not just the Strait of Hormuz, but also the Bab el-Mandeb, another maritime choke point between Yemen and Djibouti that the Saudis were using to reroute oil exports that would have previously gone out via the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians also threatened to attack other oil infrastructure in the region if Trump followed through on his threat to strike bridges and power plants around Tehran, which would have pushed global prices even higher. Anyway, higher global oil prices obviously meant higher gas prices for ordinary Americans, which was bad news for Trump's electoral prospects. But war-related uncertainty also exacerbated some pre-existing nervousness in the stock market, and presumably contributed to the sell-off we saw over the past couple of weeks, with the S&P 500 down 2% and the Nasdaq down 5% from their mid-July highs. Again, Trump famously doesn't like to see the stock market going down, and this presumably factored into his decision to restart negotiations. All in all, this is a bit of a strategic disaster for Trump. Not only has he been unable to force any concessions,
meanwhile his sycophants are just like, yeah, he's such a genius.
Out of the Iranians with this latest round of bombings, he will have also reinforced their belief that they can outwear the US, which will encourage them to take a stronger line in future negotiations. Now, this is a huge story, and I can imagine that you felt pretty helpless by the headlines recently. And trust us, so...
Yeah, no, definitely have.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to Breaking Points. Emily, great to see you.
Great to see you, Crystal. Good to be here.
Yeah, a lot to get into this morning. We've got Trump saying that he is ready to go back to war with Iran as they say they are not interested in negotiations. Americans buying fewer groceries as Trump claims this is the best year America has ever had. I wonder if people out there are really feeling that sentiment right now. Abdul al-Sayed faced off.
Trump cares about Trump. Yes, that's very well said, Jonah.
Versus Haley Stevens in a big
Also,
debate
Jonah
last
Moss,
night
how's
as
it
that
going?
race comes to a dramatic conclusion.
Welcome to the show.
AI
If
companies
you guys
are
haven't
buying
already, hit
and
the like
shredding
button, double
rare
tap, please
books
do.
en masse in their latest assault on humanity. Mitch McConnell, is he dead or alive? The reporter who has been staking out his hospital literally every day is going to join us. I'm really excited to talk to her and learn what she has gleaned in reading the tea leaves, some of the big questions she has about the lack of communication that we are getting from him and his team. And Francesca Hong might be the first socialist governor in American history.
We'll see.
She is up in the Wisconsin
Again,
Democratic primary.
I do kind of want to get Emily's take on this one because she's from Wisconsin.
I know
and
you've
she kind
taken
of gets
great
it.
interest in this one. I mean, this would be a major significant
I mean, she doesn't
development
seem to be freaking out about it
if
at
you had
all.
a
So
socialist who not only won the Democratic primary, but obviously then would be in contention to become the governor of a swing state. So you can't
I can
no
attest
longer
to the buying less groceries thing personally. Yeah, same here.
say, oh, it's just California, it's just Brooklyn. This is a key part of the argument for socialists that they can really win anywhere.
Yeah, and Wisconsin has quite a history with socialism. So not entirely out of the question. We have some poll numbers we'll break down in that interview as well. Well, that is, you're right, Crystal, a very big one.
Getting back to their roots, the sewer socialists, all of that sort of stuff. So love to see it. I know you do too, Em.
It's just the best.
As a reminder, guys, we have our newsletter. People seem to be loving it. Sign up at breakingpoints.com. You can become a free subscriber and get access to most of that newsletter. If you want the whole thing, though, do become a premium subscriber and get the show uncut early in your inbox, all of that good stuff. And thank you so much for the feedback. People seem to really be enjoying the product. With that being said, let's go ahead and jump into the show. Trump gave a big speech yesterday, did a big rally in Michigan that was meant to focus on economic issues. We'll talk more about that in a moment in the economy block. However, he also talked some about Iran and gave people a new rationale or the latest rationale for why we are in this war to begin with. Let's take a listen.
We have the greatest people. We have the best equipment in the world. I built it during my first term.
Oh, fantastic coverage of the news. Thank you.
HBX $5.
And I'm using it now.
Fantastic
we have no choice.
coverage
Again,
of the news, Pep.
Let what was
Stand the
happening
man
in
at street
Venezuela go
time.
on. And it was very decisive. But we can't let what was and is going on. They killed 52,000 protesters. Think of it in a 4-month period. 52,000 in Iran. But we've already paid for the Venezuela operation, as I said, and likewise, we're winning big time with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we're ensuring that they never have a nuclear weapon. When somebody comes up and says, why are we doing this? Just say, because we cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. That's all you have to say. There's nothing else you have to say.
There's nothing else
If you understood the power of the nuclear weapons, you'd understand exactly what I was saying.
Of course, the reality of the situation, Emily, is
he only understands
that they are more likely to pursue a nuclear weapon now that we have launched this insane war than they were previously when we were negotiating with them on exactly this issue.
The weapon stockpile, if you miss out on or if you deplete the Tomahawks or that level of the supply, does Trump then feel as though his next option is something that hasn't been depleted, that's more powerful, tactical nukes? I don't know what it is, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but obviously his options are narrowing right now.
What makes you raise that in particular, Emily? Because that is something that I've been concerned about as well, especially when they started talking about Pickaxe Mountain and, presumably the Israelis started floating this intelligence about, oh, that nuclear program that you've been claiming was obliterated. Actually, they moved everything into Pickaxe Mountain. Military experts say that conventional weapons would really do nothing to actually penetrate. You could collapse some tunnels or something of that nature. But as we've seen, the Iranians have proven themselves very adept at being able to dig out these facilities, whether it's the underground missile cities or presumably nuclear facilities as well. So when I started hearing that talk, I became very concerned in the same direction.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. And it's just been an amplification of that talk from the Israelis and some of the more hawkish people here in the United States, combined with the fact that you have depleting supply of the stuff that's been used already. And so when the president feels like he's squeezed, he doesn't want to take an L and he doesn't want to escalate with ground troops. The options start to narrow in a way.
Because again, once he does that, then he knows that he's in a forever war.
That's very concerning, unless he decides once again to kind of, this might be the most likely path, take a deal and try to frame it as a done.
So they do. No, he's literally, I don't know why everybody's so fucking surprised by this, and it's going to happen. He's going to claim victory no matter what. Even with that last deal that was blatantly fucking geared towards Iran, and they had no reason to upset that deal. Like, He fucking conceded so much.
Even if it's really nil.
Yeah.
And he still framed it as a win. So just don't be surprised. He's going to be like, we won the war in Iran.
To your point about the weapons stockpile, he was asked about this on Air Force One. And to my knowledge, this is the first time that he admitted that there might be a bit of a problem there. Let's take a listen.
Are you concerned about depleted stockpiles if there is a broadening conflict in Iran?
We have a lot of ammunition, different types. You know, Biden gave a lot to Ukraine.
Hell yeah.
And so we're building that up, but we have a lot. We have a lot of the mid-level stuff, too. I mean, more than we could ever use, no matter what. But we have a lot. I'd like to have more, to be honest. But so much was given to Ukraine by Biden. When I left, the cupboards were full. When I came here with Obama, he didn't buy ammunition. We had very little. And I got it built. Now, as soon as
I love how it's literally never his fault. Does that make any sense to you guys? The fact that everything that goes wrong is somehow the Democrats or the last guy?
I left.
He's perfect. I'm perfect. I do everything great.
They gave a lot of it to Ukraine. I mean, numbers that nobody's ever seen before. So
He's so full of shit, dude. And the thing is, he just rambles. He rambles so bad.
we're building it very rapidly.
Like y'all should, like, honestly, if you're a Trump supporter in my chat here, you guys should do the same thing that we did with Biden, where it's like every time he opened his mouth, you should cringe a little and just be like, oh, please don't fuck this up, because dude, he just keeps rambling and rambling and
It's
rambling.
being built. And a lot of equipment is
Old
being
man,
built. Patriots in
fucking
particular are being
old
built.
man Trump.
That system is
Grandpa
going
Trump.
up. We have a lot. Every one of our contractors is building 4 to 5 plants right now, and we're in very good shape. But for some of the more sophisticated stuff, we'd certainly like to have more. Biden gave a lot of it away.
So he says there's some of the more sophisticated stuff, even as he tries to downplay the overall issue. And I've been thinking about this a lot, Emily. Certainly the diminishing weapons stockpiles are something we've talked about a lot here, even predating the Iran war, is a major issue. And there was NBC News reporting that they are, in fact, having to ration interceptors. So they're having to pick and choose, okay, is this a target that's so important we need to protect it or not? That shows you the limits of what we're able to do just because the lack of material. However, I was reading Policy Tensor. I don't know if you follow him either on Twitter, or I also am a subscriber to his Substack. And he's saying, this is really kind of missing the point, because even if the cupboards were full in the parlance there that Trump was using, you still would not, with conventional weaponry and an air campaign, be able to achieve your objectives in Iran. You still would not be able to fully protect your bases in the region and have that basing strategy make sense anymore. Even as a lot of people are saying, okay, well, now we don't have what it takes to defend ourselves and deter China. Well, China's looking at this and going, even if you had full stockpiles at this point, you aren't going to be able to do anything anyway, because the very nature of warfare has changed. So while I think this is a really important, significant near-term issue, which is shaping the choice array for Trump in the short term, and which his commanders are certainly alerting him to, et cetera, I don't actually think it is the primary issue that has led to this disastrous defeat for the U.S. in Iran, which is more about Iran's strategic positioning, their intelligence strategy, and the way that they've much more effectively adapted to modern warfare than we have.
We weren't prepared. Clearly, we're not prepared for the asymmetric warfare. I mean, there's just no question about it. The Center for Strategic and International Studies estimates that we have fired about 1,000 Tomahawk missiles from a baseline of about 3,000. That is going to take years to reconstitute the supply to that level. They're estimating as many as 1,400 Patriot defense missiles have been used. So this is a problem that is now going to take years to resolve. That's why Pete Hegseth was talking about, quote, critical shortfalls on Capitol Hill last week as he asked for more money. And there are companies that are trying to bring the Pentagon into the 21st century and prepare it for more asymmetric warfare. But that's not what we've seen so far in Iran at all. What we've seen is, I would say, if anything, an effort to wage this conventional air war in the hopes that, again, the Netanyahu scenario of the Kurds coming in would take place. That never happens. So Trump is almost just running out the clock until he feels like he can frame something as a big win.
Yeah, and we've continued to take losses. Let's put these images of the latest MQ-9 Reaper drone that was reportedly shot down over Iraq. You're looking at $30 to $34 million there laying smoldering on the ground. They've been able to take down a lot of these Reaper drones, and then their drones, which we have actually copied, which is quite unusual for the American military, almost unprecedented to copy an adversary's drone or weaponry like that. In any case, they're able to spin them out for much less cost and in a very short period of time. They've maintained their industrial base so they can spin these things out, and I'm sure have continued to do so over the course of the war. At the same time, put A4 up on the screen. This is the big latest Barack Ravid report here. He says, Trump told me we're in very deep talks with Iran. There is
Everybody
no
laughs when you hear Barack Ravid now. Where it's just, oh, you mean mean Israel's mouthpiece?
That is true. The Iran
or Israel's mouthpiece?
are
Yeah,
denying
cool.
that they are talking with the U.S. or that they are interested in talking with the U.S. at this point. Trump goes on to tell Ravid if they don't work out, we will go back to very strong military action. Asked how long he's willing to give diplomacy, the president said, not much time, either it goes fast or not at all. This seems like another, I think there's a few things going on here. First of all, we had another sort of market manipulation
Crystal
move
ball's
to calm
amazing. I
things
really like her
before
reporting.
Monday morning markets opened, so you could get oil prices down so that the stock market wouldn't completely tank. So they start floating, oh, we're doing these negotiations, we're having these talks, the bombs stop
Although she's technically a commentator.
flying. That certainly is.
She doesn't necessarily do the reporting. The reporting usually comes from like drop site news and
is in fact reality.
Like I'm not taking anything away because honestly, like it is on us as the presenters to bring this information to you, but I'm also like I want to make sure that like the reporters get the credit.
The other piece of this, though, is I think that there was a loss of life. Our service members were killed, and there was a threat from Iran that they were going to continue killing our service members for every Iranian civilian who was killed. That there would be a one-for-one loss. And I think Trump is well aware that Americans are not prepared to accept really any losses or casualties. In a normal war, Sagar and I played Ben Shapiro yesterday. I'm sure you're familiar with his comments too, where he was like, "Yeah, we're willing to accept casualties. Like, first of all, who are you, buddy, to tell us what we're willing to accept?" But in a sense, he's correct that if you had a just war, if this was like World War II and we're up against the Nazis, yes, Americans would have a stomach for some level of sacrifice. But they have never received a straightforward justification for why this is either necessary or intelligent. We're talking about their pursuit of a nuclear weapon. Well, this has made it more likely that they pursue a nuclear weapon. The war has increasingly become about who has control of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, previously the Strait of Hormuz was open. So not only is the war not achieving any objective, any reasonable objective you may have set has been rolled back, has been set back significantly by this incredibly stupid and disastrous war. So no, Americans are not willing to accept any casualties, really. We're already up over 600 casualties over the course of this war, and I believe hundreds just in the past couple of weeks. So really significant, injuries and damage to our service members that they'll spend their lives dealing with and recovering from. And I think Trump is smart enough to know that we really don't have any tolerance for that. And so when he saw this very credible threat from the Iranians, and you couple that with the low stockpile, very limited ability to deter or thwart those attacks, I think that's part of why he pulled back here as well.
Well, and now potentially having problems in the Red Sea, it's a mess. I mean, and that's what everybody predicted, except for one person we're going to hear from in just a moment, Mark Levin and Benjamin Netanyahu. But that's what everybody predicted basically would happen. I think the low stockpiles probably had a lot to do with this decision personally, but that's what's also really scary right now. He's in this between a rock and a hard place of his own fault. He put himself in that position by choosing who to listen to and what to do in this war. And man, if you are running for Congress as a Republican right now, you're looking at this in terror because all signals point to gas prices probably remaining pretty high, inflation remaining pretty stubborn over the next couple of months. And more importantly, if you're somebody who's looking to pay your damn bills, you're probably thinking about it exactly in the same way, because this has obviously rippled throughout the economy. Meanwhile, Crystal, let's listen to what Mark Levin thinks should happen.
The reason this president will go down in history for 1,000 years, the reason the Prime Minister of Israel will go down in history for 1,000 years is because they saw the danger and they stood up to the danger and they're fighting the danger. And Donald Trump will go down in our history as one of the greatest presidents ever, ever, because of what he is doing today, as well as other things that he's done, but certainly because of what he's doing today in dealing with this grave threat in Iran.
I look forward to Mark Levin's monologue on how we are dealing with the grave threat from North Korea's nuclear missiles and ICBM capacity. He doesn't seem to have the same level of concern about that, Crystal. So we are now getting his monologues to an audience of one, maybe literally an audience of one, about how great Donald Trump is.
Oh, there's a few boomers out here who take him seriously too. And they're not all in the White House, just one very important one. Yes. He may be right that Trump goes down in history for 1,000 years, but not for the reason that they would hope, as the man who destroyed and ended the American empire. And he may be right about Netanyahu too, that he goes down for 1,000 years in history as the man who effectively destroyed the state of Israel. So it is possible that they end up as quote unquote great men in history, certainly consequential men. And in a sense, I think Trump cares more about being consequential than whether the consequences of his action are for good or ill. And that's a big part. This type of language is exactly what fueled his ego-driven decision.
It makes W look competent. Oh yeah, he does.
Launch this disastrous war.
No, for real. Like
Netanyahu, I'm sure.
The fact that in such a short time that they've already spent more than we spent in 20 years of war with two different nations.
Undoubtedly told him this.
Yeah, that should tell you everything that you should need to know.
Will be your legacy. You'll be able to accomplish something no other.
I kind of wish that the Republicans that used to care about the budget and used to care about the fiscal responsibility of our government and the deficit, all this shit, they're literally silent right now.
President was able to accomplish, sir. It's all there for you. We can see how we can take out the leadership class. Iran will crumble. Ahmadinejad will rise to power. The Kurds will flood in. They'll take over these cities. And Trump, wanting high on his own supply and wanting to believe the hype and wanting to believe that he could be that consequential man in history, decided to pull the trigger and now is in an absolute disastrous trap for himself, for the country, really for the world. One last piece here. This is Shane Smith from Vice talking about how he, in his recent
Shane
trip
Smith.
to
You want to talk about one of the most disappointing motherfuckers on the planet as far as like what he could have done for our news cycle if he didn't just do the greedy thing and sell.
Iran. He's like, you know, this economic pressure
we would still have in-depth fucking coverage and journalism, but no.
supposedly putting on them.
He needed to sell Vice because
They seem to be
you know what? I saw the opportunity.
doing pretty well. And the reason this is consequential is because this is a key part of our war strategy, is the economic warfare. You know, the imposition of the blockade, the longstanding sanctions
I
regime.
literally used to look up to him. It's like I used to want to be like Shane Smith and like do something like that. Maybe even work for Vice, but
The idea is that we can make
one of the genuine most disappointing people on the planet.
life so miserable for the entire Iranian population that they will buckle and they will come to the table and
Vice
they will
went
have
broke.
to make
Yeah, I know.
concessions, rather than the dynamic right now is that we are the ones who would have to make all of the concessions. We would have to agree to allow Iran to control the Strait of Hormuz. That is clearly where they have drawn their red line, and they are not going to go into negotiations until that much has been made clear from the U.S. side. In any case, let's go ahead and take a listen to Shane Smith on the Bulwark podcast talking about his experience in Tehran.
80% of the people have either relatives in London or in LA, like in the big Persian communities. Very well informed. Tehran is actually a sort of cosmopolitan city.
What did the economic situation look like?
It's nuanced. We've had these crippling sanctions. The first thing you notice is there's traffic jams everywhere, which means everyone has a car, everyone has gas. We're not crippling anything. Store is full.
We hear about sanctions. The sanctions have been going on for decades, crippled economy. And I come here and it's like all the stores are filled, all the people are shopping. America is bombing Iran. And everyone's like, hello, how are
wait,
you?
is he actually doing it again? Like this is what he finally like saw it where it's like probably time to get out there again.
Nice to see you. You're good? Doesn't seem to be that.
Because like seriously, the North Korean documentary that he did, like the 2 times he went to North Korea,
that crippling.
That was real. That was as far as like showing the American consciousness what North Korea actually was experiencing, and then also showing just like, okay, like this is all due to sanctions, like with this, and because he was Canadian, that's why he was even allowed in the country.
The Revolutionary Guards are like the mafia. They're the import-export engine, so they're just getting more powerful. They all have guns. They have all the guns. If there's regime change, they're either going to jail or getting...
Tom Martin, Trump is a scumbag, pedo, piece of garbage. Yes, he is. Hey, Tom.
Strung up. So are
welcome to the show.
They going anywhere? No. And they're making oodles of money. By the way, you go around Tehran, they're building brand new skyscrapers everywhere. And I'm like, whoa, who's moving into those? We're not crippling anybody. They trade
we're not doing shit.
China, they trade with Russia. Fine.
Yeah.
They can go on forever. If we think that our crippling sanctions are crippling in any way, we're wrong.
What did you think of that, Em?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably generally accurate. And on top of that, bear in mind, part of the reason Netanyahu was
also, Tom, if you have not already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so.
whispering in Trump's ear about regime change is that
this goes for
the
all of you,
regime
though.
did slaughter thousands. I don't buy the super high
Also,
estimates
for
that we
anybody
get
that's
from
new here, welcome to the show. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you.
some of the Hawks, but the IRGC slaughtered thousands of people in January, and Netanyahu was saying now is the time they will revolt, and that did not happen. So if that doesn't do it, the idea that the economy is going to trigger some mass revolt in
I
Iran
don't like X repukes like the Bulwark.
is foolish.
I literally, listen, I have this thing, and this is for you. If you guys want to have a similar, viewpoint as I do, fine. But I don't do this thing where I purposefully like try to hate people for their past or whatever the fuck. Honestly, I know Tim Miller has some shitty opinions. It's just like Cenk had some shitty opinions, even when he was on, like, not persona non grata with everybody and just in general. Like, anytime that he would give his opinions, I'd be like, well, he was a conservative at one point, but this is the thing. Politics is kind of nuanced. And to pretend that it's not is being an asshole, because what you're doing is you're pretending that you were always at, like, the perfect stance. Like, you never evolved into actually, like, or like evolved from a shitty point in your politics, or, left something behind because it was also like bad politics. That's what I don't like. Try to have an open mind, because all you're doing is closing off your mind from even listening to like these types of sources. It's the same people that tell me they will not watch anything from the Midas Touch. Listen, I get it. The Mycellus brothers, they are acquired taste. I'm Ben Mycellus. Donald Trump is panicking, or all hell is breaking loose. I get it. It wears on you, but at the same time, it doesn't really do any damage to go and just at least fucking check it out, get the information, and then try and deduce what the fuck it's about or what their bias is. This is what I've always done.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about
maybe this is being a free thinker, but
the theoretical goals that have been floated at different times. I mean, the most preposterous one was always like, oh, we care about the human rights and the dignity of the protesters. Please. But if you're
I've also seen like a bunch of people that I know evolve in their politics. Like I have a friend that literally evolved from being a Trump voter in 2016 to being like, he's probably more left than I am even.
goal is, we're going to weaken the government and foment some sort of regime change. Government appears to be stronger than ever. I believe Jane Smith. I think it makes sense that they are probably making a lot of money because when you increase the black market, yes, those are the sorts of people that are going to ultimately benefit. So you've strengthened the government. If your goal is to deter them from seeking a nuclear weapon, you've made it much more likely they're going to pursue a nuclear weapon, both by murdering the previous supreme leader who had issued a fatwa against a nuclear weapon, and also just through the logic of the state looking at an existential threat and saying, okay, well, how can we deter that? Let me look around the world. Looks like people are leaving North Korea alone. Maybe that's the model to go with. So on that front,
that's very off topic. You would rather vote for Mel Gibson?
You've been incredibly
well. Then try and get him on the fucking ticket. Then, if you're a Republican,
counterproductive. If you wanted to weaken their economy, well, now they've been able to assert control over the Strait of Hormuz, very likely guaranteeing themselves a sort of endless stream of revenue from cargo ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. So, on any of the levels that you could imagine of what the goals theoretically could be, even though we've never really gotten a straight, consistent answer about what those goals are,
I think John Cena should be the president.
we've set ourselves back on every single one of those goals. We were in a better place, closer to the achievement of those theoretical goals before we ever launched these attacks.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fact pattern at this point, like incontrovertible, unless you buy into like some of the deeper conspiracy theories.
Marco Rubio 2028. Oh, what, you already moved on from JD Vance?
World. So,
well, you might want to tell the rest of MAGA that you're already moved on.
Absolute mess, and we keep seeing why every single day in like Renaissance portrait form, flamboyantly wrong every single day.
All right, let's go ahead and turn now from the impact on Iran to the impact on our own economy.
Hey,
yeah, it's been fun. All right, so here's the triple Trump voter that's done. I could not wait to watch this. I have not done a pre-watch, so we're going into this raw here. All right, so hit that like button the way that I just did. Double tap the screen, and if you haven't already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so. Like I said, if you're new here, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. BTTCP PP. If you have not already subbed, please. Please. Thank you. I appreciate that. I actually just saw somebody do that. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It really helps out my channel. Also, getting really close to 3K, and my channelversary is coming up. 2 years on August 10th. Time flies. All right, let's watch this Trump voter be all regretful and shit.
President Trump flew to Michigan yesterday to deliver an economic speech, and the news is good, folks. Don't worry. You're pretty much doing as well as you ever have. Let's take a listen.
Yep.
We're having the single greatest year we've ever had as a country. We're not going to let these people destroy it. We're delivering the largest prescription drug price cuts in the history of our country by far, with differences of 400.
We don't hate MAGA enough.
500 and even 600%. Nobody can believe it. We will pass the Great Health Care Plan. That's what it's called, the Great Health Care Plan, to stop all payments to big insurance companies and give the money directly to you, the people, so that they can buy their own health care, which will be much less expensive and be a much better health care.
Meanwhile, let's put this Washington Post headline up on the screen. Republicans see, quote, scary lack
That means that you need a public option there, douchebag.
of enthusiasm among core voters ahead of midterms. A little bit from the piece here.
I have said this, though. If he actually did the thing where he did for universal health care, I'd just be like, I guess I'm shutting up for the next 2 years.
Well, Republican pollsters and political groups are raising the alarm. Their party faces a listless and demotivated base ahead of November's midterm elections. A raft of discouraging data from polling, door knocking, and focus groups is unsettling Republicans as their party heads into a midterm election season.
Yeah,
that would be.
I was about to say, Republicans this is what I've been seeing. I'm telling you, like, my family don't give a shit. They're not going to show up for the midterms. The people that I've seen at work, they're not going to show up to the midterms. If anything, they actually are fucking done.
Challenging no matter what, given President Trump's low standing in polls and the fact that
if they even gave him a chance in the first place.
Party control in Washington.
Now you have people that are reactivated into politics where they're just like, we got to get this motherfucker out of here.
Always loses seats, which, by the way, is something that Trump was saying ahead of the Iran war. He was saying, he gave a speech in Iowa, I think it was back in January, Crystal, where he was talking about how, it's not a big deal. Republicans probably won't win the midterms. Now, not only is that historical precedent still salient, but he also has, let's just check the AAA gas price. The national average today is about $4.01. That is within 100 days of the midterm election. I think we just passed the 100-day benchmark, 2 days ago?
Just remember that it was only $5 for about 2 weeks under Biden.
No wonder they're seeing a quote.
We're in the 6th month of this war.
Seeing signs, quote, of listlessness among the base. And I'm curious, Crystal, for your take.
You're a registered Republican and you ain't showing up, Dragoon.
On his messaging.
There you go.
Of the economy being, he's doing a little bit of blaming Biden. But
any MAGAs in chat that want to fucking
then also
try and convince
great.
Dragoon that he should probably show up?
But he's doesn't have much to work with at
I
this
don't
point,
know.
of course.
Is that like a harsh reality check right there?
To tell voters everything is just fine. And in fact, it's actually better than ever.
Many a president has crashed into the rocks trying to convince voters that the economy is good when the economy is not, in fact, good. I think it's one of the hardest things to bullshit on. Even for the most effective...
that sitting presidents historically lose seats, but Trump's point seems like Republicans are going to have a bad
bullshit
time.
artist, perhaps of all time in American politics.
Well, it's like they just said, historically, yeah, most of the time, the party in power loses at least one of either the House or the Senate. This is just historically how it goes. But also... this is where, like, he's freaking out because if it's too big to rig or too, like, then he can't, then he's just like, I'm fucked. That's it. I think that he's seen the polling numbers come out and he's just like, I can't, wait a minute, if I steal this election, it's going to be obvious.
Donald Trump, because people have their own individual experience.
Like I said about the whole fucking swing state thing, that's sus as fuck. If you know anything about, like, margins in American politics, you know that's sus as fuck.
With the economy. It's numbers. It's math at the end of the day. Am I able to afford what
Especially with Elon's fucking stupid kid and his ex-girlfriend coming out and saying that, yeah, Elon definitely had something to do with that, allegedly.
At the grocery store? Am I able to make rent at the end of the month? Am I able to even conceive of the possibility of ever becoming a homeowner? Am I able to afford my health insurance premiums? And so you can't, there's very few people.
He'll end all
there
the
may
wars
be
in 24 hours. Am I the only one that remembers that he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine conflict before he was even inaugurated? I said that earlier.
There's very few people that you're going to be able to rhetorically persuade.
I will cut your utility bills in half.
That the
my utility bills have skyrocketed.
Economic situation is different than their actual experience of it. So when he says America's having the best year of all time, there are going to be very few people who are going to be persuaded by that. And all of those people were going to be diehard Trump fans. The latest Gallup poll.
Who did? Vivian? Who?
Has only 22% of Americans who say the economy is either good or excellent. That is absolutely dismal. That piece in the Washington Post is really quite dire because you have them
say, day one, he said for a day. He said, I would be a dictator only for a day.
5 Republican voters, so 20% of the Republican base is at risk of either staying home or voting for Democrats. That is an extraordinarily high number. I think, when we're looking at the generic ballot and, theoretically Democrat versus Republican, et cetera, it's very hard to actually capture, but who is going to show up. And midterms are 100% a game of...
As angry as I am about politics, I know that my MAGA supporting neighbors have shittier life experiences than I do.
Who is actually...
I've been seeing the same thing.
Actually going to...
Is it bad that literally I watched my MAGA love... Well, I'm not sure if they're MAGA anymore because they took their MAGA flag down and it's just gone. They moved it from outside into the garage onto the wall and now it's just off the wall. I saw that something happened to him, and I kind of had this moment of just like,
show up.
Like I didn't feel good about it, but I also was just like, well, at least you're having a bad time too.
And I think that lack of enthusiasm is the biggest problem for Republicans. It's not necessarily that diehard MAGA voters are in large numbers going to flip to Democrats, although I think some of them will. It's that many of them will be demobilized and simply stay home. They interviewed some Trump voters in Iowa, which Iowa's the state that Barack Obama won it, but that feels like a million years ago at this point. It shifted hard to the right, very rural. This is the type of place that has...
The constant propaganda that MAGA is under makes them very angry and very scared.
Increasingly moved against Democrats. You got both a governor candidate, Democratic candidate, and a Senate candidate who have been pretty consistently up in the polls, including in a recent Fox News poll, Democrats winning both of those seats. So they interviewed this guy, 3-time Trump voter in western Iowa, which is very rural, Lance Zelenskyy, resident of Iowa's rural Harrison County, described the past 3 presidential elections as, quote, the worst 3 mistakes I've ever made in my life. saying the president had failed to fulfill his campaign promises. Higher gas prices have been costing his family an extra $300 to $500 every month for their
More of this, please. Dude, the last, I want to say 2 weeks, we've had a few videos of MAGA voters either burning their hats or just outright saying, I regret this.
Motorcycle and 4 cars. He said, quote, we voted for Trump.
Have you ever thought about how many times you've taken a dump? Yes, I have, actually.
Did the opposite of what he said he was going to do. Gas prices were going to be $2. Food was going to be cheaper.
If you're at average it, let's see, two times a day.
Energy prices were going to be in half. We were going to get 2 rebate checks to the American people. We weren't going to have any new wars, and we were going to build a wall and deport 30 million illegal aliens. Interesting that he's also disappointed on that front. And he did none of it.
Let's do the math.
So this man, you think Trump is going to come out and say, oh, but it's the best year of your life, sir. Don't worry. I don't think that's going to be very persuasive for him, Emily.
No, of course not. And one of the things we should mention about the analysis that you brought up from the Washington Post piece is that it was done by Americans for Prosperity. So that's a Koch-backed group that has, like, basically it's the old Tea Party ground game, but it's still here in 2026. And they were out making this analysis based on door knocking and actually talking to voters. So it's not even just like a cold statistical analysis. It's a lot of it is quality.
28,470 times.
Having these conversations. And we should also mention from the Post piece, the latest Washington Post and Ipsos polling on this shows that, quote, Democrats have a
days in standard years, 365 days times 39, 4,235. Leap year, 10 leap years occurred. Calculation, 2 times a day, 28,490.
10 percentage point advantage over Republicans among voters who say they're absolutely certain
minus
to
a few
vote in
infant months. Oh yeah, that's okay. So like this is give or take a few.
November. Now that is huge. Yeah. Ryan and I covered last week the generic congressional ballot.
We're counting poop now. Yeah, poop math.
Differences between now 2000.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I've pooped more than 28,000 times. 28,470.
6 and 28.
I'm going to go up later. I'm going to just be like 28,471.
Democrats and Harry Enton, who we're going to hear from in just a moment, has pointed this out. And if you look at Real Clear for those years too, it's pretty obvious. Democrats are lagging, like they're up in the generic.
I'm gonna throw a celebration when I get to 28,500.
Congressional ballot. I think it's 5 points last time I checked on RCP last week. They should be up higher if they're looking at like a blue tsunami year.
Cam, the way things are going politically, it seems to be most likely to happen, especially with the breakdown of the Democrat
Party. From the
Party.
Same points in 2006 and 2018. That doesn't necessarily mean they won't have a blue tsunami or that those numbers won't change and be even more lopsided in their favor by the time Election Day rolls around. But as of right now, there's still work for Democrats to do to capitalize on the fact that
we need one cause. I mean, yeah, the main cause should be Medicare, and then you can piggyback 2 more
Republican vote,
but make them. You got to make them economic.
Voters are
once you start making people's lives better economically and show them that the policies that we want work for them and give them material conditions that are better, then they will continue to vote for keeping those conditions.
Possibly.
The problem is, this is where Biden really fucked us. When he didn't try to extend that child tax credit immediately.
Considering pulling the left.
It's so fucked
for some Democrats.
How like they could win with just the little things that don't really cost anything.
We're staying home altogether. So a fascinating dynamic. Let's put the CNBC headline up.
Just
U.S.
in the context of how much we spend, it's not that much.
Grocery slowdown deepens as shoppers buy fewer items, raising pressure on food companies. Shoppers are buying fewer items than a year ago, and grocery sales are declining as weakening unit sales are now outweighing rising prices. CNBC reports this is according to a new analysis from Bain using Nielsen IQ grocery data shared exclusively with CNBC. Grocery units, which refer to individual
Americans
items,
act like they are poor. The thing is, we are.
Sold fell 1.8% in June from a year earlier, a sharp reversal from the 0.1% year-over-year growth recorded in June 2025. While prices continue to rise about 2 to 3% year-over-year, that inflation cushion for the industry is no longer enough to keep overall sales growing. So Trump
exactly, you have to provide for people and make good on your campaign promises. Look at Trump now.
Yep. Recording a 0.1% growth year-over-year. His economy went from recording 0.1% growth year-over-year after Liberation Day, by the way, which is
what happens when people inevitably vote against their interests. The thing is, you have to sell them on the fact that they are voting against their interests.
Somewhat interesting, obviously.
And you got to do it in a non-condescending way, and you have to do it in a way that's undeniable.
These adjustments can take a long time to trickle into all parts of.
This is actually where you got to play the outrage game. So, for instance, if we do get socialized medicine, and then they try to take that socialized medicine the way that they did Obamacare, you got to get with the message and go like, they're trying to take your health care. They're trying to make your life bad again. You remember how it was before we did that? It's the same way that Republicans in Illinois were toying with repealing the marijuana laws. You watched their polling fucking plummet the second that they started saying that shit. Darren Bailey even said he was just like, oh, well, I wasn't serious about it. You know, it's a position that I kind of backed off of. It's like, yeah, because you saw that it was super unpopular. That's how that works.
But in the midst of the Iran war,
instead of always anticipating how we're going to lose or anticipating how we're going to react to somebody fucking, you know, doing something against their self-interest, why don't you just prepare to tell them or like to have that happen, and then you meet them and you stop it. Like, this is kind of how that works. Instead of like, this is where I kind of hate this, where we constantly are just like, yeah, but what if? Then have a solution. If you have the wherewithal to ask the question, then try to create a solution.
A dip of 1.8% from June to June.
That's my advice.
The way that Democrats
I'm not a
are going to get
solution guy. I'm
Republican
more
voters
just an
either to
idea
stay
guy.
home, those 1 in 5 by November, to stay home or vote Democrat. I mean, this is such a gift politically. It's a tragedy for the country, but a gift politically, Crystal.
Yeah, and Emily, I know we talked a lot before about how Republicans were pinning a lot of hopes on the big, beautiful bill and the tax savings that Americans were going to be.
Or they gerrymander, find this loophole. Or again, Anna, make it undeniable. We have candidates that have been that. Dick Durbin is actually one of the guys in the Senate that's been that way, where it's like no matter what, he was pretty consistent in his voting record. This last time, like on his way out, of course, he goes fucking full votes with Chuck Schumer. But honestly, there have been times that he even broke with the party. It was kind of like shocking.
You know, feeling in their bank account.
But that's what it is. You have to make it undeniable. You got to make your voting record very fucking strong. And then on top of it, you also just you got to have a personality.
And
this idea, again, Anna, if you're going to be that way, then fucking just give up. Because then guess what? It's always going to inevitably turn out bad. You're never going to fucking make any headway.
Or baby accounts and these sorts of things. There was a recent poll, I don't have the numbers in front of me, that,
I don't believe that. I think that we're actually going to make headway, and I think we'll be, like, this is where maybe I'm being too hopeful, or I don't know, but I genuinely think that we are in the best position that we have been to sell leftist policy. The problem is, it's not what you want right now. It's not the PSL fucking method. It's not what you want. This is the problem, is people don't get what they want, and then they fucking they start freaking out, and they start getting mad, and then they're just like, oh, I was defeated.
Surprisingly, American voters.
I have been telling you this since I started this show pretty much. You have to put the fucking work in, and you got to be patient.
Voters are very like meh on the tax.
You're not going to get it tomorrow.
Savings because they
don't know what it is.
Right. Number one, they don't know what it is. Number two, whatever savings they may have achieved.
Lecture over.
Is being instantly eaten up the very next time they go to fill up their gas tank.
Optimism is an act of resilience right now. Go on, brother. Go off.
You know, you talked about we're 100 days away from the midterms, more or less. We're 6 months into the Iran war. There's no end in sight. And those economic indicators are just going to continue to decline. You know, we're going to have even higher grocery prices. If you look at a chart at the cost of groceries over, let's say, the past 6 years, the way it's skyrocketed, it is truly jaw-dropping. How much more people are having to spend for the same items. I'm sure you've seen these viral TikToks where people like pull out their receipts, their like Target receipts or their Walmart receipts from 2019 and just be in shock at how much more they're paying for the exact same items. So, yeah, you're not going to be able to talk that away. That is one area where people really have a very fine-tuned sense of what is actually happening. Much more so, I think, than is even captured in the top-line numbers, which, you know, unemployment's low. It's not like things, if you just look at these certain macroeconomic indicators, look that disastrous. But the, you know, your average American is really feeling a lot of pain and a lot of despair about the direction that the country.
Republicans promise nothing. Their platform is nonsense. Well, again, do you understand that the Republican platform is nonsense, but they somehow made a lot of headway with just like trans and sports fucking culture issues?
Is going in and what the prospects are for them.
And they're very good at feigning this outrage and going on these shows and making people like go, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I may not have money in my bank account, but at least my daughter doesn't have to worry about having a trans person on their fucking volleyball team.
Their children.
Like, realistically, that's exactly how it is.
And that is the reason why, if we put before up on the screen, Trump is
I wish I was being fucking facetious or like
his lowest approval.
But there's no parity there. That's literally how they think.
Rating, I'm sorry, this is actually a Harry Enton SOT, talking about some of these poll numbers of how Americans feel about the economy and how just dismally they're rating Trump's performance here.
Promises made, promises broken in the minds of the American public.
I was going to watch this by itself, but all right.
4%. 38% said they make them worse off back in October of 2024. Look at these numbers now. Oh, my goodness. John's shaking his head off on the side. Now, 58%, nearly 3 in 5 voters say that Trump is making them financially worse off. That's up like a rocket. The better off, down through the floor. Back when Trump was reelected, November of 2024, look at that. 42% of Americans, less than 50, said that, in fact, the economy was getting worse. Look at that now. 59% say the U.S. economy is getting worse. I don't know how this works for Republicans come the midterm elections when the economy is the #1 issue with inflation and 3 in 5 say it's getting worse off and just about 1 in 5 saying that it's getting better. That's an equation that does not work out.
And Emily, I saw Trump going back to the well, and that Michigan speech was supposed to be all about the economy, about like transports and utilizing kids and these sorts of culture war issues that, he believes will help to rev up the base. And, for some, sure. But I think when you're dealing with this, pessimistic of an outlook on the economy and pessimistic view of Trump's own handling.
Trust me, if the economy was doing okay, then the trans stuff would fucking hit.
Of the economy, because let's be
But nobody fucking cares.
clear, these are all complete own
Realistically, they all dropped off with that stuff.
goals, manufactured crises of his own making. I don't think the culture war red meat is going to be enough to rescue him.
Well, he was talking also about prescription drug prices. And the fact of the matter is healthcare premiums, early data for the year shows that they're likely to be increasing again this year. So he can talk about prescription drug prices. That
People know California is expensive and still move there. It's the same with, any city.
he's been able to,
If you can afford to live in a city, then you want to.
via executive order and deals with some of these
You just have
individual
to,
companies.
it's a different quality of life. Like, this is this is what I don't understand. These assholes that are like, they're so comfortable. Like, I moved to Georgia and bought a house for $12 that's got 2,000 square feet. Why don't you just move to rural-ass Georgia? Then you'll have so much more money. No taxes, blah-de-blah-de-blah. Same thing with Arkansas and all these. It's like, okay. How are the schools? How's the school system there? Well, it's okay. How far do you have to travel to the grocery store? About 45 minutes. Okay. Yeah, see, I don't want that fucking life, ever.
Muscle down, and in some cases, I think that's good.
I actually like being around people. And then you're sitting there fucking driving on your way to work. Yeah, why don't we have more hey, look at all this land here. Look at all this. Look at all this. This is, of course, it's going to be red.
But
literally one fucking house every 45 minutes.
The overall picture is not a rosy one. And so calling attention to this kind of hodgepodge quilt of executive order accomplishments only go so far when the big picture for people is not, it doesn't reflect
as
that
Cali as good as, well, it depends on where you go.
optimism that he's trying to project.
Like, personally, if I was going to move to California and I had like a little bit of money, and I mean, like, if I made, let's see, on average, if I could pull in about 150, like consistently, yeah, I might move to like Brea, California.
And that brings us full circle to the point you made initially.
Nice
That
there.
it's a classic pitfall for presidents. He's not on the ballot, which is another
like
problem.
San Diego.
When the Washington Post
San
article
Diego's
raised
pretty cool.
one of the experts saying we have a high propensity voter problem.
Pasadena was cool, but it was boring.
That is from, again, one of the right-leaning experts who say, listen, Trump's not on the ballot. So not only do we not have the voters who turn out for Trump, that Trump coalition that does have more Hispanics, more men in particular.
I think Pep is misunderstanding my chats. Did I misunderstand? Which
You
one
don't have
did I
that coalition.
misunderstand?
And a lot of polling suggests it's already, fractured anyway because of the war and prices and the like. But on top of that, your high propensity voters that used to make up the Republican Party base are less energized and interested now too. So they're in an absolute mess right now.
Yeah, and even
Why do we have to be political? Because you live in a political world.
on prescription drug price thing, they just announced that they're slapping
Just remember, you may not fuck with politics, but politics will fuck with you eventually.
tariffs on generic drug imports.
And then you're going to sit there wondering, like, well, I could not see this coming.
Which is going to logically increase the cost of those generic drugs, which are the less expensive alternative.
Now, are there people that take politics too seriously and also spend too much time watching it? Fuck yeah, I'm one of them.
To brand names here in the U.S. So, even on this
talking about
one area
myself.
that he's trying to claim some progress, at the same time, he is undercutting his own
No, I know that's what you're saying. I was just kind of piggybacking off your point.
progress on that same issue. And then I don't even know what he's talking about with this healthcare plan because we've never heard anything else about it. At least I haven't. Maybe you have. I guess this is the next phase of the concept of
expanding on it, I should say.
healthcare plan that we were promised in the presidential election, but I don't think anyone's holding their breath for that one.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, maybe they're trying to squeeze something into
Anytime that you're going to say you're an idiot, maybe, I don't know, say, spell your right.
reconciliation.
I don't know. coming at me with incorrect grammar to point out how much of an idiot I am.
I have no idea.
Kind of rich.
Yeah, it seems unlikely to happen, but good luck to Donald Trump trying to convince
he did kind of just prove how stupid he
people
is.
that
So
it's all
it's okay.
not just fine, but better than ever.
That's right.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like.
Pep Talk is hella based. Thank you, Cameron. I appreciate that, man. Oh, yeah, this is just random. Which, by the way, yeah, you guys can follow me on Blue Sky. I don't even know what my fucking name is on Blue Sky. That's Pep Talks something. Wait. At peptalks.bsky .social. That's what it is. God, it's so stupid. Here. Okay, so Laura Ingraham, I guess, turned up the volume on the Red Scare politics. So here we go.
All right, imagine not 10 or 20 million migrants pouring across
Here we go.
our southern border over 4 years. Of course, that happened under Biden. Imagine that number's 100 or even 200 million people, mostly from the third world, camping out in your communities, demanding services from education to housing to healthcare. And imagine a government that scrambles to cater to them while leaving you and your families to pay for and live with the fallout. That's what's coming if the neo-Bolsheviks get real power.
The neo-Bolsheviks.
Tens of millions of indigents flooding the country is going to do what for the middle class? Destroy hospitals, destroy their schools, take over their cities and suburbs alike. Like everything else that these people are promising, it's all false. And it's going to crush our poor and our middle class worse than anyone else, that's for sure. So this glorious socialism isn't about advantage and opportunity. It's about punishment and reckoning.
The race is boiling down to communism versus capitalism.
Yeah. This is kind of the bitch of it, though. They've spent the last, 10 years calling anything left commie. So, okay.
Remember, communism...
And that's literally my argument. It's like, okay, so Fox News and Republicans have been calling everything Democrat commie. So, well, then nobody cares.
It's not a new idea. It's an excuse for people who don't want to work and a weapon to kill the country.
By the way, this far-left movement that he's talking about is not new. It is the result of decade after decade of indoctrination by an anti-American college professors, this unholy alliance with Democrats and teachers.
It's always the college, yeah. It's woke-ass college professors.
Unions, public schools, public museums, the media.
Do you think that he didn't send his kids to college? I'd warn a guess.
Media mob, legacy media mob, all preaching, the oppressor versus the oppressed. And now this is the, predictable result of life, a belief in confiscation of wealth. They get to steal the power, steal the money, they get to redistribute it, they get to create the voting base, and they get more powerful, and you lose your freedom.
All right, imagine not 10 or 20 million migrants pouring across our southern border over 4 years. Of course, that happened under Biden. Imagine that number's 100 or even 200 million people, mostly from the third world, camping out in your communities, demanding services from education to housing to health.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, that's repeating. All right, this is based.
The idea of your platform has also getting rid of the Supreme Court and getting rid of the presidency and restructuring
They're
the
having
government.
a party, aren't they?
They're having a party, aren't they?
They're having a blast.
I love it. I love it.
Having a good time.
This is why Kyle made the point in this. This one I did pre-watch. Kyle makes a point here where he's just like, she needs to speak off the cuff more because this is where she shines.
What do you think about the Supreme Court reform?
Sorry.
One of your colleagues tells me DSA is a communist organization. What do you make of that? How those words are used interchangeably on the right?
Just don't care. I think
I
these
just
folks
don't care.
call everyone they don't like a communist.
There we go.
By the way, we're going to hear her out for the rest of it, but right there,
yep.
Game, set, match, in my opinion.
Yep.
That's the undeniable point that nobody can get around, is that literally anybody...
Everything they don't like is commie. And this has been since 26... God, actually, no. This has been before that. This was around the time that fucking, Obama.
And everybody that the right...
Mags 1998, thank you for the sub.
wing
Appreciate
dislikes
that.
and they go after, they will call you a communist. They called Obama a communist. They called Hillary Clinton a communist. They will call anybody and everybody a communist if you are in the Democratic Party or just slightly left of center. We're all the same to them. We're all the same. Okay, so that's point number one, and that's what you need to realize.
Yeah,
So the
and we just have to hammer that home. Just be like, okay.
argument of, don't give the right-wingers a win by saying certain things.
It's kind of the same way that they react to when we call them Nazis.
Crumple that up, throw it in the garbage, never think like that again, because it doesn't matter what you actually stand for if you're left of center. They will tar you as being an extremist. They will
Tan
tar
suit
you
conspiracy. Oh shit!
with being a
we got it. Oh wait a minute. We gotta start a beef here and just be like, we can't listen to Kyle. He's wearing a tan suit.
communist.
And I don't know, but Crystal's getting him into these couch patterns. Like, look at that. That's definitely like a Eddie Bauer circa 1978 couch.
Been doing that for fucking decades. So don't worry about what
Look at
the
that
other
shirt.
side has to say in their fucking delusional attacks against you. Call out that it's fucking delusional. But let's keep going because this gets even better.
I think that America is a free country. You know, they're out here palling around with whoever they want to pal around with. So what? Like,
I love her, dude.
you know,
So what? Who cares?
people can do what they want. I'm not here to be the belief police around here.
She's not done yet. She's got more, and it's awesome. But let me just say this. AOC is clearly
Enough with the woke scolds. Yeah. I'm not exactly fans of woke scolding.
better off the cuff. And I think
We
she needs
get
to be
it. You're
told
a
that.
better
People around her
lefty.
need to tell her that.
Congratulations. You want
And
your
I think that
special
she
red
needs to try her
sticker or
best
your red star?
to always be off the cuff. I don't need her fucking having overly prepared speeches or statements or like trying to memorize a line. No. Talk from your heart because that's when you freak it, okay? That's when you nail it. And by the way, not everybody's like that. There's some people who they need the prep, they need the pre-planned lines, they need, a roadmap, if you will. And other people are better when they're just shooting from the hip and just letting it rock. Hey, whatever comes out my mouth, comes out my mouth. It is what it is. I'm actually more like AOC in that respect, where it's almost like the more I prep to say some shit, the worse I do. Whereas if I just come out,
I just go on a tirade about this, about how me doing anything scripted just doesn't work.
out here and just speak from the heart.
Yeah, no, this is where me and Kyle definitely have a similar
It works way better.
way of working here.
She is clearly like that because she's
Yeah.
freaking in with this answer, but I'm not done yet. So here we go. Let's
People
keep
can
going.
do what they want. I don't.
Appreciate that, Kyle.
I'm not here to be the belief police around here.
But isn't there concern that, this slippery slope towards socialism inevitably ends up as full-blown communism? I mean, no?
I'm not concerned about America turning into a communist country in like a year. That is like, I think that is, oh, sorry. I think that's, I think it's very silly. You just think about how impossible it has been to raise the minimum wage in America in 10, 15, 20 years. We can't even raise the minimum wage. Do Republicans really think that this stuff is going to happen? No, they don't. They're trying to scare people because they don't want us talking about the fact that we all have a right to health care in this country. So they want to call it communist, and they want to call everything they don't like communist, because if people actually wake up to the fact that their elected officials are screwing them over when they get here, then they're going to realize that they deserve better.
She's so right. They did this to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, when she first became the heir apparent, she started running on, we're going to ban price gouging for groceries.
And that one, why would she abandon that?
They pulled that issue.
Why?
It was through the fucking roof.
Yeah.
The Democrats loved it. Republicans
Yeah,
liked it.
everybody was on board with that. I remember my mom calling me and telling
what
me
happened
about
was
like,
Trump and
well,
all
at
the
least
Republicans went out
what?
through
I
JD
may
Math.
not agree with her, and I don't know much about her, but I like the fact that she wants to at least stop the price gouging.
They all went out there. This is
Aussie
communism.
Wielder.
Communism. She's a
by
communist.
the way,
She's a communist. They started hitting her over
Aussie
that.
Welder.
Then
I'm so
Biden advisors
sorry, I missed your
infiltrated Kamala's
comment.
campaign, and they
How
got
you
her to
doing?
back
Welcome to the
off
show.
of saying that.
If you're still here.
But if I was helping her at that time, I would have told her, no, you need to lean into stuff like this, because then you're having the fights you want to have, because you're out there going, I want to lower grocery prices. Ask them why they don't want to do that. They can call it whatever the fuck they want to call it. At the end of the day, I'm lowering grocery prices for you. How come they don't want to do that and I do want to do that? Who are you going to vote for? The person who wants to lower grocery prices for you or the person who doesn't? right? So
Kamala pulled it because of Mark Cuban and her consulting class. That
can
tracks.
bait them into attacking you on
Yeah,
your strengths.
I remember
so
when
you
Mark
go
Cuban
out there
got
and say,
involved.
I want Medicare for all, and then their response is, as Trump has said, Medicare for all is Medicare for none. That literally doesn't even make no sense.
That
no,
makes
it's Medicare
no
for
sense.
all,
Yeah.
not Medicare for none. But what that does is it highlights that we're for universal health care, they're not. We actually want to help you, they don't, right? And you can go on and on. Whether it's like, you know, free childcare or a higher minimum wage, bait them into taking unpopular positions. And they think they have this Trump card, no pun intended, where they say, but it's communist. But you actually don't have a Trump card, because when people hear that, they go, you've called 78 people communists since last Tuesday. Why the fuck would I care about some label that you slapped on them when I'm listening to what the actual substance of what they're saying is? So it doesn't work. It's not fucking 1980, 82 anymore. You go, oh, communism. And everybody goes, let me shut my brain off and run in the other direction. That doesn't work anymore. It doesn't fucking work. And so she's right. And so many centrist Democrats have been baited into not running on popular ideas for fear of the right calling them communist. Well, they're going to call you communist anyway. So you might as well stand for good ideas. Like, I think AOC absolutely gets it, and I think so many Democrats don't, and I think she's sort of fed up that she even has to bother answering this question because it's an annoying fucking question. Like, you have reporters, in all seriousness, going, but don't you think we might go communist? And she's like, are you fucking kidding me? What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
We can't even get a higher... We haven't raised the minimum wage since the fucking George W. Bush years, and you're telling me
Well, she
you're afraid of
needs
the U.S.
a
becoming
soundbite
communist?
and-
Oh, my days. All right, I'm going to listen
Yeah.
again. Here we go. She's not done. I want to listen to the full thing again. Here we go.
I'm not here to be the belief police around here.
But isn't there concern that, you know, this slippery slope towards socialism inevitably ends up
Slippery
as full-blown
slope
communism?
towards socialism.
I also love that we're in the midst of fascism and
Fascism, yeah.
oligarchy and kakistocracy. And she's going, what about the opposite extreme? Have you looked around and seen the fucking ICE concentration camps?
Yeah.
Have you seen the illegal wars being waged? Have you seen the protection of the fucking billionaire pedophile clan? Have you seen that?
Yep.
Oh, what about socialism?
Hey, you know what?
No.
Cover all the bases.
America turning into
AOC is literally laughing at this woman, and I
a
love it.
communist country in like a year. That is like, I think that is. Oh, sorry. I think that's. I think it's very silly. You just think about how impossible it has been to raise the minimum wage in America in 10, 15, 20 years. We can't even raise the minimum wage. Do Republicans really think that this stuff is going to happen? No, they don't. They're trying to scare people because they don't want us talking about the fact that we all have a right to health care in this country. So they want to call it communist, and they want to call everything they don't like communist, because if people actually wake up to the fact that their elected officials are screwing them over when they get here, then they're going to realize that they deserve better, and that healthcare is a right isn't crazy. It isn't pie in the sky. They want to call this stuff communist because they don't want us to realize that the rest of the developed world has guaranteed healthcare in this country. So they want to call it communist because they don't want you to know that Germany, Italy, the UK, Canada, everybody else has it better than us, and we spend the most amount of money for the worst care in the modern developed world.
But Democrats will usually say the moment they regain power, they will pack this. Sorry, guys.
Y'all safe here.
She literally can't even cross the street because she's being mobbed by
Yeah,
them.
I actually kind of like how she's the one, though, that's like, here, I'm going to back up so you guys aren't in the street.
And the other point I would
Which also kind of shows just what kind of person she
make
is.
is this, and feel free to use this, any, politicians out there who are ideologically on the same page as me, but are there some people getting elected these days who are to my left? Yes, there are. I would say Daria Liza is to my left, but I still want her to win. I still want her
to win, too.
to succeed. And the reason I say that is
I just kind of wish she would have hit her power level a little bit with it.
way we
Where
can drag the Overton window back to sanity is to get people
let's
who
put
are
it this
too
way:
far left.
if the Republican wins, then that kind of proves my point, where it's just like you should have just shut the fuck up.
Right now, the spectrum is
You didn't
fucking
need to.
just
You didn't
out
need
there
to
in
tell us
La La Land
about
and
every
Narnia,
fucking belief you
so
have.
far to the right, you can't even see them anymore. Okay? Right now, we have fascism, oligarchy, and kakistocracy running this country into the ground. And so the only way you can drag the Overton window back to a place that's sane and makes sense is to get some people in there who are genuinely to my left, who are too far left, who can drag us back to a place where maybe we do end up getting universal health care, or at the very least a public option, right? Like, how do you expect to get to a place
She's so beautiful.
where we
Just a side
massively
note, AOC is
fund our
stunning.
infrastructure and give us the #1 infrastructure in the world?
She's
How do you
all right, yeah,
expect
she's a very pretty.
to end the corruption
pretty
and
woman.
get clean elections?
Okay.
How do you expect to end the wars and do
But she's
universal
also
health care?
very like she is extremely well spoken in her policies and in her politics.
And a higher minimum wage.
Like, it's kind of funny because that's one of the main criticisms that people have of her right now is that she's not.
And a 4-day work week and eliminating medical debt and Social Security for all.
That just
How do
tells
you
me that
expect
they
to
are
get there
genuinely scared of her.
Unless there's some countervailing force that's pulling the spectrum back to a place of reason and sanity. And in order to get that Overton window back to a balanced place, you need far left. You need actual communists to be elected to get us to a place where we might actually get universal health care. I'm not fucking kidding.
Yeah, no, it is actually getting to that point, and they don't see it that way.
I'm not a communist, but you would need communists elected to get actual universal health care in this country. Okay? Because having the left flank be social democrats or even democratic socialists like Bernie Sanders, that is not going to get us to our end state of creating even a Scandinavian welfare style system. It's not going to happen. So anybody left punching in this moment is shooting themselves in the dick, is shooting themselves in the foot. Okay?
All right. Tim Dillon actually expands on this.
Because here's the thing with the DSA, and I say this lovingly because I'm an empath. It's a lot of freaks.
Because I'm an empath. Because I'm empath.
Same thing with the far right. It's just a lot of freaks.
Fucking, what a douche.
It's a lot of people you can't put the front and center. They're not camera ready.
Oh, fuck.
A lot of Mamdani is good-looking, fun, charismatic, but a lot of DSA people are not camera
Friend
ready.
of the show.
They're not ready for the spotlight.
Covering Cynic. How's it going?
They're not here yet. They're not. They haven't prepared.
Oh, we're going
to
get Pep Dillon?
prepare,
Right.
okay? So this woman, and I say that because I recognize trans identity, and this to me is
Yeah, I'm now, I'm woke Dylan. I saw the light. It was a red light, the communist light, and now I'm enlightened, okay?
Woman. It's not a great-looking woman.
No.
It's not Vanna White.
I think he is gay. I think he's actually gay.
From Wheel of Fortune.
Like he just said Vanna White. Bro.
It is,
I mean, well, Vanna, yeah, she's fine for her age, I guess, and everything, but, like, I don't know. That's the one you pull?
No, that's not a man. I mean, biologically, it's a man, but it's not. I don't know what's, and so I go, you want to be called a woman, life's too short, I'll call you whatever you want. I really speak to 6 people, so I'll call anyone anything. And I usually only speak about myself, so I don't really address people by their pronouns because I usually don't address people at all or ask them questions about themselves because it's usually...
The thing is, he's actually... That's true.
Really uninteresting. I speak mainly about myself,
and
I speak in ideas...
It's like a level of self-awareness that's damn near scary.
Sort of like Caesar, where I will have lunch with someone and then just talk. I barely look at them. I just kind of
barely
talk
look
out
at
almost
them.
like at the rest of the restaurant. So
wow, what a dick. He's playing a character right now.
There's no real worry here in that I'm
surprised
going to
he
be
didn't say
impolite and offend
share.
someone. But some of these DSA people are just not camera ready. They haven't done the work. They're not media trained. And this is a great example. Ashley Webb running to replace Graham Plattner. Here she is, Miss America, roll tape.
Ashley Webb, what qualifications do you have to serve in the U.S. Senate?
Oh, I ran for office several times. Didn't win, but I did run. And then I'm a songwriter, and then I write my own books. And then I suppose my transparency, I wouldn't lie to the people, and I wouldn't deceive the people. Like,
who's that?
Well, again, you got to watch this a little bit on YouTube, too, because there is a visual component to this that is, even the audio, though, is pretty damning. This woman, this lass, this lady, our gal pal, Ashley Webb, not ready for so that's what the DSA is going to have to do. They're going to have to get their candidates camera ready because America
Tim Dillon is a tumor. Tim Dillon is what happens when you take a comedian too seriously during politics, and then you don't know how to differentiate the bit from the actual person.
If nothing else,
I find it hilarious because he's so disingenuous to both sides and everything. And I love when people take I love when Crystal Ball and even Kyle and all these people, they take him at his word politically.
Production.
I mean, I'm gonna just be real with y'all. I've known what this is since day one.
Our country is
I'm one of these guys that's I I don't know if he's actually gay, because the thing is, he's so good at doing this fucking bullshit.
Production. It is produced. And what you need to do is find some media trainers. You need publicists. You need a vocal coach. You need a stylist. You need a makeup artist. You need a therapist.
He's the human mullet.
A debate coach. You need a PR person. You need an agent, a manager. You might.
He's
need
not
a
wrong
business
about like
manager.
his broader
You need a
points here is
social
not
media
wrong.
Manager. You might need a Reiki healer. You need a spiritual advisor. You need a gender specialist. You need a lot of people to cut. You need someone to sage the room. You need a lot of people to come in here and get these candidates, because some of what they're talking about, I'm all on board with. Get people health care, get them jobs, whatever. But if you people think you're going to have any hope or any chance, you need to wrestle control of that organization back from the freak show. In the same way that people on the far right are going to need to do that, because you can't keep nominating like Hitler-loving, women-hating psychopaths who want to like burn down every institution in America that isn't some like revival church that they come from, where they're also raping people, most likely. But so you can't nominate the Tate brothers either. You understand what I mean? Like, you can't nominate Clavicular for the Senate, the far right. I know they would like to do that. They would like to nominate Clavicular, and the far left wants to nominate this person. But here's what we need
Republicans
to do.
are not a monolith.
It's a production.
Nothing really
Take a
is.
little lesson from Hollywood. America's not going to, you're not going to change America overnight from what it has been for the last couple of 100 years. We are a produced country. It is a production. And you need to put these people.
Thank you, Etch, for the $2.
Car wash.
At HBX $2. Let's
This
go. Abdul.
woman needs to go through a full-on car wash. There needs to be 15 professional dog groomers on her. You need to get them on her.
Dude.
Put her in a car, put her in a carrier. Put this woman in a carrier, zip it up. She's
Thank
going
you,
to the
Rebecca.
groomer.
Appreciate
Take her
that.
to the vet. And I'll tell you right now, if
Thanks,
you don't
guys.
do that, you're not going to win. Take this bitch to the
sure
animal
to get,
hospital
Stan
and
his
figure it out. And it has nothing to do with her gender. It has to do with her appearance and the way she is speaking, which disturbs me. The DSA's got a lot of hot tranny boom bannies. I'm sure of it. You put a nice hot Asian tranny up there spouting some Marxism, daddy's all ears. I don't know what the fuck this is, and no one does. So put her in a van, take her to the car wash, make her walk through it.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that he focused on that, but not, what's her face? Haley Stevens. I mean, how can you not just look at Haley Stevens and just be like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to be mean. I'm going to be mean. I'm about to get very catty. Alrighty. I don't think I can play this. This is from The Guardian. Shit. Yeah, I just realized this. All right, yeah, we'll skip that, and then we'll just, actually, let's hang for a minute, discuss some stuff. I haven't really come back to chat for a second. I've kind of been perusing. Tim's not wrong here. I mean, the thing is, even with the joke, he's not necessarily wrong about, like, again, this is where optics matter, guys. Like, it sucks. It sucks, because can you apply this to Republicans? No. Look at Trump. Look at every fucking Republican. But this is, for some reason, we have this weird double standard thing that we have to fucking always play. Hate it. But, you got it, Beats. Wait. Some dumb Beats. Also, I see you guys are going back and forth with Cam. I haven't really read anything that they've been going on about. I'm getting the idea that they're trying to troll you, though, so. I think he means, like, Marxist, Leninist, and Stalinist. Oh, God, So sick of the ists and all of it. To like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's just another way to make sure that it's like, okay, let's just let's do this thing where again we constantly argue semantics, and then the biggest thing, like, and this is, I know you guys know this. I know you guys know that like one of the biggest things that I push back against is the fact where like if there's left, like if they are trying to take a wedge issue and they are using that to disingenuously fracture like the left, that's where I have a problem. I'm just glad again with the Plattner situation that it didn't end up working. Like Troy Jackson, like this is how you know that the platform of Graham Plattner was that powerful, is that Troy Jackson is still poised to win, which is crazy. Like, he's definitely not nowhere near as good of a talker, but again, the platform is, yeah. Oh, so is he a Nazi? No, I don't think. Oh, wait, are you talking to Cameron? Just got off work. Gonna listen to Pep until I fall asleep tonight. Oh, Carl, thank you. Appreciate that. That's cool. Hey, I like being the show that you might fall asleep to. I don't take any offense to it. Love from Minnesota. Yeah, so my guess was correct. The isms matter. Trying to build a state capitalist dictatorship is very different from trying to build a more direct democracy. No, I understand. It's more so just the fact, like, I know that me and Alex talked about this. It's the fact that when your average uneducated asshole like me hears anything ist, it's just like, okay. I'm about to get a lecture on dialectic materialism. Like, I don't care. I just don't care. I want my life to be a little bit better, and I want a little more money in my pocket. Is that so bad right now? I want free healthcare. I want to make sure that I don't like have to constantly worry about losing my home or anything like that because of the healthcare system. Like, I want to be able to, like, if my wife ever has this thing come back, I want to know that it's not gonna fucking bankrupt us. Like, no. I think that there's some things that, yeah. And I want my friends to be able to live their lives happily. Like, I want my friend to be able to get her passport. I want my other friends to be able to just, again, live their lives and not constantly be fucking judged. Or feel like the judgment's actually going to come with, like, a form of retribution. Because that's the big thing that changed. Before, it was just a bunch of assholes just being like, oh my god, queers. But now, it's literally like, oh my god, we got to do something about them. We got to get them out of this area. And, like, you don't have the same amount of people just going like, shut the fuck up. No, they're part of this community. Now you got a lot of people that are just like, yeah, you know what? They don't need to use the bathrooms. Bunch of fucking assholes. Realistically, guys, I want to see better lives for everybody. And the thing is, I mean, like, literally just the lower classes, I should say. The lower and middle, like, class, I would like to see us get ours. I mean, look at the way that these fuckers hoard everything. Especially, like I was saying yesterday, about how, like, these millionaires, you make, like, your first million, and apparently you know the cop. You got buddies, you got pals, you got a lawyer on retainer. No, it's literally a different level of existence that, like, they can live with. Like, they don't have to worry about fucking, speeding, getting a speeding ticket. This is why you will always see these assholes driving their sports cars all over the place, fucking not caring about the speed limit because they can afford to go to court. They can afford to fight that shit. Like, I'm so sick of just... I'm sick of that. I'm sick of this two-tiered fucking existence that we have. And then on top of it, how we reward people that don't work hard. How we reward the idea of people that inherited things becoming, like, somehow they inherited the hard work that their family put in. Not just inheriting a company and money, which is 99% of these assholes. That they're all Nepo babies. Like, It's fucking disgusting, man. And then they fool a bunch of idiots like that are lower class, or they made their million and they're just like, go fight for us. You're the front line. Constantly fighting against their self-interests. I mean, that's what Anna was talking about earlier, or Alirda. No. Which is true, but that's Republicans doing it, you know? I haven't seen a lot of people, this is where I will say, like, on the left or, like, left-leaning Democrats or anything like that, where they are as, what's the word I'm looking for? Malleable, as far as, like, trying to convince them to vote for something that is really, really bad for them. You know, just by the nature of them being a little bit smarter, they kind of go, what? You know? Not trying to give too much credit, because, yeah, there's some idiots out there, but all the while wasting your time, they are spreading their message to people who are none the wiser. Yes, and the thing is, they're really good at convincing that, you know, people that, again, their taxes are going to go up. This is what drives me nuts, is how they always beat us to the punch when there's, like, a new tax or, like, a new perceived thing where it's like, well, if the Democrats get into office, then you're going to pay higher taxes. And the thing is, they buy it. Like, this is where I would say Democrats and the left need to be like, listen, we're going to raise their taxes. We actually want to lower your taxes. If they could run on a platform of lowering taxes, do you understand how fucking popular that is just in itself? Cutting red tape like that, you know, that's why Trump did gain some popularity, even amongst some of the fucking normies. Because he kept saying, no more red tape, we're going to cut your taxes, he even said it about healthcare. He's kind of insinuating, like, we're going to get you the best healthcare where you don't have to pay your insurance company, you could just pay for your healthcare. Which, as somebody who has just gotten a medical bill that, yeah, okay, yeah, good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. Social democracy, you can have it, but it can be undone in 4 to 8 years. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's if you don't fight for it, and if you don't constantly, like, resell these people. Like, realistically, guys, don't do a Biden. Don't do something that's extreme and can be used against you, specifically like the border. He really fucked up on that one. If he just maintained the status quo of what was going on at the border, and I understand COVID was a thing, and realistically, this is also where it is, like, genuinely fucked up, where it's like, even with COVID, he did have the numbers that he had come over, like, the whole perception of it. And again, perception's 90% of this fucking bullshit, and that's what really sucks. You gotta get some good shit on camera. You gotta give them a movie to watch or some shit. This is how the American people are. Like I said, it's all about flashy fucking graphics. This is why we were talking about Democracy Now! Getting fucking pissed on. Because they're like, oh, commie news. It's like, dude, it's actual fucking reporting. We know. It's very, very confusing for you to not have entertainment mixed in. Like I said, candy for the brain. He screwed the pooch with the border. Yeah, he did. Multiple things. And he also didn't run on his platform, like, of the UAW. He didn't push to get that fucking, he didn't push hard. He didn't try to, like, this is where Biden sucked really bad. He didn't even try with the fucking student loan stuff. He didn't go out there and say, the Republicans are blocking this. Like, he gave a long-winded thing. Yeah, Jack, the Republicans, we're trying to work across the aisle, but they don't want to. It's okay. We're gonna get it to the finish line anyway. I have faith, Jack. Like, it's bullshit. And it was always bullshit. He literally should have come out there and been like, hey, so here's the deal. We want to make this cheaper for you. They don't want to make it cheaper for you. That's the Republicans. I don't know. You might want to do something about that. That would have been something. Yeah, the Dems failed well before this shit. Oh, yeah. I mean, they've been failing, like, since, again, this goes back to Clinton. Like, you can look at but the thing is, while the Dems were failing, the Federalist Society was waiting in the rafters doing the thing that they had told us that they were going to be doing since 1989. You do understand that that's how long the Federalist Society has been waiting to institute everything that we are going through right now. Project 2025 was the Federalist Society. This is why they have, like, the Supreme Court in its current form was the Federalist Society. This is where they play the fucking long game. This is where Democrats, and as I said, people on the left don't really have that concept, because a lot of, like, I'm not even trying to be, like, mean here, but a lot of y'all aren't even old, or, like, a lot of us, I'm gonna include myself on this one, we're not even really old enough to be like, oh, well, you know, we've seen something else, like, like, it's not like we could have had our own Federalist Society, because in 1989, I was 3. So, yeah. That was my broader point, is the fact that, yeah, you still got these fucking ancient motherfuckers. Although, could you imagine 3-year-old Pep just sitting there? I got my, you know, well, let's see, I was 3, so I probably had my guys by then. I probably had my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I loved my Ninja Turtles, so pretty sure that I had, you know, my Michelangelo and Leonardo. Pep, we get to see start something and not see it end. I'm fine with that. That's what I've literally been talking about, like, where this is why I am a democratic socialist and not just an overt communist, or, like, I'm not even really interested in, you know, doing that. Oh, Televani, thank you for the $4. I really appreciate that.
At Televani Mage $4.
I hate when this happens. That should technically count as 2, because, yeah, you're trying to... Thank you for the $4 and getting us to the goal. We actually made it. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, guys. Oh, my God. Okay, sorry, guys. For some reason, that just glitched. Oh, there it goes. Cool. All right. Yeah, it was weird. Like, my chat just shut down. Oh, shit! Thank you, Rev, for the $2 donation. Yeah.
At Reverend_Veritas $2.
Oh, it's official. Thank you. Etch. Oh, thanks, guys.
$2. It's official.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Stan! Come here, bud. What's he doing? We gotta get the dog his treats. Trolling is an art. Not everybody knows that. I mean, the guys, as much as I love trolling some people and, like, taking things out, I just have to say, like, make sure that you're, like, doing the healthy way. There's a healthy way to troll and there's an unhealthy way. What some of the guys come in here and do is very unhealthy, because you can tell that there's a certain level of, like, identity that's tied to, like, them trolling. Like, that's part of them. Like, they get off on it, where they think, and they also fancy themselves as, like, mini debate bros from the chat. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've watched something, like, as far as, like, a Dean and Parker debate, or just, like, coming out of, like, a debate space and then seeing the same schmucks that were in the chat going to another stream trying to be debate bros. I mean, fuck, it happened to me after the speakeasy thing. Don't romanticize hostility. The thing is, I don't like hostility. I don't like being hostile towards people. I don't like confrontation. You know, I don't avoid it. Like, I'm not a pussy, but, like, I personally, I would rather always talk something out with somebody, you know, like, than just start yelling. Like, I've had, even recently with one of my friends, like, we got into this big argument about JB Pritzker and, like, him taking the toilets out and all this shit. And I couldn't get behind the idea that he was about to do it again. He was literally using the exact same logic that put Trump into office, and he's sitting there railing about how much he hates Trump and how much he feels betrayed because Trump is way worse than Biden, and he's then explaining to me how he's gonna vote for the fucking Republican candidate for governor because he's not J.B. Pritzker, and honestly, taxes are too high. I'm just gonna say it. That's the dumbest fucking way of thinking I have ever fucking heard. And yes, I had to yell at him, and I did tell him, I'm like, dude, that's genuinely one of the dumbest ways I've ever heard anybody think. Like, if you, and it's like, in your infinite wisdom, you came to that conclusion, like, yeah, no, you're a fucking idiot. It's like, you put us into this position. Your vote put us into this position. Well, what do you mean? My vote put us in this position. You know, I live in Illinois. Even if I voted for Trump, the state went for Kamala. It's like, I don't care. What you're doing right now is and I told him, I'm like, you just need to disengage from politics if this is how it's going to be. Just be the guy that bitches about taxes and never votes, because honestly, that would be much more beneficial. Wish I was a fly on the wall for that combo. It was actually in the pool. We were playing pool pong, and I don't know, man. We got into like this heated debate about this shit, and his own girlfriend was telling him that he's stupid too, which I love. She actually got drunk and told him off, where she's like, "Oh no, he has much better politics than you. Like, he actually knows what he's talking about, and he actually puts thought into why you shouldn't do this." And then he got mad because he was just like, "Oh yeah, well, it wouldn't, it's real great. It's a real great way to get people on board is by yelling at them." And I was just like, "Hey, good point." And that's where I toned it down, and I'm just like, "Hey man, I'm sorry for yelling at you, but realistically, you have to, like, I'm just trying to, like, I'm passionate about this, and I am trying to make you understand that's certifiably one of the dumbest positions you can take in politics, where it's just like, nah, I'm just gonna vote for the other guy because this other guy's not great." It's like, do you even want to look at the positions of the other guy? Nah, don't give a shit. Complaining about politics and not voting. That's what my dad did. The thing is, at least with my dad, it wasn't like he was contributing by voting for somebody that was only going to benefit him and his business. You know, he was technically harmless because he was just like, Illinois taxes are so bad, blurdy blur. Politics, religion, and money. Well, that's how it used to be for us, where we just would never discuss it. Like, me and my friends, we used to, well, not me and my friend. Actually, me and my friends have always been pretty open about our politics. Religion too. No. We really don't have much that we don't talk about. Weird. I just kind of realized that. But my hockey teams, though, that was always like understood. I don't go out much. I have an idea of an incel. I really just work at McDonald's and play Fortnite in my free time. There's nothing wrong with that. At least you're contributing. Fuck. McDonald's is actually a pretty, like, dude, honestly, fast food is a pretty dignified job if people would just stop being assholes about it. You know, because everybody has that fear of, like, that shitty guy in high school, or that fucking your parent or whoever this. All of us have heard this at some point. Oh, what do you want to do? End up working in fast food? Like it was somehow undignified. And because the only reason it's undignified is because of the fucking minimum wage and the fact that we also don't value our fucking food services, which is insane considering during COVID, they kept us alive. Like, Jesus Christ. The people, like, that's the thing. The people at Taco Bell and McDonald's and, like, just the fucking fast food places around us, like, we couldn't go grocery shopping as much. You know, that was definitely something that, yeah. And also the grocery store workers, the way that we treat our stockers and our grocery store workers, they were essential workers. And then how did we treat them? By fucking literally treating them like the worst. Like, we treated them the worst. We didn't give them raises. We didn't give them anything. Like, fuck, man. A job is a job. Well, that's the thing. A job is, like, you should be able to take, like, pride and have dignity in anything that you do. But just remember, it's the rich asshole class that's, like, they go out there and they're just like, oh, why don't you make $150,000 a year? Oh, I make actually over $300,000 a year, but my daddy gave me a job. But realistically, that's what it is. Or it's just like, I'm the VP of sales for XYZ company, which then you find out that their parents own. Slowly pay off my EBT bills so that the next generation of roaches is fed. Oh, you're just being a dick. Okay. Lots of peeps get laid doing nothing. That's true. Or did you mean paid? I remember adults all the time saying, you don't want to end up flipping burgers when I was growing up. Yep. Yeah, again, because it's an undignified job. It's the lower rungs. You don't want to be a I remember when they said you wouldn't want to be a garbage man. It's like, actually, I would. Like, I know that my garbage man makes over $400,000 a year. Like, fuck. I'd gladly do that job now, had I known. It's classist. Yeah, it's absolutely classist. And that's kind of the thing. Deep down inside, everybody has a little bit of that where, like, everybody does. Even you. Even you. Everybody has that little bit of shittiness in them to go, well, at least I'm not there. Because that does kind of keep you from just falling into fucking homelessness or being unhoused. Although, can we stop with that? They're homeless. Being unhoused and being homeless is the same thing. It's just because homeless now, it's like it's got a connotation because we've been saying it for so long. Like, shut the fuck up. God damn it. I hate this mincing words bullshit when we don't have to. This is part of like that's the weakness shit that I fucking hate, where it's just like, stop. Does it change their fucking material conditions? Does it mean that they're off the street? No. Then they're fucking they're on the street. They're homeless. They are unhoused. I don't care what you fucking like, how you want to say it. Just don't call them bums. That's the shit where I fucking draw the line. If you start calling them bums, then I will just be like, no, you're a fucking prick. Also, they pay really well for that in California. Well, this is what I don't understand is how Christian conservatives love In-N-Out Burger, and they love the fact that like they pay a more than a living wage. Did you know that if you work at In-N-Out Burger, like you could totally just make, like you could work there the rest of your life and make good money? And they're like, yeah, that's great. We have like car washes. We got Chick-fil-A's. Like, it's the same thing where they're just like, well, we pay over that because we want to take care of our people because they're family. But yet they don't call that socialism. They don't go out there saying, oh, that's fucking crazy. How can they do that? Cutting into their profits, blah, 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 blah. Or they're just like, bless their heart. Like, fuck. My husband is in that industry and has a CDL. Really? Nice. Your husband cannot smoke weed. That sucks. Yeah, having a CDL is both a blessing and a curse. One of my best friends, he has a CDL and he works in Portland. Yeah, he had to quit smoking, and like every time he comes back, he's just like, oh, I'm like, really? He's like, I can't. If I get a random drop, then I'll lose my job. I'm like, oh, that sucks, man. He's like, I know. Honestly, sanitation workers have society by the balls. Absolutely. But yeah, again, undignified work. Like, this is where, like, me personally, yeah, I would love to see fucking sanitation workers, like, not pick up trash in just specifically the rich areas. Watch how undignified that work is. Same with fast food workers. If you see a fucking Maserati pull up, you don't serve them. You just go, nah, sorry. We don't serve your kind here. What? We don't serve your kind here. Rich. You guys don't respect us. Start respecting us as like in society and start pressuring your fucking fellow richies to fucking actually treating us like human. Then we'll fucking serve you. But that's how I feel. I can smoke for him. I'll smoke his share. Nice. Nah, they get the special sauce, Pep. I get what you're putting down. All right, so I got to run upstairs real quick because I got to go grab my my greenage because we're getting close to the 420. What I'm gonna do then? Just give me a sec. You know what? Find a
The scandal around...
Here we go. We'll do the Philly D. This is a good way to get us to the 420. All right, be right back.
Around Fauci's secret COVID diary is blowing up, why MAGA is claiming it's the smoking gun, and things are just gonna get even crazier soon. What's really going on with the Mamdani grocery store backlash, where the names behind some of the most disturbing Epstein emails might be about to finally be exposed.
Fuck yeah. Okay, I will literally.
We're talking about
right
all
back.
of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. Let's talk about this Fauci diaries scandal, because you have MAGA again calling for the head of Anthony Fauci after Senator Rand Paul released more than 1,000 pages of Fauci's personal diary from during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's part of his investigation into whether the COVID-19 virus might have leaked from a Chinese laboratory and whether, as Paul claims, Fauci lied to Congress about it. But the diary, it doesn't actually provide the evidence that Paul and many others seem to think that it does. And instead, it largely shows that Fauci was dealing with a fast-moving crisis that science was struggling to keep up with. But, and it is a big but, that is not to say that it paints Fauci in a positive light. You have it showing that he may have lied about some things, and he at times appeared obsessed with his own fame. And so with all this, you have some MAGA personalities calling for his imprisonment, some supporters calling for his death, all while he is now set to testify before Congress in what is definitely going to be a heated hearing tomorrow. But also, if you're not aware, scientists still have not definitively concluded where the virus originated. And so the debate over whether it may have leaked from a Chinese laboratory, either accidentally or on purpose, it's still been raging all this time. And you have much of the conversation focusing on the question of whether the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, which Fauci led for nearly 40 years, had funded so-called gain-of-function research at a lab in Wuhan. Right, and gain-of-function research, that basically involves messing with the genetic makeup of viruses to study them better and ultimately prevent pandemics. But you also have a hypothetical risk there that a superpowered virus could get out and can't be stopped. Now Fauci, he repeatedly insisted that his institute never funded this type of research in China and that the most likely origin of the COVID-19 vaccine was in nature. But you have people like Rand Paul claiming otherwise and arguing that as a result, Fauci might bear personal responsibility for millions of COVID-19 deaths in the United States and around the world. And then this week, you had Paul announcing that his years-long investigation into the origins of the virus uncovered that Fauci kept this diary. You had Paul claiming that what Fauci wrote privately and what he told the country are two different stories. And he said that he was releasing Fauci's entries from December 2019 through December 2022, which is more than 1,100 pages. While Rand Paul has it explained how he got this diary, it's typewritten, so it looks like Fauci may have taken notes on his work computer, possibly for his memoir, which was published in 2024. And you've got Paul and others arguing that it shows Fauci was lying about the origin of the virus, pointing to what he wrote on January 26, 2020, which was, now we know the market was not the source, it was the amplifier. Or with that, appearing to reference the Wuhan fish market that had early on been thought to be a key site for the start and spread of the virus. But what you didn't have Paul pointing out is that Fauci followed that up by writing, having said that, somewhere the virus jumped from
I love how Fauci became the fucking, just because he had an annoying voice and he was just a face that wasn't Trump. People were like, it was all Fauci. It's like, dude, Trump was the one that was in charge. Why, again, how was it fucking Fauci?
Almost a human. And Rand,
they create these villains out of nowhere and they're just like, it definitely wasn't the guy who said to do it.
Also notably didn't explain that all of this is exactly consistent with statements made by Fauci publicly around the same time. And that includes at a scientific conference the same week and in an interview with USA Today less than a month later, or when he used the exact same language describing the market as an amplifier for something that was already going on. Also, he failed to mention that just a few days later, Fauci still described claims that the virus had been deliberately or accidentally released in Wuhan as conspiracy theories that so far lacked evidence. Though then also very notably in that same entry, Fauci said that he had heard from experts who believed that certain mutations of the virus could not have occurred naturally. And he said that he had suggested getting a larger group of experts together to carefully look at this. And you had that meeting then taking place the next day via conference call, and Fauci said in emails at the time that if they found evidence of a lab leak, they would have to alert appropriate authorities, including the FBI. But then also after the meeting, he wrote in his diary that only 2 of the 11 other scientists on the call were convinced that the virus had occurred naturally, whereas, quote, the rest felt that deliberate insertion was possible. And so Paul also pointed to this entry to argue the scientific establishment was more divided than Fauci let on in public, writing, this was never a 50-50 room. But there, you've seen pushback, people saying scientists armed with little information and refusing to rule out a possibility. That is not the same as saying that they believed that theory or had solid evidence to support it. And then noting that the consensus that eventually emerged among most virologists was for natural animal to human transmission as the most likely origin. Right, and you had one from Tulane University telling NPR that there's just no actual evidence for the lab leak theory, and also noting that no one, including the Wuhan Institute of Virology, had a precursor virus similar enough to COVID-19 virus to create the pathogen that ultimately caused the pandemic. And in fact, the scientists who initially told Fauci that they thought that the virus might have come from a lab, prompting that whole conference call, you later had them saying that more extensive analysis and new data led them to say they didn't believe any type of laboratory-based scenario was plausible. And Fauci, while he publicly downplayed the possibility of a lab leak from the very beginning, he did consistently refuse to make definitive statements. Where with him, for example, expressing his view in a 2021 entry writing, I had always said that the very high likelihood is that the virus originated naturally from an animal reservoir jumping to a human. Then adding, however, over the past couple of days, given the amount of speculation about the possibility of a lab leak, I have been saying that no one is 100% certain of the origin, including me, and so I am calling for a thorough investigation. And adding, calling for an investigation is merely to put to rest the extraordinary amount of speculation and conspiracy theories. And going on to say, however, this is being interpreted as Fauci flip-flopping again. The far right is really amazing in their distortion of reality. Now with that, not everyone in the executive agreed with Fauci, with the FBI assessing as far back as 2021 that the virus most likely emerged in a lab incident in Wuhan. But you also had Fauci writing at the time that the FBI has no idea what they're talking about, and adding, the reasons that they give do not make any sense. Also, in January 2025, you had the CIA becoming the second intelligence agency to come out in favor of the lab leak hypothesis, but even they acknowledged that the finding was made with low confidence. And ultimately, there was no smoking gun there, and there was also no evidence there that Fauci had solid information that with all this he had withheld or lied about. And while you can definitely still have something to criticize about the handling of the situation, this is just kind of how it is right now. Just like it is also true that there are other things that Fauci may actually have been less than honest about. And so in a 2022 interview, for example, you had Fauci saying that he had nothing to do with school closures during the pandemic. But in March of 2020, he wrote in his diary that he had convinced
My other kitty's trying to walk in here.
Mayor Bill de Blasio to close city schools. And he also said the California Governor Gavin Newsom had decided to close the schools in California as well as the bars and restaurants based on Fauci's suggestion. Though notably, while Fauci's also gotten a lot of the blame for mask mandates, he actually wrote in his diary that he really had a problem defending the ultra-conservative approach of the CDC
hey, look,
regarding
he's
the
officially on camera for the first time.
Wearing of masks outdoors. And then with that, when the policy did change, you had him writing, the radical right-wing
This is the older brother.
maniacs who blamed me for the rigidity of the CDC recommendations will probably not realize at all that it was me that triggered this change. Also, you had Fauci writing about his relationship and interactions with Trump. And sometimes he described it very positively, but ultimately he painted a picture of a kind of doddering, distracted old man, even back then. But this was more than 5 years ago, and so, for example, you had him writing what he described as a disturbingly rambling discussion with Trump, since he kept talking about TV ratings and hydroxychloroquine and influenza and virtually everything else as I was trying to keep him on track, saying I insisted through the rambling and lack of attention span that the POTUS explicitly say that this is not a quarantine. You also had him in other entries saying that Trump still didn't understand the pandemic, and he described Trump at one point as acting even more erratically. And of course, just after the 2020 election, he wrote, POTUS still insisting the GOP won.
Yeah? This one's a talker. Yeah? Come here. It's okay. He's upstairs, dude. Oh, okay.
Won the election. Completely alternate universe. Haley and GOP senators Graham, McConnell, Ted Cruz all prostituting themselves by supporting the POTUS's baseless claims, heading towards a constitutional crisis. With them then adding a week later, continual surge, 138,000 new infections yesterday. POTUS has no interest at all in the pandemic. He is focusing on blocking Biden from being POTUS. He is embarrassing the USA. However, 72 million people voted for it. Difficult to understand. Craziness has overtaken part of our country. And with all that, you had Fauci also deriding what he called the entire extreme right-wing Republican group in the House and Senate having completely sold their soul to the infinitely lying ex-President Trump. With him then also describing efforts from Paul and other lawmakers to question Fauci over what he viewed as conspiracy theories as an amazing and unbelievable waste of our time, while cases, hospitalizations, and deaths continue to soar. But then also, as far as public perception, besides the misrepresented claims about Fauci's view of the virus's origin, you've also got a lot of right-wing media focusing on his apparent excitement over becoming so well-known and admired. Or you had him writing proudly about his interactions with celebrities like Barbara Streisand, Julia Roberts, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He saved copies of favorable press coverage, and he noted numerous interviews and media appearances that he had made. He even once wrote that he had achieved the Fauci 5 by appearing on all 5 major Sunday morning TV news shows. You had him literally writing in one entry, "The public adulation of me has been amazing," and in another saying, "It is not hyperbole to say that today I am the most famous and talked about person in the country and one of the most recognizable in the world." And that's led to more criticism from many, including from Paul, who posted an AI-generated image of Fauci as a teenage girl.
That is kind of funny.
Writing in a diary, for example, while also saying in another post, "While America buried loved ones, Anthony Fauci was counting headlines that doted over him." And then, of course, this has also sparked backlash from the wider right wing in MAGA world. For example, Health Secretary RFK Jr. blaming the media for building up Fauci and other experts that he accused of lying.
The media malpractice that told us all we had to trust the experts, and that he was the expert that they elevated. And And anybody who did not give complete blind faith to these expert opinions, which we now know were lies, was marginalized, vilified, demonized, censored.
Canceled.
You also had people like Ben Shapiro taking Paul's claims at face value.
As it turns out that Fauci knew pretty much all along that the origins of COVID were in fact not related to a wet market. Now again, COVID was almost certainly a leak from the Wuhan laboratory. Everyone knows this. Fauci was the bad guy. Not because bad guys know they're being bad, but because they think they're lying for a higher purpose. Right? Fauci was lying because he thought that he was, quote unquote, doing the right and just happened to align with his personal interests.
And then with all of that, you had people like former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that Fauci needs to face consequences for his alleged crimes, writing in a post, "I'll say it again, Fauci belongs in prison. So many lives were destroyed after the shutdown. Yet I doubt there will ever be accountability." Though then notably there, she added, especially from Trump, he loves the COVID vaccines and thinks he saved millions of lives from Operation Warp Speed, which then makes the blame game even more interesting because with all this, you have people not just talking about investigations or prosecution, but you have accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers between them saying things like, Dr. Fauci should be given the death penalty. And after receiving his fair trial, Anthony Fauci must be hung on live television as an example. And actually with all that, I'll say among other things that are in those diary entries, Fauci also expressed concerns about threats to him and his family. Though as far as the possibility that he could be targeted by the justice system, Paul has already repeatedly referred Fauci for criminal prosecution, but Biden issued a so-called preemptive pardon. However, Fauci is still scheduled to testify under subpoena before the Senate Homeland Security Committee, which is chaired by Paul. And he argues that the pardon won't protect him from charges based on any lies that he tells tomorrow. So we're gonna have to see what happens there, how it goes down, how Fauci responds to the many questions that he's sure to face about this diary, and whether Paul actually finds a way to get charges pursued. But in the meantime, I gotta hear your initial thoughts, reactions, and where you think this is gonna go in those comments down below. And then there's even more that we gotta dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, one thing that I've learned after years of covering the news is that often, actually the biggest disagreements, it's not stemming from what happened, but how the story got framed. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm happy that Ground News is sponsoring today's show. I actually use their platform to sometimes compare coverage and get deeper context that you can't get really anywhere else. Things like bias breakdowns, factuality ratings, and ownership insights. And take the recent debate over President Trump's Iran strikes. Some outlets like the right-leaning Washington Examiner focus on how the conflict's causing midterm worries, while others like the Seattle Times, which leans left, focus on how Congress has effectively been cut out of the decision-making process. And I like the Ground News puts that coverage side by side, showing you where outlets to Frank. But then diving right back into the news, totalitarian communism is almost here, and it's now coming with a 30% discount. Don't we have fun here? No, what I'm talking about is how much the food in Zora Mamdani's city-run grocery store is going to cost when they open their doors. Because if you haven't been following this story, Mamdani plans to open one in each of New York's 5 boroughs, and he's already selected locations for 2 of them, in the Bronx and Manhattan. And actually have the first set to open its doors by the end of next year, and the rest they're going to open up before the mayor's first term's up. And in a press conference yesterday, you had Mamdani announcing that the stores will sell a collection of basic goods for 30% below typical retail prices.
No exceptions, no gimmicks.
And you had that number being chosen because apparently food prices nationwide have gone up by just over 30% since 2019. So these stores, they're going back to pre-pandemic prices. And you've got the city projecting that they'll cut New Yorkers' average grocery bill by 15%, so about $90 a month or roughly $1,000 a year.
For many, that 30% discount is the difference between an evening spent around the dinner table with family or working another double shift to make ends meet.
Right.
That's a good point.
They're arguing that there's a need for this, with Mamdani citing a survey from late last year that found that more than 40% of New York City
or taking out a credit card.
Families can't afford weekly food costs. Now, granted, he says that the prices, they will be reevaluated each month, but that's arguably more stable than private grocers whose prices go up and down on a weekly basis.
That means no weekly fluctuations nor sticker shock at the checkout line.
And like we talked about at the beginning, they're focusing on the most basic goods that people need to survive.
This core set of goods will include all fresh produce, meat, and seafood, along with 20 other essential items like cheese, milk, and bread.
Now, immediately with this, you had criticism rolling in with, for example, the New York Post calling the plan vague, citing a random West Harlem resident who said it's stupid and added, "What kind of bread? I'm not letting them choose what kind of bread I want. I'm not taking anything other than what I want. I won't eat mayonnaise unless it's Hellman's." Which I will say, that went from 0 to don't fuck with my mayonnaise so fast. But also I should note that the city is not the one that's actually going to be picking which brands get stocked, because Mamdani is inviting private operators to bid for the chance to run these stores. And so the city will cover the rent, maintenance, and property taxes, as well as dictate the mission, standards, and store design. And then the private operator, they'll handle day-to-day stuff like sourcing products, stocking shelves, assuring quality, and hiring staff.
If you know how to run a grocery store and you want to do more to help your fellow New Yorkers, I encourage you to head to grocery.nyc.
Also, as far as the staff, they'll receive family-sustaining wages and benefits, and they'll be allowed to organize a union if they want to. And while you have all of this sounding really nice on paper, you then have critics arguing it is not going to work in practice. With some predicting that local stores will shut down, the government stores will become the only option, shelves will empty, rationing will start, and you'll see daily rushes, hoarding, and lines around the block. Meanwhile, you have others imagining near-apocalyptic catastrophe with supply chains breaking down, people panicking and fleeing, the government trying to box them in with an exit tax, and those who remain stop working, hoard goods, and turn on their neighbors as society descends into chaos. But also, I will say, as far-fetched as that specific picture may seem, there is reasonable concern at the heart of it. Right? New York's local bodegas and corner stores, they're not sitting pretty on mountains of cash. They often get by with really small profit margins, like 1 to 3%. And so you do have many small business owners worried that if the city starts undercutting them by 30%, they just won't be able to compete.
We hardly paying rent, utility bills, employers, and we just getting by. Imagine coming and opening another business. It's going to be harder for us to compare with the government. Imagine that, and 30%.
Now, in his defense, you have Mamdani saying that they're only going to be discounting these basic goods, and they're not even going to sell stuff like alcohol, cigarettes, lottery tickets, or pot.
Yeah, it's literally not going to compete with the bodegas.
Food, all of which he says drives revenue for the bodegas. Plus, New York's home to some 13,000 bodegas.
Yeah, if anything, that would drive them to go shop there.
Vegas anyway, so it's doubtful that just 5 new stores are going to cause economic ruin. And that's as he says that these specific locations that his administration has selected can accommodate the competition.
When you are speaking about a dense neighborhood, there is more than enough market for both existing grocers as well as one city-run grocery store. The city already operates subsidized markets, for example, at Essex Street Market. And those are operating near multiple grocers, multiple bodegas, and we have not seen harm to local stores or operators.
And in fact, Mamdani argues that making the city generally more affordable enables working class people to stay there, and that actually means more customers for private grocers and bodegas, not less. But that is also if the stores actually serve the people they're meant to serve. And so some are asking, what if people take advantage of the discounted items by reselling them somewhere else at a market?
Wow, the propaganda against affordable food is insane. Yeah.
And well, actually, in response to that, you have the city's plan, including a free membership card program that'll track sales and block access.
Just remember that also Monsanto just won a huge fucking Supreme Court case.
The bulk purchases. But then still, you have others saying, well, what about the cost? Isn't this going to mean higher tax?
They don't have to report their fucking cancer bullshit anymore. They don't, it's literally like, they don't have to do like state by state fucking regulations. It's all just federal regulation now.
Taxes. And yeah, I mean,
fucking dude.
In there's really no way around it.
Supreme Court is literally just like, yeah, go ahead, poison the people. Why not?
This is going to cost the city money, $70 million.
In the name of capital?
That's out
Why
of the
the fuck not?
$125 billion budget, but still, I mean, that's just to get the stores up and running. The city doesn't have estimates yet on how much it's going to cost them to keep it going, since it'll depend on a lot of factors. So regardless, in theory, it should amount to a downward redistribution of wealth, with richer people's tax dollars subsidizing a discount for poorer people's groceries. And of course, whether you like that or not, it will often depend on your philosophical outlook. But there, I'll say, if you look at the comments in the New York City subreddit, they are largely negative there. You've got a lot of folks basically echoing the same objections that you just heard, that the stores are going to hurt local businesses, that there will be shortages, the quality will decrease. And then for the conservative faction, this whole thing apparently stinks like the totalitarian nightmares of the 20th century.
This has never been tried anywhere except for, Cuba and the USSR and pretty much all the communist countries.
This is socialism and communism at its best.
But here I'll say, you don't actually have to look to just Cuba or Russia for examples as state-owned supermarkets. You can actually stay right here in America, because it's actually been tried in several places like Baldwin, Florida, and Erie, Kansas, where the town's only local store closed, so the government stepped in to fill the gap. And actually, even in New York City, Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia created city-owned markets less than a century ago, as Mamdani pointed out.
He did so because he believed in a simple definition of the task of government: to make people's lives better.
But also with all this, it is worth noting that those 2 stores that I mentioned in Florida and Kansas, they ended up closing down in 2024 for financial reasons. But then again, it doesn't guarantee failure in New York City. It's not a struggling small town where you have this huge, prosperous city, and so we're gonna have to see how the experiment plays out. Though also, when these stores open, managing the money, it's not gonna be their only challenge. Because without a doubt, there is going to be a battle over the perception of all this. And you just know that if there is a single banana that is bruised or maybe a little bit too ripe, Fox News, the New York Post, Ben Shapiro, they're gonna plaster that shit all over social media. And so really, whether these stores are objectively good or not, and once again, we're gonna have to wait to see. They're gonna have to fight against a right-wing propaganda machine that is already, before they're even a thing, trying to make them look terrible. And
this is why I keep bringing up how effective it is.
The groundwork's already been laid.
Zoran stores probably are going to give you plastic.
Whoa.
Here. I had to spit all the dust out. Hi. Whoa. Oh my God. Relevancy. Oh, hi. I'm back. Oh, Tim, where the fuck have you been? Oh my God, dude. Seriously, this guy. He put me on the side of his table and just forgot about me. I haven't been here. I haven't been able to talk for a long time. Hi guys, I'm Tim Pepper. I used to be Tim Pool's biggest fan. I don't know anymore. This guy, he abandoned me. I don't know, but look at him. Look at him. He's so cool. He's so cool. Actually, you know what? I'm cool. I'm good. All right. Well, fact pep talks. This guy sucks. I've had to sit here listening to him. Well, let's listen to the almighty King Tim Pool. Oh, right. This all feels right. Okay, we're back. Kickflip.
Schlop. Disgusting, emulsified guar gum gar.
I love like how the first timer would
And then also, like, the Hamdani dealing with this, on the other side of things, you have Trump again finding himself unable to escape a very big skeleton in his closet.
We have reoccurring bits.
The Epstein files, right? Because we might just end up getting more documents pending a decision from a judge this week. And that's because over the weekend, a federal judge ruled that the DOJ has to turn over a set of redacted or withheld Epstein documents to the court by Thursday for review. And these documents reportedly include emails sent to Epstein about women and girls where the sender's name was redacted, as well as FBI notes about Trump and other documents not in English. And you've got this stemming from a case where independent journalist Katie Fang sued the DOJ for concealing those files. And so now you've got this judge asking the DOJ to provide documents.
A boss move, by the way.
Documentation proving that the redacted names are in fact the names of victims. And in the case of one specific file named potential co-conspirators, the DOJ has to prove that the redacted names are those of law enforcement personnel involved in the investigation. But also, people are most interested in these emails because they include some of the most questioned parts of the files, like one from a redacted sender who told Epstein, "Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty." And another where someone told Epstein, "I found at least 3 very good young poor, but we were so tired. I will cover up this week. Meet this one, not the beauty queen, but we both likes her a lot." And then also one where someone's complaining to Epstein about the articles in Reuters and The Guardian, and they add, "The key are the 14 to 15-year-old girls. I am a sexual pervert because I say they are now of a reproductive age. And my heart goes out to you, brother. Being called a sexual pervert is no fun. Hope you are fine and more than well protected." Right? And you might remember that when the files were first released, there was
just another reminder. Nothing has happened.
Ton of outrage that these individuals were redacted because people, they felt that these were just.
It is just so weird how like there's always like the ping pong here, where it's just like, oh my God, like we keep forgetting, but then holy fucking shit,
incredibly disturbing messages, and the public had a right to know who wrote them. And in fact, with the reporters suing the DOJ adding,
Blanche says this is from a victim. The overarching big question
Midas touch.
We all know the
like that.
Answer to. What are you hiding, Donald Trump? What are you hiding, Trump DOJ? And what are you hiding, Todd Blanche, personal lawyer for convicted felon Donald Trump?
Now, as far as what comes next, after the DOJ turns these files in this week, the federal judge will look at them unredacted to decide if they should be released. And that's actually something that could have a fast turnaround because according to Forbes, he could rule anytime after Thursday for them to immediately come out. Or he could provide up to a 60-day delay. But then also something very crucial about this timeline is that the files are due to the court on Thursday, which is a very big day for the DOJ for another reason. Right? That's when the Senate Judiciary Committee is currently scheduled to hold a vote on Todd Blanche's confirmation, though that could be such a mess that it does get postponed. And there, you got Epstein survivors urging senators to vote against it, arguing that he's mishandled this case enough and he shouldn't be officially confirmed as Attorney General. And where they're putting most of their focus is with Senators Tom Tillis and John Cornyn, because you've had both expressing their doubts with Blanche for a few reasons.
Guys that also got fucked over by Trump, so
especially the anti-weaponization fund. But then also the Epstein files have actually come up, with Tillis actually saying that he would not advance the nomination unless Blanche met with Epstein's accusers. And while that meeting did take place, you had one survivor writing an op-ed calling it a box-checking exercise to secure Tillis's vote, and adding, Blanche offered no meaningful explanation for how the redaction failures happened, who approved the release, or what steps he would take to prevent survivors from being exposed again. Saying, "We were told to take our information to the FBI. We have already done that." Telling us to start over was not a plan for accountability. There was no attempt to work with us. It was another way to dismiss us. And you then had her arguing that the country needs an attorney general who can listen to survivors and hold predators accountable, and then making this plea to Tillis specifically, saying, "If your support for his confirmation depends on his ability to treat survivors of human trafficking and sexual assault with honesty and respect, then you and every senator should vote no on Blanche for Attorney General." And this matters because if Blanche cannot get Tillis or Cornyn support, he's in trouble. Well, personally, I'm not going to hold my breath here. We will have to wait to see what comes from the vote. But then also I'll say, it seems like now, after months of Trump being able to dodge the issue by pointing to the war, the midterms, or any of his sideshows, the Epstein files, they are back in the news cycle again. And for a number of reasons, including just last night while speaking in Michigan, you had him getting heckled while hitting his usual talking points about the economy and tariffs.
Shit. It was causing tremendous problems for your jobs. But now all of that is changing because I placed historic tariffs on foreign producers and manufacturers, including a 25% tariff on foreign automobiles. He's a communist. He's a communist. Thank you. He's a communist. We're running against communists. Now, this is great. I didn't even hear the guy, I think.
And also in recent weeks, there have been headlines about Epstein associates dying, the files and Trump's efforts to suppress them coming up at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. An actor also made a massively viral rant suggesting that Trump was a pedophile.
The Epstein files? The Epstein files! Don't you want to see what's in there so that we can hold people accountable? These fucking rapists? We're just cool with it? That bitch has the keys to the nuclear... He's like all up into 13-year-olds. Like, dude, what? Go to jail.
And so it appears that it is back in the cultural conversation. People still want answers. They don't want the keys jingled to distract them. They want someone to be held accountable. But as far as if that can happen with the people that are in power right now, that seems, I will say, unlikely in my opinion. And then there's more we're going to dive into in just a minute.
That was actually a badass rant from Reacher. Yeah, okay. Fuck it. I wanted to know about this.
DeFranco. But then from that, for your final block of today's show, I am going to cram some more news you need to know down your throat like I'm making some foie gras. And so first up, you've got the big news that starting next year, you're going to be able to get Peacock with your YouTube Premium subscription. Apparently, it's going to come at no extra cost, right? Because you have YouTube and NBC Universal finally striking a deal after their shaky negotiations last year. And there, you had NBC even warning that they were considering going dark on YouTube TV if they couldn't land the right deal. And while they eventually worked something out to patch things over, we really weren't sure how that was going to play out for the long term. But now, you've got this multi-year deal working for both of them. NBC, they get better distribution for Peacock, and YouTube, they get an extra...
How does this work? Okay, how does this keep happening? I was planning on quitting Peacock, and then now it's just like, oh, I guess I get Peacock.
Boost to its premium package, adding perks like more live sports content and access to Universal Studios movies. And so that's why some saying that this appears to be where the streaming world is headed. Programmers trying to reach as many people as possible, even if that means dipping into audiences they don't own directly. And there are some big numbers here. YouTube has over...
They had it for $5 for like an entire, or no, it's $20 for the entire year. I was just like, fuck it.
For 125 million premium subscribers, while Peacock, they have around 48
like
million.
Black
and that's
Friday
as
or some
the
shit.
access to Peacock is ad-supported. Then next up, you've got Mitch McConnell, who...
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Who is definitely...
I mean, I have
100%
ad tier.
alive and issuing the statements that they say that he is issuing. Though he apparently has two options. Prove that he can actually work.
Well, yeah, consolidating is... Yeah, dude. I mean, fuck. I just did that with a whole bunch of like stuff where I'm just like, oh, okay, I haven't watched any of this stuff. They have apps for that, you know, but I'm not sponsored by any of them, so I'm not going to go and be like, hey, you should use that. I just used my eyes and just went, hey. Netflix is just... What happened, dude? Netflix used to be like the must-have, and now I could give a fuck. It's just... I don't know, man. All right, let's find... the other thing that I wanted to do tonight. We have one more. This is not it. What the hell? Okay. Something got mixed up here. Pep, you got I did it actually at 420. I thought I established that. This is also why I am like, woo. But if you insist that I do another, because yeah, no, you guys are. Yeah, you're right. guess you're owed a second one because the other one is like it's almost like well, the other one's not standard. Let's put it this way. I don't usually do that on 420. Okay, I'll close the show with it. How about that? So I just I didn't forget. Oh, you probably forgot. Oh, it's okay. All right. This is Story of a Girl. Wait a minute. Cried her eye, was it cried her eyes out and flooded the whole world? Yeah, so whatever. Fucking 90s. It's over, Dawn. Here, actually, you know what?
President Trump is trapped. The trap part is a political trap.
Hey, so I think that Josiah got bullied out of wearing his meta glasses, which, you know what? I'm glad. There had to be enough comments where it's like, all right, perv. He's just like, I'm not a pervert.
President Trump is trapped. The trap part is a political trap. He is trying to reverse a defeat.
This was what I wanted to watch, but then I'm like, I don't want to watch these like bunch of old dudes, so
reverse it
we'll get the
because
wrap
if
up.
he doesn't, this will be the end of his presidency.
Well, Piers Morgan is continuing to relentlessly pound Donald Trump on his disastrous Iran war, even though I should say
it jeopardizes yet another alternative to the Hormuz Strait.
Oh no, I'm really. Oh
and it
no. Oh no.
drags in another country who didn't
Okay.
want war in the first place. This weekend, Ukraine launched a deadly attack on an Iranian vessel it says was trading weapons with Russia. Now experts fear that Ukraine's European allies might be dragged in too. They may want nothing to do with Trump's Iran war, but they're lockstep behind Ukraine in the war against Russia. You don't need to be a doomsayer to understand how this could spiral out of control. Dangerous unintended consequences are one of the reasons why so many expert guests on this show have repeatedly called on Trump to declare victory and get the hell out of this. For a while, that is what he was doing. But all of a sudden, the debate has pivoted. It's
I was
all
in a
about
sweatshirt and I'm rocking 2 window AC units.
how and when the US should escalate and not if. The war's public cheerleaders are making the case that US deaths
Because I'm in a fucking sub-level?
be worthwhile if the US
Hey, Pop Jake, thank you for becoming a member for 3 months. That's awesome.
escalates into operations
3-month anniversary. Hell yeah.
like seizing Carg Island.
Thank you, Pop Jake.
No one in America wants American casualties.
Yeah, I'm definitely not doing another 3-footer. Holy crap.
Tragedy and a horror.
Ooh.
We do understand that war
I am-
does come along with casualties, and we are willing to undergo those casualties in pursuit of an end and a victory for America. But as far as the idea that, for example, America, we can't hit
Why are we
Carg
watching a
Island
clip
because
of-
the
clip of a
Iranian
clip?
people would then be deprived of oil resources. The American people are, I should say, not particularly concerned about that. We are far more concerned with why we're there.
I'm not prepared for this. I'm too high. All right. Let's do something else. Music back on. All right. Yeah, sorry that you're rocking 2 AC units. Damn. Yeah, I mean, wait, how hot is it even? That's only 70. Actually, I might have to do some open windows tonight, finally. Oh, hell yeah. I can air out the house. Do a little, like, you know, what do they call it? Yeah, burp the house. Where it's just like, you open your back door and then just a bunch of windows in the front and just, whoa. I try to do that like once a week, but yeah, it's been a minute. Oh, man. Oh, Jeff, what's up, man? Good to see you. Joe Med, also. Hope you're doing well. Sorry I missed your chat. Crap. I just realized that they're totally gone. Man, can they just put like mix this horizontal thing and just be done with this. What are my thoughts on canon? What? I don't like horror movies and shit. I don't know. Ew. What a weird question. Ah, dude, do you know about that one, the Rockefeller, that apparently had that happen? Where like that was, dude like showed up at the island and he was like a explorer, and then they went back to like look for him, and yeah, they found very unfortunate like remains. Am I an Alex Jones fan? Oh God, don't do the gay frogs. It's 92 at your house, almost 10 p.m. What? Where the hell is it that hot? God damn. Oh, thank you. I couldn't do that. Oh man. Actually, like I almost had a heat stroke situation on Sunday. Look out for the video dropping tomorrow, by the way. Yeah, when I was at Ren Fair, it was 95 degrees, and all of a sudden, like it all hit me where I was just like, oh boy, I need to go sit in the car. And yeah, thank God for air conditioning and cold bottled water, because that was a lifesaver. Never met a gay frog. I don't know. Actually, did you know that there's like technically truth to that, but at the same time, he was also he's misappropriating nature, I guess, is like, because technically, like, we learned this with the Jurassic Park, right? Like, I don't want to try and sound like too smart here, or like, I'm pretty sure this is from Jurassic Park. That the frogs asexually produced. And wait, did I say produced or reproduced? Hey. That's where I'm at tonight. I hope you guys are having fun. Oh God. What do you mean I got an update? Oh, okay, cool. Oh, I have to issue a retraction. So the woman that I said was the victim last night was actually one of the perps. It got floated around that, yeah, there was like a mix-up. I don't know who leaked the information. I think that, something must have happened. But, yeah, I have to issue a retraction. It was not that woman that I said yesterday. So, if you watched yesterday's stream, just know that, they were the passengers. Yes, they were the ones that ran. They were the ones that got the Uber. The actual, the victims have been named. 48-year-old Magdalena Jablonska. Yeah, she was the one that had the unfortunate and, yeah, so feel like I got to be responsible, you know? Don't want people out there thinking like, hey, that poor young woman is just like, oh, no. She's actually one of the ones that's like, yeah, she's definitely she's either going to turn state's witness or something. I don't know, man. Like, she's gotta, they gotta fucking at least, his mom fired him formally. So she's trying to protect the company because I was right about the boat being in the company's name. Yeah. I like when I am able to just read something and just be like, oh no, this is what it is. I mean, I have to say allegedly, or I have to just be like responsible and be like, well, now it's confirmed. So, good times. Except not good times. This guy sucks. Oh man, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, there is a in Chicago, like actually like in the Chicago northern suburbs. It's a little bit of ways from me, but there's a like a chain of lakes, and yeah, something horrific happened with a guy hot dogging with a 3-motor pontoon boat, which ridiculous. Come on, what are you doing? Just get a jet boat at that point. What are you doing? And then, yeah, it involved a woman losing her head. Which, yeah. So it makes the story fucking horrific. But, yeah, he was going 3 times the he was 3 times the legal limit, and he was flying through a no-wake zone. He was going 80 miles per hour. 80 miles per hour. And he cut a corner, and he lost control, and he ramped this boat, and yeah. 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 Massive engine, seriously? Yep. Yeah, he didn't even need... Yeah, there's no reason he needed 3 fucking engine, like, motors on that boat. Made absolutely no sense. Whew. Fucking A. When is it? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll just go to 5 hours. We'll hang another 10 minutes. Alright. I don't want this Piers Morgan video. Fuck this. Let's do something fun. Oh, wait, there's a Sovereign Citizen video that I queued up. Where the fuck is that? Sovereign citizens, where are you? There's a sovereign citizen you can find. Okay, no. Man, I hate when I do this. I queued it up somewhere, and I... was it? Alright, hold on. It might have been Twitter. Andrew Tate fans are going out sad and confused. You know what? There we go. That's actually... That might be even more fun than what I had queued up here. I'm currently out... Oh god, hell yeah, this is gonna be way more fun. Hold on. Alright. Let's have a good time watching.
Inside the jail where Andrew Tate is being held, and dude, I don't see anybody here, bro. There's not a single person with a sign or a protest or anything, guys. Look at this. I'm pretty sure that right up there, it's like one of these buildings. It's pouring rain, but nobody here. What's
well,
going on?
All right, so it's a
oh no.
sad scene outside of where the Tate brothers are locked up. The Tater Tots were supposed to hold a protest, but only 2 people showed up. Like, there's this one lonely guy standing outside with a sign, and there's this influencer who was in shock to learn nobody else showed up.
It looks like
so
a bit.
It was brutal.
Wait,
and of course,
that looks like an... I don't know, man. That looks like a
bit.
bit. That looks like somebody just like is just like
every
come
day
on,
he has
man.
someone post on Twitter about how his stomach hurts.
Someone really
or how
that
there's
pathetic?
A cannibal in the
There's
cell
no way.
next to him yelling
There's
all the
no
time
way.
and eating paint chips off the wall. So he's not even trying to act like a tough guy anymore. He's just desperately trying to get people to feel bad for him. Like, he's in full victim mode, and this sob story has actually worked with some people on the far left. Like, some really woke people think he's being mistreated, and they feel bad for him because he said his stomach hurts. It's hilarious. So the horseshoe theory's in effect. I mean, at this point, Andrew might have a better chance of getting far leftists protesting for him than the Manosphere audience.
No.
Like, he could only get one
I
guy
hope
with a
that
sign
that's
to
just
show
wrong.
up.
No.
And then he tweeted, or someone tweeted for him, thanks to all the people holding signs outside the jail.
I hope he's
then
wrong.
Community Notes corrected him and said
there it
there's only
goes.
one person outside the jail with a sign. So he's just getting humiliated. I mean, this is hard to watch. But to be fair, that one guy who was out there, he was there for the right reasons. He wasn't just a clout
What is he doing?
chaser. He said the only thing he cared about is comforting Andrew and Tristan. So this is a true.
It doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel real. I'm sorry. That looks like a bit.
Tater tot. He just wanted the Tate's eyes on him in his sign.
All right, everybody. So I'm joined here today with the lone protester who's been standing outside of Andrew and Tristan Tate's jail all by himself. Brother, I want to ask you, what brings you out here to stand all alone for the Tates?
It's entirely, they've been there for us. Now we can be there for them. I don't care about anything else other than those two sets of eyes up there, seeing me, looking down, and knowing that there is at least one person out here that's saying, I got you. They're trying to break them. That's all they're trying to do right now. And if they can just look
God damn it, I think he actually might be for real.
out that window and not even provide
Well, ain't that a bitch?
them a little bit of comfort,
This
that's all I
guy,
care about.
Yeah. What would you say to the people
boy.
watching that? Be like, oh, like that are mocking you for being the only person here. What would you say to them?
I literally don't give a fuck about you.
Let's go. And would you say that more people need to come stand with us, or?
If you want to, absolutely. But come here for the right reasons. Come here just because.
Come here for the right reasons. Please don't counter protest and make fun of us.
You want to comfort them. That's the only reason why I'm coming out.
Let's go.
So be the same. You're trying
Oh my God. We need to organize. Someone needs to organize a protest where they all show up with the purple like frilly shirts and like the black fucking capris and like with bald caps. Oh my God. Like a flash mob. That'd be funny.
You're trying to get the fuck away from me.
Oh, that'd be funny.
It's only just for
That's just, I mean, completely in theory. Like, that's just, wouldn't that be hilarious?
Let's go. All right, brother. I appreciate it, man.
So this is just getting sad.
They just look out and it's just like, what the heck? What the fuck?
And Tate still pretends like he has this massive army of people behind him, and that's why the UK is coming after him. He's too powerful. They're scared of his influence. That's what the Tate's lawyer is always saying. He thinks the elites are scared of the Tates because their Hustlers University has 150,000 students, and their lawyer claims
I
millions
forgot about Hustlers University.
of them are in the U.S.
Oh, God.
I think this guy might have gotten his law degree from Hustlers University. This guy's something else. According to him, millions of Tates, 150,000 students are in the U.S.
Andrew has over 150 or maybe 165,000 people enrolled in his real-world college. That is an army of millions of those boys are right here in America. That is the power to swing an election. That is generational power over future elections, both domestically and abroad. The powers that be know this. The United Kingdom knows this. The enemies of Andrew and Tristan in the conservative movement, Gen Z in
I'm sitting
America
here listening to him like, oh, what an asshole. And it's just like,
throw away the key.
Crap.
So I think this guy needs to go back to Hustlers University, and I'm sure the elites are really scared of the Tate's influence and the massive protests erupting, trying to have them freed. I mean, they couldn't even get a protest together, but we're expected to believe the elites are freaked out over their influence. And their lawyer isn't really making
out there like say anything.
people feel very confident. I mean, it's hard to believe this is even a serious person. It's like he's just a character.
I got you.
Recently on Twitter, he was arguing with another lawyer, and he was asked why he didn't sue Lauren Southern for accusing Andrew Tate of rape. And he seriously said, because I was too busy playing Super Smash Bros. With Andrew and Tristan. So this is the guy trying to free them. I mean, look at this guy. How do you take him seriously? And his press conferences are always hilarious. He's like, they got a whole lot of nothing on the Tates. It's all garbage. These guys never done nothing wrong.
I was playing Super Smash Bros.
To the allegations is the first
no
reaction
way,
that
they
any
can't be
innocent
like
man or woman would
actually
have.
playing Super Smash.
It's garbage.
Yeah,
It's a stitch-up job. They're after us to punish us with the process. The process is the
Ain't
punishment
one of us.
because Andrew and Tristan are innocent. They've never done nothing wrong. They shouldn't be extradited for crimes they did not commit. Less is more sometimes in life. And right now, it's less. They got a whole lot of nothing, and that means so much more for us than what they really have at the end of the day is a big bag of nothing.
This guy.
Thank you very much. That is
Oh no, he thinks he's good at what he does.
a free
Oh, hey guys, by all
American
means.
citizen speaks when he hasn't done nothing wrong. When you actually haven't done anything wrong, you have zero fear of
Starting
law
to get an
enforcement.
idea of
You
why
have
they
zero
might not be
fear
getting out of jail.
investigations because you know that you're innocent.
And he was on PBD's podcast, and a lot of the
Of course he
comments
was.
thought
No,
he was full
no,
of shit,
no
which is a bad
way.
sign because
You're telling me that
PBD
that guy was on PVD?
is very favorable towards Tate. They've had him on a bunch of times, and they shamelessly defend him on there. But it looks like their fans are starting to open their eyes. Like, the comments used to be on Tate's side, and they used to think he's innocent.
Really?
But now that more people are starting to see the evidence, their opinions are changing.
That's actually,
and people,
I mean, I was going to make fun of that and just be like, oh, yeah, they probably, wait, no, there's actually people that like,
he did a poll during this podcast.
That's disturbing.
And it showed that his audience is starting to turn on Tate, which
Well,
of
that's
course
good.
he thinks
I
it's
mean,
because they're just not doing a good
too
enough
little,
job
too
explaining
late.
the situation and the Tate's innocence.
Whether these allegations are
Oh, no, please don't run that lawyer. He's too good. We could never beat him by all.
true or not, it's their job to go prove it and your job to defend
No, he's so good. Like, he's, I'm very scared. Very scared.
your client. That's what has to happen, right?
Shaking.
But if 2 years ago we ran a poll on Tate's, whether people support our audience, people supported him or not, 80% would be on their side. The guys just ran a poll right now, and our audience, you remember, this is a supportive audience. This is not like it's a audience you're in a different place. It's at 50-50. 50-50, they support them, 50 doesn't support them. So what does this mean? This means either these things are working against them, or it means that we got work to do to make sure, arguments are made for the audience to sit there and say they're innocent. I mean, but the audience is definitely speaking up, and it's not like it's an audience that hasn't seen their work multiple times here. I think we've probably hosted them more than anybody else has on their show, and we've had a lot of great conversations together. But something to think about to see where the audience is at.
So these guys are going down with the ship. Vinny is going to destroy his credibility with this because, he's always speaking out about Epstein and how people need to be held accountable. But with the Tates, he ignores all the evidence and
Sorry, I meant to put a question mark. Like, Trump lost again?
To go to bat.
Question mark?
For them. And he's seriously going with the narrative that the Tates are being
Sorry,
set up
my
because they
punctuation is not very good.
Sell out, and they turned down this giant offer for them to go away. Like, we're supposed to believe that Andrew Tate has too much integrity to be paid off, and that's why the elites are
The one protester standing up there was really funny, though.
coming after him. I mean, to entertain this theory is insane. It's comical. The Tate's whole career has been selling out. To make money and become successful initially, they literally convinced women to do porn, and then they sexted
I mean, let's be real, too. It's summer. So, like, there's no reason. It's not like it's too cold.
the guys pretending to be them. So they got women into sex work and then sexted guys for money and taught other guys how to do the same thing. But we're supposed to believe, oh no, the Tates have a lot of dignity. They would never sell out. They don't care about money. It's more than the head. I mean, it's just insulting.
Good night, Jeff. Thank you for joining us tonight.
To our intelligence, and the fact that Vinny's entertaining this theory is pathetic.
Time to make the dishes clean. I like that.
I mean, Andrew Tate called himself God because he's made so much porn and said, I hope porn addiction gets out of control and ruins everyone's lives. I hope everyone suffers and is miserable and unhappy.
Clean.
So he wanted to ruin
I'm so dumb I'm going to say that when I have to actually do
people's lives, and it seems like he
Why
gets
not?
off on it. He'd
Life's too
brag
short
about
not to
it.
have fun.
He'd brag about guys giving him all their money, and he still never gives a fuck. He has no remorse for it.
I unplugged their keyboards and plugged a new one in from me behind the screen. So the chicks would sit there and hit a keyboard that wasn't plugged in. And me and my brother, and eventually some staff I trained, would do all the talking. The girls were just famoosers, just laughing and doing this, their titties out. And they were talking to fucking ice cold hustlers. We were taking their money, all of it. If they'd come and say, well, what kind of, bro, all of it. We were fucking milking them dry. You get a man with game and give him a female's body, a female avatar, he will fuck a guy up. I had these guys selling their houses, life savings, loans, all of it to me. Give me it all. So and it's basic shit, right? You'd have a guy.
Feel bad or no?
Fuck no. To give a solitary fuck.
So we're supposed to believe that guy has integrity, and he just wouldn't sell out, and that's why he's being attacked by the Matrix. I mean, how does anyone seriously believe that? This dude will do anything for money or to stay out of jail. Also, he said he would never do a crypto coin because it's a scam and he doesn't want to rip off his fans. But then, of course, he launched his own coin and promoted a bunch. So this guy's whole career is just taking advantage of desperate guys. First with the cam modeling, he had guys selling everything they had, like he said, and I'm sure some committing suicide afterwards. Then he started convincing kids to sign up to his university, and he rug pulled his own fans with crypto.
I don't want any of my fans to lose. I don't want any young children who believe in me to lose. I don't want anybody to lose a single penny. That is why I do not endorse any cryptos. I will never endorse any cryptos. Absolutely none of them. Anyone who says I have anything to do with any crypto is Lying is always a scam. The Real World Project will ensure that everybody with a high enough power level or rank is airdrop tokens, and we build the largest crypto project in history. Students of the real world will be monumentally rewarded in all realms, including the karmic one. This is just the beginning for Daddy, and it's just the beginning for the real world. I'm going to prove my integrity once and for all. I am the new daddy. I am the daddy of crypto.
So to prove his integrity, he started doing crypto rug pulls. So he'd do anything to make money. But of course, his friends are trying to spin up this narrative that he would never sell out.
2026 is awesome.
And that's why he's in trouble. Grown men seriously believe this. You know, it almost sounds like it's a joke. Vinny is like, oh, Tate did this secret podcast.
Every once in a while, I do have those moments where I'm just like, ugh.
This offer he turned down. Did he know?
This fucking timeline sucks. When I mean every once in a while, I mean like almost every fucking minute of every day.
Something was coming.
He did a podcast, Andrew Tate recently. I forgot the individual. Jake Neal, 3-hour podcast. Jack Neal, I'm sorry. Yeah. Explaining that they're coming for him. He kept it secret until something happened to him, and then this happened to him. On the podcast, he said something along the lines that he rejected a $50 million offer to drop everything from, you know, the powers that be and go away. So my only question is, he's getting offered this stuff. Did he know that this was going to happen? Did he have any inclination that this was going to go down? Because, you know, why do an emergency podcast if nothing is going to go wrong? It's almost as if he knew something was coming.
So anytime you reject that offer, you know something is going to come at some point. He rejected that offer, I want to say somewhere around 2022, 2023, probably 2022. And he had several of them. Mm-hmm. That's a fact. That's the truth. When you reject that offer, it's only a matter of time before they come. And they started coming, and they're going to keep coming until they get what they want. They did it to Trump. They're doing it to Tate. And to your viewers, with all due respect, because I admire you and I appreciate your concern,
he looks like a wrestling fucking manager.
Listen to what we are saying.
So the support for the Tates is dwindling, and even the people that
my client
are left are having a lot of trouble convincing their fans.
Booker T-Rex does not have to answer to you.
And the Tates are innocent. Like, all they can do at this point is just say the Matrix.
But what he's got to do is beat you in the ring.
Matrix is after him. And it's funny because, you know, his fans would love to act like the Jews are after him, like they're the Matrix. But that doesn't really work anymore because last time he was in the States, he did that whole apology tour after his friends played Heil Hitler at the nightclub. It's crazy. Tate won't apologize for pimping women or any of his totally despicable behavior. But when he offends Jews, he gets down on his hands and knees and begs for their forgiveness.
Wow, all his bullshit blends together.
He has business partners and tech teams in Israel, so he had to apologize and let Adam Sosnick humiliate him. I mean, that's as embarrassing as it gets. Like, all of a sudden, Tate is like, I understand why people are offended. I get it. I apologize.
But he told me a story about your grandfather.
Yep.
Who served in World War II, yes?
Yes.
The American.
Yep.
What would your grandfather say about that? A neo-Nazi symbol. Who fought the Nazis?
Yeah, I understand. And we have to be very, very careful. I understand exactly what you're saying. I agree that that is offensive to many people. I totally understand it. And I'm not here to get myself...
It's offensive to Americans.
Well, yes.
Forget about just Jews. American lives died fighting Nazis.
That's true. That's true.
Your grandfather's friends died fighting Nazis. That, to me, Jews or not Jews, Americans went to war against Nazis. This is an American thing. I wear an American flag pin. My grandfather fought in World War II.
Yep.
I wear an American flag pin. That makes me very patriotic.
It's anti-American.
So I want to make this clear. I understand why some people were offended. So
I hate when just utter buffoons are sitting there and just be like, I'm deep.
Sorry to anybody who is offended. I'm sorry to anybody who's offended. It's very inconvenient for me. I have Jewish business partners. I have tech teams in Israel. I have things going on, and I get a mess from this crap too.
And Adam seems to be one of Tate's biggest supporters, and he's a hardcore Zionist. Like, he was over in Israel during the recent podcast. So Tate's fans can't even blame the Jews or Israel for this, which is maybe why Candace Owens isn't defending him. I mean, it is really weird that she hasn't said anything yet about his recent arrest. Usually she's all over it, defending the Tates. But maybe she's just busy trying to figure out who killed Charlie Kirk. I think she's almost there. She's almost figured it out. She can't let the Tates distract her. No, I mean, it looks like she might have jumped ship. I wonder if anyone will call her out on it, because the Tates need all the support they can get, so I'm sure they're looking at her like, come on, Candace, you better speak up. And if you turn on the Tates, people lose their shit. Like, recently, George Janko, Logan Paul's former co-host, who's had on the Tates and glazed them like crazy, he was acting like, I don't know what's going on, but the Tates were nice to me. So he was getting shit for it. But then he backtracked and is like, listen, I don't endorse the Tates. That's not what I was trying to do. And then he got even more shit from Tate fans. They went nuts. So then George had to delete the video.
And in my hook, to some people, it looks like I'm endorsing Andrew Tate. If you guys know who I am or watch my content, or honestly watch the video of me sitting down with Andrew, in that podcast that I sit down with Andrew, he even says that he wants to rethink things. So I never was pointing people to Andrew Tate being the leader. I always point
Ooh, he got some smoke.
Jesus as being the leader. But I made a mistake, and I went too hard on the clickbaiting.
Ew.
And now people are upset.
He's just like, don't, come on. No, I didn't mean it. I mean,
so Myron Gaines and people like that went off on George. And Myron's at the point where he's starting to call out Trump and Barron Trump to step in. Tate has been trying to pander to them, and he doesn't really want to call him out. You know, their lawyers trying to blame it on Ron DeSantis because they're trying to stay on Trump's good side. But Myron is like, dude, Trump, you owe us.
That was Myron?
Up here, and he claims Tate is the reason Trump got elected and avoided going to jail.
Trump would be in prison right now had it not
No, I was about to say.
been for guys like us sticking up for him and saying, we need to go ahead and get out there and vote, okay? Now the tables have turned, and I do think that the Trump administration owes the Tate brothers some semblance of assistance, given the fact that they were critical and instrumental to Trump's historic win. No one wants to say this, so I'll fucking say it. Donald Trump, you fucking owe Andrew Tate and Tristan. You owe them. I'm just gonna fucking straight out say it. Other people might not want to, hear that or say it or, I'll lose opportunities. Oh no, Mega's gonna get mad at me. You would be in prison had it not been for these guys. As a matter of fact, to make things even crazier, he'd probably be at FDC just like Andrew and Tristan are. But that Southern Florida charge out of Miami, that was what he 100% would have been found guilty of. And interestingly enough, he would have been the one at FDC. So I think it's time for the Trump administration to burn a favor for the guy that moved a bunch of people to vote for you. Barron, you seeing this? I think it's time to pull Pops to the side. And fight this fucking extradition bullshit.
So these guys are desperate because, Tate is losing a lot of support. It's not looking good. They can't even get Candace Owens to speak out anymore. It looks like they lost her. And Tucker Carlson, I don't think he's said anything yet.
Who's who of, ew.
See what happens. Make sure you subscribe to stay up.
All right. Okay, I actually came down a little bit. Now I can focus and not run out. Okay. Whew. If you're just joining us, I had a 3-footer glass water apparatus, and it was sent me to another planet there for a minute, but I'm slowly coming back down to orbit. Or I'm gonna hang in orbit though. That is kind of where I'm at. Just like, woo, this is nice. As long as I can float here and just not burn up, that'd be cool. I really would enjoy 5 minutes with. There's just so many of these shitheads that honestly, it's not even worth fucking thinking about them at all. I don't give these assholes whatever. I just accept that the world is what it is, and if I was still a Christian, I really would probably be I would actually have a harder time, because people have always said that it's if you turn over to God, if you were still a Christian, then you'd be also able to pray this just pray and be hey, I don't have to worry about anything, it's all in God's hands kind of thing. It's just no, because I would constantly just look at the world around me and just be okay, wow, so much evil prevailing. It's I don't think that this is Hustler University or whatever it was called needs to resurface to remind people how crazy the Tates. Dude, the fact that these clips even Jesus, I forgot how and the fact that they really did when I saw somebody talking about their kid and how in my life where they're just he's watching these Andrew Tate videos, I was just oh no. oh no. And she's just like, yeah, it's pretty bad. She's like, I don't know how to really break this cycle either, because it's just like, the more that I try to tell him not to, he's doing the thing like we all did when we were teenagers, where it's just like, he's going to double down. It's unfortunate, man. I feel bad for parents that have to deal, like, dude, teenagers suck. I know I'm really, hot take. Like, God, why teenagers? Ugh. Like, I was a horrible teenager. I was so bad. I was just, like, from, let's see, 12, like, I was still kind of cool when I was 12, but from 13 to, 20? 19. I was right. I was about 19 when I was just like, finally, like, no, I'm not going to do this. Because I hung out with some real shitheads. So, and you're judged by the company you keep, on top of the fact that you're influenced by the company you keep. So, if you hang out with some shitheads, you might also be doing some shithead things, which, you know what? Don't do that. Don't do shithead things. I would smile and laugh every day. Well, don't threaten violence in my chat, please. Actually, here, I'm gonna... Just, don't take this personally. I have to remove that comment. I get it. I got what you meant the first time you said it, but yeah, no threats of violence to anybody. That's rough. Poor mom. Yeah. I feel bad for her. Like, she's going through it with it, and I was just like, dang. The thing is, every time that she like describes, like, yeah, he thinks he knows everything, I'm just like, ooh, that's what everybody said. I just remember my dad being like, yeah, stupid teenagers, like, stupid dude. Karma. This is the thing though, like I said, I don't have kids, so I'm like, just every time that I have like a friend where I also have that reminder where I'm like, oh my God, you have a teenager? Like, God, we're old. What happened? Got lucky, mine is into Pokemon, so nice. I'm also into Pokemon, but not as much anymore. I don't know, Scalpers really ruined the hobby. I used to like try to keep up and build, good decks, and occasionally I put like some cards aside, or just be like, hey, this one's worth something, so I don't want to. A girl can dream. I gotcha. I understand. You just don't have to say it in my chat. Yeah. It's not the place. 'Cause I'm all about keeping to TOS, and that is definitely riding that line. Way better than Andrew Tate. I don't know. Like I was saying, the whole Pokemon resellers, and I don't know. The whole thing kind of killed the hobby for me. I mean, I have some stuff that I'm just saving for, like, now I think because it's worth so much, I'm like, you know what, fuck it. That was a good time to dump. I'll keep a few of my older decks and just, some of my favorite cards. Just, I don't know. It sucks. As I said, I wish they didn't have to ruin the hobby. Same with Magic, man. Like, they did the same thing to Magic. I'm not fucking happy about it. Wait, card collecting in general. Because, like, my buddy's into One Piece, and they ruined One Piece. They're starting to ruin Gundam. Yeah, scalpers suck. Luckily, he is not really serious about it. Good. Oh, okay. That's good. Yeah, I mean, as long as he's not, like, super, like, yeah, okay. Then, yeah, see, now that's fun. Like, dude, but that's the thing. Wait a minute. I'm actually legit, like, mad for your kid then. Because this is I'm one of these, like, I want justice. Because when I was a kid, I didn't, like, I would get, like, small allowances, and, like, I would do my chores, and, you know, I'd get $10, and my dad would just be like, well, do you want to, you know, go get something, you know? Or if I was at the grocery store and I knew, like, I had a few, you know, allowance dollars, I'd just be like, hey, can I get 2 Pokemon packs? Actually, because they were $3.99 at that time, I used to finagle my way into getting 3. My dad always appreciated the fact that I had the, you know, the ability to haggle. So he was just like, all right, I see your point. But that, like, that joy of just getting a few packs and just ripping the packs and just adding to your collect, like, man, like, yeah, that was like pure. It's just like, oh, I mean, that's, I think, the reason that I still like doing that. Like, occasionally if I find one at the grocery store, I'll get them and I'll just be like, whoa, yeah, sweet. I mean, I just did that recently. I just got a few good cards. Yeah, I was an X-Men card collector. The Masterpiece series, I had those. Now I collect tarot. Nice. Yeah, they were the those Masterpiece cards, man. Those were sick. I have a few of, like, the anniversary comics that they did where they took the art from the cards and used them on comic book covers. Some of my favorite covers. I got the Gambit one. I got the Cable one. I always liked Havoc, especially when he was in X Factor, which the new series, they show up. I was just like, yeah. Havoc's cool as shit. But yeah, anyway. Just gonna sit here now, just kind of bullshitting about, oh shit, this is what I was waiting for. Hold on. Cheers. All right. I cannot hang all night tonight, so what I'm gonna do is, I'm having fun kind of talking about comics, though. So I'm gonna go another 10 minutes. Sound amazing. X-Men 97 has been so good. Oh yeah. No, it's been awesome. I did say this, though. There was a moment where, like, in the first episode, I was just like, oh my god, this is the one thing about, like, X-Men comics that I did kind of hate, was how convoluted they would get when you forgot about the issues prior. And I hated going back and being like, all right, I gotta go back and figure out what happened. But, you know, this is also back in the day where sometimes they would give you a fucking really nice summary. And Amazing Spider-Man still does that. X-Men? Nope. They don't summarize shit for you anymore. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of annoying. I think that's, yeah, no, I don't read X-Men comics anymore. I stopped during this current arc. I think it's at like 30 something, and I stopped at like 20 something, so I had to finally give it up. I had that problem where I was still collecting comics where I'm just like, oh, but I collect them, but then I don't, like, I just even skim through them. I'm like, oh, come on. No, don't do that. That's a bad comic habit. Like, a lot of people do that. But tarot cards, oh, fuck, tarot. Last time I had a tarot reading, I had the worst year of my life. I had a tarot reading, like, my mom died, and then my dog died, and then then my wife got diagnosed with cancer. But hey, I got that card that was like, hey, you're gonna make a little bit of money, and that hasn't happened. So yeah, great. It did say that I was gonna go through some shit though. That was weird. That was awkward because like we did the tarot reading on a stream, on my boy Smoke a Todd Pod over on Twitch, which don't actually like do that. Like that's his name. Like I gotta talk to him about that. It's like, hey man, it's like I realize that when I say your name, like, and people don't know what I'm talking about, they're just kind of like, hey, that's not great. It's just like, yeah, that's not great. Yeah, okay, got it. Krakoa era was really ish. I hated what they did with Hickman. I hated that they pushed him off the books. I hated that they mistreat him so bad with everything. He didn't get to finish Gods, which I love that book because it's essentially mixing magic and mutants. Perfect. Or Eternals, not mutants, sorry. Which I like cosmic entities, and like this was a new one, and I don't know, somebody was like, yeah, he was essentially just Constantine. I'm like, yeah, and that was awesome. Like Marvel kind of needs a Constantine character. I mean, and he's not that derivative. But yeah, sorry about the rough year. Yeah, thanks. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. No, my wife is cancer free right now. She has a CT scan coming up, and we're doing like that's the thing. We just lots of doctor's appointments, lots of blood work, lots of medical debt, and we're keeping her healthy though. That's the biggest thing that like, I don't care. Like if I have to, I kind of said that. I was like, if I, no matter what we have to do, we're gonna get her better. But anyway, yeah, I was talking about Jonathan Hickman. Yeah, Hickman's X-Men Krakoa era was great, and yeah, they constantly fuck him over. They did it with Spider-Man, the Ultimate Spider-Man, because they were just like, yeah, we're canceling the Ultimate Universe again. It's just like, come on, dude. I hate it when they do that because it's like I was reading that, and it's just like you gave up on it. Like what the fuck? But yeah, we're talking comic books. And, I mean, also a little bit of heavy stuff. Because, yeah, you mentioned tarot, and I was just saying, like, yeah, had a tarot card reading on stream, and I got the, I got the death card. I got the, something, oh my God. As I said, it was the one that meant, like, making, like, having a new source of income or something shit like that, or, like, making some money. Which, again, has not happened. And then, yeah, it had the one where it was just like, oh, no, you're definitely gonna have, like, something bad. And it was just like, oh, shit. And literally, that October, that's when we got the bad news. It was just like, oh, Jesus. But, yeah, the other thing is, from what I've read, it is also supposed to be like it was like, yeah, it was you. I'm like, oh. But this was also over a year ago that I actually had this like reading, so yeah, that's what's important. Big hugs to y'all. They better appreciate him because he's amazing. He's my favorite writer over there. Well, they don't appreciate him. Same with Chip Zdarsky. Like, at least, like, these guys are starting to stand up for themselves and just be like, hey, no, we know what we're talking about. Like, just listen to us. Hope money, yeah, I know. And that's the thing. I'm in this for the love of the game. So, it's like, it doesn't even need to be this. It's just fucking, dude. Oh, fuck. Life. It's fun though. No matter what, I'm having fun. Hope you guys know that. Alrighty. I should probably start wrapping here. Okay, so a few plugs before I go. Tomorrow I am on at 2, so a little bit of an earlier show, and I will be doing my late night pep, or I guess that's what they call it, or something like that. I don't know. I call it primetime Pepaganda, but I guess people don't like that name. Whatever. What's happening, Ron? How's it going, man? Thank you for popping on in. And also just saying hello. I appreciate that. But yeah, I will be doing my This Space hour after my show, which, yeah. We'll see if I... No, I'm going to take the hour, because I'm going to have to, like, make dinner. So come take a ganda. Yeah, come take a panda at the Pepaganda. Come take... Okay. Not even doing this. Yes, so come take a ganda. Ew. Peace out, man. Have a good night. Thank you for the chat about the politics and all the other stuff. I'll catch you tomorrow. Awesome, card collector. Appreciate that. Also, thank you for being part of the community and joining. Yeah, oh, awesome, guys. I really did have a fun time tonight. We are going to let's see. I already had a little bit of a lineup for tomorrow. Yeah, I got, like, obviously the headline bits, but I have a few fun videos lined up. Yeah, sorry I didn't get to the sovereign citizen thing. I'll be honest, I thought I had it queued up in my YouTube. I'm gonna have to find it somewhere. I know I saved it somewhere. I'm at that age. It's on one of my devices. I put it somewhere. But like I said, guys, thank you for hanging out tonight. And if you have not already, hit the like button and subscribe. Really does help me out. Helps all the stream. You know what? Fuck this. I'm going back to this. It helps out every creator. I don't care how big or small. If you're enjoying content, please hit the like button and just do the bare minimum to contribute to help the creators on YouTube. Even the big ones don't really make that much, or as much as you think. Well, I'm not talking like Mr. Beast. I'm talking like streamers. But... and then, yes, over on Twitch, if you have not already, please follow and consider subscribing if you have the Bezos subscription with your Amazon Prime. That's my favorite one, personally, where it's just like, hey, yeah, screw you, Bezos. Your money's going to a lefty. Haha. Pep, where do I find your P.O. box? It's in the... I believe it's either in the tips or in the support, Pep. You know what? Here, I'm going to just put it like the... I'm going to refresh it in the general chat, and then I'll make sure that we have it posted. Because, yeah, I mean, I pay for that thing. Like, gotta have a reason to go out there. Oh my god. I was such an idiot. I was just like, well, I'm gonna be out here all the time, and you know what? I want it near my house, so... Fucking idiot. I don't know. I think it was good advice, though. Thank you. Be well. Thank you, card collector. Sorry, I'm rambling. Thank you guys for hanging out, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. All right. Good night. Stick around for the outro.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction.
My fellow Americans,
It has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.